Welcome to the 8th Farming Simulator League tournament, coming to you live from the studio in Erlangen. I'm not there, unfortunately, but I am joined here remotely by Mr. Terminator Live. Welcome, my friend.
Hello.
And joining us today as well, we got Lizatan. Hello, my friend. How are you doing?
Hello, not too bad. Back on English stream after like a year.
Yeah, it's been a while. But yes, you have all three of us today, which is going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. Most of the time you can see me but not hear me. This time you can hear me but not see me. So that's how FSL works today.
Yes. So to answer, we have no lag. We have no desync in the chat. This is the German cast, as you can see.
Oh, this is still a thing, yeah? After a year of being gone.
We have a command for it. We have a desync command in the chat. It's at this point it's more of a joke than it is an actual thing. But there's always somebody who comes in and goes, their lips are moving at different times that they're speaking. But yes, that's because we're not there.
It's nice to see Werner casting again for the German team. Then again, he's sitting on my spot though.
Right, bittersweet, right?
A little bit bittersweet, yeah. On the other hand, I can sit at home and talk to you guys, and I'm actually happy to, practice my English again. It might be a little bit rusty because I haven't used it in a while. So if my English sucks, well, it's on you guys to fix
it. Okay. No pressure.
Oh, man.
No pressure.
No pressure.
Good news is I'm at least the boss of one of you guys.
Right.
Yes. Nobody's the boss of me.
So I'll leave all the criticism for Alex then, just because he can't really get in trouble. So Alex.
Oh no, I can get in trouble. I've been in trouble.
He's not that far away. He can jump over and then, punch him. No, it's good to be back. It's good to be back at the FSL as well. And it will be a weird day, won't it? Like I've seen the results from yesterday. This is super weird.
The results from yesterday, I'm still scratching my head over a little bit. We've got no John Deere. We've got no Cortiva. We've got no Vultra for the first time.
Welcome to the tutorial of the Farming Simulator Tournament client.
So go check that out.
This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players on both sides. Once the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Vehicles with different properties and perks that give you and your team additional powers can be selected here. First, the team captain bans the vehicles which won't be available for both teams in the upcoming match. Afterwards, they can select a specific team perk that'll give their team a certain advantage, and they might secure a harvester or baler as well. After this stage, the captain can pick his own tractor and player perk. This stage will be repeated for the other players as well. A little twist in the pick and ban phase are the limited amount of points a team can spend, so make sure there are enough points for every player to be able to pick and choose wisely. More details about the vehicles and perks can be found on our stat sheet, which is linked on fsl.giants-software.com. Before we let you play, however, let's have a short look at the map for some orientation. Compared to last season, it got a little facelift. It features more hills in the terrain, and there are 2 separate fields now. We've also added additional hidden paths to the silo, and the barn zone looks much smoother altogether. To reach the bale barn, you will still have the 3 dynamic bridges linked to those of the other team. But take care, they are tricky. As a safe way, you can always use the static ditch crossing instead. As soon as the game starts, every player sits in his or her selected vehicle, and is looking for the randomly spawning harvesters and balers on their respective pods. Make sure to claim them before the opposing team does so. If a team is able to secure all harvesters or balers, the game ends in a rush, unless you secured one of them during the pick and ban phase earlier. Once you have your garage together, you have 15 minutes to win the game. So, how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than your opponent. You get these points for delivering bales at the barn. To increase the value of the bale, you can sell the grain you harvested on the field at the silo. This increases your multiplier and decreases your opponent's. But be aware, there are special events happening during these 15 minutes of game time as well. At minute 12, 8, and 4, special drops will appear somewhere randomly on the map. Each of these 16 random drops has a different impact to either of the teams. So make sure you pick the one which fits your current tactic or goal the most, and be prepared to adapt. Excited? Then gather 2 friends and form your team on our website fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Enjoy.
So there you go. That is a quick rundown of how you play the FSL. And yeah, as I was saying, we've had some surprises coming into this today.
We really
lot
have.
of surprises.
A lot of surprises.
I think mainly
yes.
DJK Aenfeld knocking out Vulture yesterday.
That is-
I woke up and turned on the qualifiers yesterday, and that had just happened. And I was like blinking my eyes a little bit, kind of like I am now. Am I really awake, or is this a dream? But DJK made it to the quarterfinals last month. So did LSA Esports, who knocked out John Deere. So we're seeing more and more of these teams proving that they can come in and compete on the Sunday events. So it's I think it's just better for the league the more teams we see make it to these Sunday events and show they can compete with the best.
Yeah. And look at this.
though
right?
has to be a dream for Trelleborg, though.
It has to be a dream for Herman as well, because number 2 is
Herman
out,
as
number
well.
3 is out. Yeah.
Did we have Crone through? Did Crone make it through?
Yeah, they are
Crone
playing.
made it
They are playing Trelleborg though.
and-
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean Trelleborg
So-
are running away with this at the moment.
Yeah, they absolutely are.
And,
Yes.
and they ended up facing Cortiva yesterday as well, again, which is like the third one in a row where we've had Cortiva versus Trelleborg in the
Yeah,
preliminaries rather than
Honestly,
the
this
finals.
is super sad for me because I really want to see Corteva competing again, and having them kicked out by Trelleborg in the on the Saturday tournament part, like for the
Yeah.
last 3 tournaments. I really want to see them again. Same for John Deere.
I agree. Yeah. And it's
is one of
interesting
those things,
because
though.
yeah, Cortiva have like the most average points per bale in the FSL this season. In fact, they have more than Trelleborg, but they continue to get knocked out by them despite that, and really missing out on valuable points because they don't make it to these Sunday events.
Yeah.
But the thing I would say is that if Cortiva aren't able to beat Trelleborg at the in the preliminary areas, they're not going to win a tournament at the facing them at the later stage either. It is one of those things, I think, where I hate to, there's a phrase I kind of comes up but shouldn't. The whole sort of get good thing of, which is a horrible phrase and I hate that phrase, but is that the way for Cortiva to get into the finals is to beat Trelleborg.
Absolutely. However, the first thing already coming in LSA Esports, we need to talk about these guys very soon. The thing with Cortiva is if you are second seed, which you basically are right now, playing against first seed every time on the last match before you actually reach point stage has to be frustrating. Right? Because you really, at least, even if you don't win the tournament, you want to score some points to defend second place so that you can avoid playing against the first one in the World Championships until the finals. So it's still very important to gather points and ensure that you at least keep second place.
Yeah, and I do agree with that. And I think it's a case of it's a case of a weird draw where we've had this Cortiva Trelleborg matchup before we've got to the finals for the last three. It's something that's got to break at some point.
It has to.
They've got to end up.
It's random, so
yeah,
it has to. It's still sad. But let's talk about the two teams that we see today, because I think that's super interesting, isn't it?
It very well is. Yes, it is indeed. Like, I'm really impressed with LSA. Last month they made it to the semifinals, and they're here again. They knocked out John Deere yesterday in 3 rounds. And then they go up against Team Manitou, so this is like an 11th versus 12th matchup here in the overall standings. So these teams are neck and neck in the standings, and a lot at stake here.
Yeah, and it's very much doable for LSA Esports. These guys, they are a wildcard team. They came in hot last tournament. They went to Erlangen because this is an offline tournament, as you have just seen. Teams are sitting there playing live at the Erlangen studio. They came over to fight for top 8, and they made it against John Deere, which is quite an impressive task. And now Manitou is absolutely doable for them, because compared to John Deere, Manitou is not as strong. So
right, Manitou yesterday as well were using herbicide, which is, I think it'll be interesting to see if they pick the same thing here today. Because we've seen just transport company after transport company after transport company picked recently. And Manitou came in yesterday, and they stuck to their guns and have, gone with their own strategy, not being influenced by what everyone else is doing. And they were able to knock off Astragon with it to get here today. So interested to see if they do the same thing again.
It is an interesting thing to have a team come in and use a different strategy. It tends to shake things up and tends to make the other teams, especially if it works well, tends to make the other teams sit up and go, "Oh, hang on, are we in danger here because this strategy is working?" Interestingly, this is the first time I've seen harvesters banned. We've got 2 harvesters banned today.
Every now and then that they ban a baler. But harvesters, that doesn't happen too often.
And banning the ideal, that's quite a big one.
I expect this to happen a lot during this tournament, because the ideal has been the #1 pick, right? It's absolute meta, everyone picks it. So I expect the ideal to pretty much disappear this tournament. We'll see if I'm right, maybe I'm not. But
it's one of those things where it does cost quite a few points to ban it. So I think that's why teams tend to avoid doing that. But yeah, I think as things are progressing through the season, and we're seeing that ideal used a lot.
Yeah, especially with the Hermann tactic, which is the tactic everyone uses now. Where you just use the Anderson to bring the bales into position. I mean, we've all seen it last tournament. It's the tactic Hermann invented and everyone uses, and that one really needs the ideal to be in an ideal position.
Yes, you get 2 ideals running that, and you end up having just a ton of grain sitting there ready to be dumped.
Absolutely, and with banning it, there won't be a single ideal, because if you ban it, it can't be on a random pot either.
No.
It's gone for the entire
So here
match.
we go.
Good morning, Jababo. Sorry, guys, I'm back. I don't know if there's like a thunderstorm outside or what's going on, but I'm just sitting here and heard some weird noises.
That is the first time I've ever heard anybody else pronounce Jab's name, and I must be pronouncing it wrong all the time.
That's all right.
Right, Lennox is fighting. Oh no, Lennox seems to have a clear run at the Coon Baler, which is quite good for him. Not much fighting over stuff going on at the moment.
I want to say a big thank you real quick to someone you see in chat a lot, Felden, who sent me his notes. Felden watches every bit of FSL he can watch, and he sent me notes about all the matches yesterday. So if you don't mind, real quick, I'll run it down. So LSA was up against John Deere yesterday. They lost the first round 770 to 588. They won the second round 748 to 616, and then took it in the third round 829 to 581. That's how they knocked out John Deere.
Oof. 829. That's a huge score against John Deere.
Right. I mean, they were really impressive. And then for Manitou, they did it in 3 games as well. So they lost the first one, 679 to 662. It was super close. And then game 2, Manitou bounced back, 851 to 601. And then they won it in the third round, 647 to 638. It came down to just like one bale left on the field by Astragon.
And these numbers are not too impressive. And Astragon is not an as good team right now, right? Astragon is struggling a lot. So is Manitou. We haven't seen Manitou in a while because they are not so impressive right now. And then there is this wildcard team basically tackling John Deere out of the picture and now having to fight against Manitou. I think, so prediction time, I think LSA is taking this 2-0.
I would agree with that. I think that the reason why we haven't seen John Deere in the last 2 tournaments is because Vultra have kicked their butts, basically. This time, John Deere had a chance to come through against LSA, and they didn't. LSA actually 800 points to 500 against John Deere. That is a massive score to beat them
absolutely
by. And if you're beating John Deere by that kind of points, you are a big contender for doing well in this.
Well, yeah, and you know, we're talking about Manitou and Astragon right now, and how they're not as strong as they could be or have been, and it's really the same could be said about John Deere. This is my 5th tournament, I think, now since I've come around doing commentary for the FSL, and at the beginning, John Deere were one of the teams to beat. You were expecting to see them in the Sunday events, and now, month after month, they're not here. I don't know what's happened there, but you know, it's interesting to see these teams make it in over them.
I do get the feeling that John Deere's absence prior to this tournament has been because they've been up against Vultra pretty much every time. And Vultra, as we know, have been absolutely on fire. They have been challenging everybody. So it hasn't surprised me wholly that John Deere have gone out up against them. It has surprised me that they've gone out today up against LSA. And that speaks to me more of how good a team LSA are compared to the trouble John Deere may be having. But I don't think Manitou's going to present too much of a challenge here to LSA, but
I don't know. I would argue that we're maybe not giving Manitou enough credit, but at the same time, will it be enough with Herbicide on the final day? Because we've just seen Transport Company time and time again reign supreme, and Manitou have come in this weekend and decided we're not going to go that route. We're going to do our own thing. And I hope for the sake of the balance of the game that Herbicide has a good showing today. Otherwise, we're just back to square one again and nothing but Transport Company.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the reasons why John Deere dropped out of meta a little bit. I think they are not good in catching up to that Transport Company meta that's just the name of the game right now. I think it's not John Deere's way to play. And so they are struggling a bit. Once that is a little bit out of the picture, we might see them come back.
I think as long as Manitou have a new strategy that uses Herbicide, they'll be fine. It's if they don't have something different to the domination that Transport Companies bought in, if they're not countering that, then they're going to have a problem. We see that LSA have managed... Oh no, LSA's belt is stopped because Manitou have delivered all their grain. They need to take advantage of this. I don't think they have any bales on the field.
No, and that's something I really hate about the teams and how they play. I've seen it a lot, and I mentioned it a million times on the German stream. So you are delivering all the grain, and then you don't do anything with it. right? So what's the point in delivering all of this when you can't do anything? I mean, I see that they're gonna deliver it again later because that's just the way they play. But come on, I mean, you get 30 points per bale now. At least deliver 1 or 2, you know, just make something out of it.
Right. I don't know what the answer is, Lars, to improve that, but for me, it seems like they only have 30,000 liters of storage in the auger wagon. So when it's full, what do? Do you leave it sitting there, or
No,
just go ahead and
absolutely.
take it? You know.
I'm
So it is
absolutely
tough.
fine with delivering. I'm just saying, once you deliver, go bring a bale home.
Especially if you're Manitou right now and you're not using transport company, I could get why you're not delivering, you know, a couple of bales early on if you're using transport company, because you want to gather everyone you can get of the 14 that the Anderson loader holds. But I get what you're saying for sure. If you're Manitou now, you could score 30 points per bale, at least bring a few over. But then at the same time, maybe you want to stay out pressing bales, which it looked like Donner was actually heading to the barn right now for Manitou off screen there.
But their problem is that they, having not had any bales out there, they've pushed all of that straw out. They're not scoring any points from it, and they're not putting the other team under pressure because the other team know they've delivered grain this early. They're going to be able to counter it as soon as they get their grain in, and the advantage is going to swing back the other way very, very easily. This is a very old school, old set of tactics that Manitou is using here, and they're tactics that we know. The whole transport company meta that we're seeing at the moment, that is what this is here to counter.
Right,
And
it
if
looked
you're
like
not doing
Donner.
something unexpected.
It looked like Donnerkill just dropped bales at the barn, so there wasn't any move to try to score them at all.
How do you pronounce that one? I love it.
Me, Donnerkill.
Yeah, it's Donna Kyle, like the name Kyle in the end.
There we go. There you have it.
It means thunderbolt.
Oh.
It's the German word for thunderbolt, just so you know.
Manitou has picked up.
He must have been nice to me and said I got it right then when I was getting it wrong during the scrimmage.
Well, he is. He's English though. He's an American.
Right, he
he's
is
from
American. Yeah. He's been helping me out during my Friday night scrimmage streams. We've moved the time, and he does a lot of the translating for me and helping out with the coordination, because we have Germans staying up until 4 a.m. On those nights playing the scrimmages with us. So 4 a.m. their time.
Crazy people, but then again, you see some German wildcard teams coming in, so scrims are good for something, I guess.
Right. And to be fair, I'm crazy too. I get it. It's 2:23 a.m. for me at the moment, and here I am back again because I love the FSL.
Yeah, so this is clever from Manitou, just waiting until the bonus runs out for the opposing team. There we go. I expect them to start. Yeah, there we go. Start
But
delivering,
LSA,
so they still get the
LSA
bonus.
is now going to make these because they are countering this grain, and they've got 3 bales on there. And as this, of course, as more grain gets done, those bales are going to get faster. So they are going to get in there and score extra points. And LSA are taking advantage of the bonus that they had.
Yeah, they did it well. They're not Kyle. Yeah, well, Chucky, that's just the way you pronounce it if you think about it in German. Let's call him
2.2
Thunderbolt.
to
It sounds more
1.8.
interesting.
We've got a big advantage for LSA here right now. They have managed to hold the bonus in their favor, and as a result, they are scoring 4 points extra for every bale they deliver.
Yeah, and that's bad news really for Manitou, because yesterday they were controlling the multiplier against Astragon in the rounds that they won. So I think that's very important when you're up against transport company to try to have those extra points, because they can bring them in and score a lot at one time and
this
get those
also,
combo points as well.
This also comes down to the fact that all of LSA's grain was delivered during the bonus, during the boost for the grain, whereas Manitou delivered theirs early, and as a result had to use more grain to get to that 3 times multiplier. And that's what's put them at the disadvantage. Again, it's that early grain delivery that they took no advantage of.
By the way,
Exactly.
we do have a giveaway today. There was some questions at the beginning whether there was one or not, but yes, there is a giveaway going on during the stream today on Gleam. Click the link. You can win a copy of some game called Farming Simulator 22 you may have heard about recently, coming out on November 22nd of this year.
Nothing about that whatsoever. What's it about? What's happening?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What
Doing
is
a new
Farming
one?
Simulator
I
about?
haven't
I've never
I
heard
haven't
of this game
seen
before.
Virtual Farmer obsessively detective diving
Well,
into
to be fair, the fact that Alex
videos.
doesn't know anything about the game explains the way he plays, right?
Ow, stop that.
Good to be back, guys. Nice to be back on the team stream.
The super drops the super drop's still out there. It's crazy tool. Neither team really looking interested in moving for the crazy tool. That would press bales for a low amount of straw, but at this point of the game, they may already have the bales that they need. In fact, LSA have 24 bales right now.
The VFN in chat to come and defend me, and there's an eerie silence at the moment.
And that's the insane part if you think about it. I mean, it's only a 7-point difference.
Look at this.
Oh, that's not
the
good.
bale on the back is keeping it upright.
Oh.
Oh, Linux.
Yeah, well, he's just taking a break. But you know, it's
not
money
good.
to even in the lead right now. But if you look at the bales that are out there, you know this is going to change by a lot very soon. Yeah, nice.
There we go.
That was good.
Patience, not trying to get himself off there. He's saved it.
LSA are one of those teams who have been participating in the scrimmages until the wee hours of the morning in Central European time. That's definitely not a strategy that they practice there. Linux getting stuck on the bridge, but practice has been paying off for them. That's for sure.
Yeah, in a very literal sense, because as they are top 8, they get a share of the 15k prize pool. So yeah, they are getting money. So it has paid off. And I'm more interested, not gonna lie, in the other wildcard team that's still there, because that is a super interesting team that we need to talk about once this is happening. For now, we are still on LSA versus Manitou, and it's actually nice to see Manitou again, because Manitou is a team built of German streamers. Humor and Products are very famous German streamers, and it's nice to see the friends playing again, but LSA is just showing them how to play that game properly.
As you say, this is some impressive bale stacking going on.
Not only that, but they just have a vast amount of bales compared to Manitou right now. So Surin's bringing in another full Anderson loader here, although he's got it in operating position and still got across the bridge. I think the camera cut on us there. Yep.
Yeah, that is always tough. That is an impressive drop of bales as well.
Very well done.
That is really nicely done.
Yeah, these guys are on fire, and as I said, I totally see them dominating Manitou, and they actually do.
Look at this.
There's
That's
only
why
a
you see
minute
the John
left.
Deere
and-
get banned a lot, because it is the king of stackers, isn't it?
Absolutely. If you are able to handle it, which is not easy, if you've tried it, yeah, you can do a lot of insane things with it.
Well, if this is anything to go off, you two may be right about LSA taking this in 2. Manitou is going to have to do something different to bridge this gap in the second round, or they're going out here in the quarterfinals.
Their biggest thing they need to do is close up this disparity with the bonus, with the multiplier, because
Right.
Yeah,
That's
but even
what's
if
killing them here
just
at the
just
moment.
reduce like 100 points from LSA and go like, okay, they never had this bonus, and this bonus didn't make up for 100 points, but let's just pretend it did. They're still winning by like 250 points.
There's
Yeah.
Donner Kyle in the middle, by the way. I wanted to just get
Yeah,
that one out
very
there.
nice.
it's a whole 5 extra bales delivered as well.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
and
less
35 is impressive.
grain under the multiplier, more grain delivered overall, less grain delivered under the multiplier. So that there you can see what happened with the overall bale multiplier and why they were at the disadvantage. But yeah, 5 whole bales difference between the two.
So yeah, very well done, LSA. This wildcard team is pretty much qualifying for World Championships right now because they are on fire.
They have been really turning it on, and I mean, here's the thing. Like I said, they've been practicing, but during the scrimmages, but they have to have been doing more than that. They have just been hard at it because you're seeing the improvement over the last couple of months from LSA Esports.
There's
and they're
products.
getting some impressive scores too. This is my first tournament with, of course, we're not in the studio, but this is my first tournament seeing the players in the studio as I'm doing the casting, and there's just something extra special about it, isn't there? Being able to see them, and we saw LSA fist bumping each other after they won that first round. We just saw Manitou kind of strategizing how they're going to improve in the second round. So those are the little bits that you miss out on when the players aren't in person at these events. So it's nice to have the in-person events back again.
And if everything goes well in Germany, and fingers crossed it will, then we will have offline tournaments, or we call them, for the rest of the season.
Right.
Right,
Next
because
month
it
is
is
supposed to be
fantastic.
at Herman, right? And that's going to be really
Exactly.
cool.
Nice.
Yeah, I hope that does end up happening. It's scheduled now, and let's hope it still goes through, because I'm excited to see that from the production hall of Herman, see some live FSL action.
And let's just hope
That
Herman
would
is
be
not
awesome.
playing Trelleborg on day one, then getting out on their own, home turf. That would just be not as much fun.
We are live on YouTube as well, so hello to everyone on YouTube. It's a little bit more quiet over there at the moment, but hello everyone over there, and hi everyone in Twitch, hanging out and chatting with us. We always appreciate all of you in chat, contributing, having fun, asking questions, so welcome everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are absolutely happy to answer as many questions as possible. So, yeah.
Well, don't
Shoot.
say that, because then people are going to try to turn you into Leakerton again and start the probing questions.
That's fine. I'm used to it by now. I do this job for a day or two.
That's fine. I'll answer the questions because I know nothing.
There you go.
I can't leak.
Funnily enough, we leaked a lot during FarmCon, but I wasn't the one.
Yeah,
I
responsible this
believe
time.
I was the only one not leaking a lot. So
I would like to say thank you, because I got a whole extra hour's worth of discussion after the stream.
All right, here we go again. The New Holland T6 is out. Poor Alex. The Deutsch Far. Oh, nope. Wait. Hold on a second.
The ideal is going.
That
The ideal
costs a point to do that, so that's interesting from Manitou.
It is I think it's an attempt to try and counter the transport company setup, to try and reduce how much grain they can get back, but it doesn't seem to be having a big enough effect.
Right.
Well,
Especially if teams are using the multiplier for grains.
exactly. You also have to play it better than they did. I think banning the ideal is a good way, especially with these teams like, LSA we don't know, but like Herman that just, drive over with all the harvesters and then drop it into the auger wagon and then drop it into the silo. So not having the ideal reduces that by a lot. So it is a good idea, but, then it comes down to execution of your tactic, and quite frankly, Manitou didn't look too hot with that. They just didn't.
No, they didn't get enough. They didn't get enough grain. They didn't get enough bales back, and they didn't get enough grain in when they needed to get the grain in.
Have you seen Felden in chat here, Alex? There's leaks coming.
Leaks coming at it.
No.
I did not say that. I said I can't leak because I know nothing.
Fun fact in German: if you feel someone is just completely useless and a little bit stupid, you call him a leek, like Lauch, which is the German word for leek.
That's
the plant that is, not leaking things.
Right. Wonder why we've not adopted that into English. Seems like a good insult, but it's a clean insult almost.
Yeah.
Maybe
Here's
it
your
doesn't have the
chance to
same
make this a
effect.
thing in English.
I'm just checking something because I have a feeling I know why.
So we've got pretty similar
there's-
setups here.
There's a reason why we don't call people stupid in English by calling them a leek. It's because the leek is the Welsh national vegetable. So
Oh.
I don't see your point. Oof.
I gotcha.
No, the Welsh are awesome.
I'm interested.
The Welsh are awesome.
Like, I kind of missed it last time. Is this the same setup Manitou went with? Like, they don't have Archimedes, and I feel like that's a kind of important perk, in my opinion.
I was gonna say that allows you to press extra bales, doesn't it?
No, that Archimedes allows you to empty 50% faster. Anything that holds grain. So,
sorry.
you know, considering that they had the multiplier go against them last time around, you would think that they would want to be able to empty faster for that very purpose. But yeah, very interesting. I've been dabbling in the FSL a little bit. Listen, it's easy for me to sit home and talk about it. My expertise is definitely casting, not playing. I am not a good player of the FSL at all. But when we've been playing, it's almost always you go under pressure Archimedes in the setup. And you see LSA have done that.
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on these two right now.
But it just
especially because
came down,
everyone else is using it, so it makes
I
it
wonder
slower.
if it was just like 1 point or what was the difference. Manitou also reserved this New Holland Baylor as well. So they spent their points on that. They spent 1 point banning the ideal, and then they're not left with enough points to get Archimedes. So they only have Connor Kyle is the only one with a player perk on Manitou.
That makes sense.
Ooh, 129 to 128 first bail.
And I don't get why they picked up that specific Baylor. I don't think I've seen that a lot. Most of them, if they do it, they go for either the Fendt or the John Deere. The New Holland, I don't think I've ever seen someone spend points on it. So it seems they have a clear. They're having fun. That's the good news. I think they have a clear idea of what they want to do. The question is, can they do it?
Right. Yeah, it's interesting because New Holland is 3 points too. They could have gone with 3 of the 2-point Baylors. But I mean, the New Holland, it does have a decent work speed. It holds 3 bales at a time. It has the highest fill volume of all the Baylors too, though. But
And
maybe
it's
they just felt they had to
getting
go with something completely different. I mean, the last round, it looked close until the end. And we saw them chatting in between rounds about what they were going to do to try to mix it up and force a third round. Time will tell if it's going to pay off. We're 30 seconds away from our first drops of the round. Having a look at Connor Kyle, and not sure who is in the harvester at the moment that we're looking at. And then you can see Anton for LSA doing the same thing on the upper part of the screen.
Yeah, it looks quite similar from what the teams are doing, but again, if both teams do the same, it comes down to execution, and I feel like Manitou is not too clean when it comes to that right now. So there's Herbicide, and Bridges lowered. I don't think anyone wants Bridget lowered at the 12-minute mark. No one really cares about that. So Herbicide could be interesting for LSA. For Manitou, both are pointless. They can just ignore them.
I'm just looking over that New Holland Big Baylor, and it does seem to be that it's well, its work speed is pretty fast, which is what I think they're looking at. But yeah, you're right. The fill volume is huge.
Yeah, it's
so
the highest of all of the Baylors, isn't it? So yeah, it's an interesting
So
pick.
you're going to produce fewer bales,
Right.
from the same straw. So
Granted,
it does seem like a weird choice.
Granted, they do have herbicide, so then they can just harvest like every bit of it. They don't have to go around it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's a weird choice.
Chad has an explanation. They go like, the New Holland is the prettiest of all Baylors. So
Yeah,
that's a point.
thanks, Feldon.
I am not disagreeing with that whatsoever.
But there is, well, you know, style points is not a thing in the FSL. You need to score bail points. So This is not helping.
Yeah, so the New Holland is the fastest of the ones that hold 3 bales by 2 kilometers an hour, but then it's 200 more liters of straw that it takes to press a bale. So it's definitely like a trade-off. The Corona has a bigger width than the New Holland, so I don't know. I'm intrigued. The New Holland is a narrow baler too, though. So
yeah, so it doesn't destroy crops as a result. But you'd have thought, looking at the case baler would be a better choice overall, and it's almost identical to the New Holland, I think.
Right. I'm going to have to make a note and remember on the next FSL Scrim Friday night stream to ask Donner, what was with that? Give me the lowdown on the New Holland baler. Because we sit here all the time and we speculate about this and that. And these teams are making these decisions for a reason, right? They have a strategy in mind that they're going for.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not it actually pays off for them that is the real question.
Sad part is usually the last times I was casting, I was like, oh man, I hope we get offline tournaments again, because then I can just ask them, during the break, and then deliver answers. This time I could, but I'm not in the studio, so not helping.
Donna Kyle is using the case baler, which is which I think is a better choice. And the reason why they've got to use either the case, the New Holland, or the Crone, because those 3 carry 3 bales. So when you're running a non-transport company setup, you need to use one of those 3 balers. It is just a case of which of those 3 you use. And I'm just looking at the stats of them. The horsepower is lower on the case in the New Holland. And then the fill volume is less on the case than the New Holland. So to me, it does look like that is the better of those 3 balers to use is that case one.
So there's some question in chat about the New Holland baler having care wheels or not, and then saying that balers don't. But yeah, no, the New Holland big baler and the case are marked in the stat sheet as having care wheels or narrow tires. I assume it's the same designation as the care wheel tractors in the stat sheet. Shows narrow with it marked. So yeah, that's maybe part of the strategy as well, because we have seen Donner Kyle go with the care wheel tractor. So maybe that's part of their first bale strategy. But as we can see, it didn't really pay off. It only gave them 1 extra point. So was it worth spending the points to reserve it? And then just switch to a different baler anyways? I'd argue it wasn't.
Yeah, it's not a case of they actually have care wheels. It's a case of for the FSL, they don't destroy crops. That's what we mean by narrow tires or care wheels in this. So those 2 balers, the New Holland and the case, they don't destroy crops. So you can drive through crops at full speed.
So I like that one, by the way. The case is a very nice looking baler as well. There, I said it.
Speaking of case, looking at 2 cases there, and then we've got 2 New Hollands for LSA. So they're doing the grain chain strategy here.
And they do have grain multiplier. Both of them do. So
by the way,
grain chain. That's
it
nice.
really is interesting. Of course, the ideal was banned here, but it's nice to see some other harvesters other than the ideal used, because it was relayed to me when I first started doing these scrimmage streams and actually having to play myself, that the reason the ideal is picked a lot is because it has the biggest grain tank. That's one thing, but the header is small enough to fit over there at the silo. But now these teams are just lowering the header and they can get through with these giant cutters anyways, so it doesn't really matter. You got to lower the header and make sure you drive straight through, and you can make it.
I'm just looking at the difference in stats between those that case and that New Holland. It seems that Manitou have gone with the case for the wider cutter, so they can cut more of the field at one go. Whereas LSA have gone for New Holland because it has ever so slightly larger grain tank and a slightly quicker work speed.
Yeah, and I feel grain tank is one of the main things you want to go for right now, because just the way the meta plays out, the grain tank is that make or break thing with the bonus. That's why the
mean,
ideal is that heavily picked. And by the way, I love the ideal. So every time I see it, I'm super happy because I think it's a beautiful harvester.
It is.
And then again, at the same time, I'm super sad because I'm like, oh, it's that thing again. Like, you know,
Advantage
something else is
is
nice.
to Manitou. Manitou have a 2-point advantage on the Bale multiplier.
Yeah, and this is something
They've
different
played
from the
this
first
much
game.
better.
You know? I mean, first game it was LSA having a 2-point advantage, a 4-point advantage even, and this time it's Manitou having a 2-point advantage. So it's looking better for them.
Look at the difference in bales, though, right now.
Yeah, that is the
22 to
sad
10. And with Transport Company, Surin is out gathering them now. I assume that he's already brought in a stack. Yeah, there we go. Actually, this is the other team
That's
we're looking
Manitou.
at now.
But
Yeah.
this is the thing. Manitou, what Manitou have to do is they'll have a lot of straw out there. They have to have their 2 balers going out there and constantly bringing back bales to counter the Transport Company now. That is the only way they're going to win this. They've successfully countered the advantage with the grain, and in fact have given themselves an advantage with the grain. They now need to build on this just by continually bringing bales back.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have less bales than the other team as long as you deliver the same amount or more, right? You can have like 50 bales. If you only deliver 10, that's still no points. So as long as Manitou is pressing bales and delivering as many as LSA does right now, they are good because they're in the lead, but they have to, and they have let's say not that many bales left, while LSA has 25, which is a lot.
Super multiplier switch is
completely
going to
useless
make,
right now.
Yeah, no difference to anybody. Well,
yeah,
This is
only
one
a
of
little
the
bit of a
super
difference
drops.
to LSA, but
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those super drops, though, that it's only really useful to go for if you're already ready to score bales, because as we saw, it was only going to last for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
So
it's 15 seconds. It would have been 15 seconds for Manitou and 25 seconds for LSA.
Yes.
For the team who has the larger multiplier, they want to get it basically to cut the amount of time down that the other team can have it if the other
Right.
team is going for it.
I get it. Still
Yeah, because-
doesn't seem very useful if you're not ready to score like at that
Oh, no.
moment.
No,
Yeah.
it's just so the reason it is handled the way it is if you are the team with the higher multiplayer, there is a tactical advantage of picking it up because you reduce the amount of time that the other team gets your advantage. You know?
Right.
But most of the time, this thing is, well, ignored, I'd say. Multiplayer switch is something people are just not using a lot.
But it seemed like neither team was in a position where they could take advantage of the super drop. Neither of them
No.
were out there looking for it.
It's definitely something we need to look into after the season. Like, if multiplayer switch stays in for next season, we might heavily increase the time because no one is going for 20 seconds. But make this 2 minutes and see, like, you know, the story evolves.
Right.
But
Even just a
suppose-
minute would be a lot different.
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
it?
I mean, 2 minutes, there was just...
Right.
Well,
But as
the
long as
point
you
I
had
was
enough
making
time
there
to
wasn't
grab it and then also score points, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, it wasn't a case of either team looking at it and going, actually, that's no use. It was neither team was even looking for the super chat. No matter what could have dropped there, neither team was looking to get it.
This is
Yeah,
a close one,
I mean-
under 2 to go, but LSA just has the bale advantage right now.
And both teams pretty much don't have to, right? If you look at the
Yeah.
stats, LSA has so many bales. They're like we don't have any time to go for the super drops. We need to get these bales in. And for Manitou, they're like, well, we are in the lead, but we need to keep pressing and delivering bales. No time for the
Yes.
super drop, basically.
Yeah. But
So
it was interesting where last tournament we had teams getting the super drop, and that was the thing deciding the match.
Absolutely.
This
And
is
it
an
could happen
interesting
here as
strategy
well.
we see LSA doing where Surin has, most of the time, you don't want to have it in operating position when you're coming in because you can get stuck on the bridge, but he's doing a really nice job of bringing it in that way and then unloading the bales rather quickly near the belt. This is going to be a close finish under a minute here.
That's a lot of bales to get in 50 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is the right strategy to get them all, to the conveyor belt. I feel like bringing them in on the lower barn entrance and then just bringing some of the, well, there weren't enough on the fend, of course. I was just about to say, and then just getting everything else in with the fend would be useful. But then again, they are just showing me that they know exactly what they are doing.
662 to 643. This is close.
Yeah, but there are a lot of points coming in again for LSA. There are still enough bales out there for Manitou as well. However, I feel like this is not enough. No, it won't be enough.
No, Matt, this is going to be LSA's game.
Yeah, there are only 2 bales left for Manitou. LSA has done it.
Here comes the fist bumps again.
LSA
again in the semifinals 2 months in a row.
2 months in a row, and that means they will get a lot of circuit points again. And if you think about after the first time, they were on the they were 11th.
They were 11th.
Yeah,
they're 11th coming in.
They're at least 10th because they are going over Batner. Yeah.
Well.
Yeah. They need 60 points to get to 9th. They win the next one.
They need to win the next one, and then they will. That's where it stops, right? You can't reach John Deere even if you win the tournament, and you can't reach Lindner Mine Sanity, especially because they are still getting points. Krone Hermann, impossible. Valtra and Corteva are not getting any points, but they are so far ahead they stay where they are. And then there is Trelleborg, of course, and let's not start talking about these guys. They are gone.
Interestingly, if Horriman or Krone today win, they can get to equal third with Volt.
Yeah, they can get
90 points gets them equal third.
Trelleborg and Corteva stay where they are. Nothing is going to change to these two.
Yeah.
Whatever happens today, it's not going to change. Hermann and Krone, they both have the chance to get third.
Valtra missed out on a chance to make it into second. Like, they've had so much momentum. And then coming into this weekend, they're probably thinking, all right, if Corteva get knocked out again and we make it, we can start to climb into second place after all this work we've done. And
they only needed
DJK knocked him out. Crazy.
They only needed to get into these finals to take second. They're only 40 points behind Corteva.
Right.
And
well, they needed to reach semifinals though, because quarterfinals just gives you 30 points.
Just 30. I thought it was 40. Okay, so 30 points. Oh yeah.
Well, sad times for the herbicide perk there, and anything other than transport company, really, unfortunately. It's just showing that maybe it worked on Saturday, but not going to work more than likely on a Sunday event. Manitou gave it their best there, and I feel like I'd be amiss to not mention that the American has gone out here early, so I'm sad over here with Donner Kyle on Team Manitou, the dual national. Who now lives in Germany, moved over there to do his residency. We'll be back with more FSL 8th tournament of the season.
Oh yeah, with a very interesting game, so stay tuned.
to the Farming Simulator 8th tournament, live from the studio in Erlangen. Although, unfortunately, I'm not there, and neither of my co-hosts, Keminator or Lissatan. Hello, guys.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm there all week, but then once the tournament happens, I'm at home. So, you know.
That's right. You've got your Shrine of Ray behind you to give you power here during this commentary.
Dude. I'm removing it right now, by the way.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I'm switching it to a Shrine of Masters of the Universe. Anyway,
Okay.
let's have a look back at what just happened. We saw LSA, which is a wildcard team, winning over Manitou 2-0.
Yeah, entered the semifinals for the second time and doing it in style, beating them in 2 out of the 3 rounds. We didn't need the third.
Yeah, and with only 2 tournaments coming before the World Championships start, and with the way the teams are playing right now, they are pretty much locked in for World Championships now.
Yeah.
With that.
Yeah, you could come in actually at the moment as a wildcard team, and if you make it into the finals, you have enough points.
Good bit of work by
the,
Linux here, by the
overall.
way. That could have been disastrous. And Linux handled that right on the drawbridge well, and it didn't seem to really slow LSA down enough to make a difference.
And Anton doing some beautiful stacking there. Although this set of bales didn't seem to decouple from each other when he unloaded them. So they were having some problems with that for a moment.
So this is the first round, and they actually had 2 of the New Holland balers that first round. The one they reserved, and then the one that they picked up off the pod, and then they went with the case in the New Holland the second time around.
Yeah, they really love it. I mean,
this was a really close first
exactly
bale.
what they want.
They cut away, but it was like 1 point difference, neck and neck.
It was a good set of first bale points from both teams in both rounds of this match.
Yeah, and
they both
I
scored
can't
the
stress
high
enough how
120s.
important that is to have a good first bale, because if you deliver that one late, you might be 3 or 4 bales behind by just not delivering a bale.
I think we had a match last time where they just didn't deliver the first bale.
Yeah,
And we were sitting here.
Yeah, there's like a slight
scratching our
strategy
heads.
that you have to weigh. Like, is it worth with transport company, especially obviously on these events, you want to get the first bale bonus because it's important. But as that was the end of the highlights there.
There were
With
only
transport company,
about
is it as important?
70
Maybe
points.
you want to press bales instead and just get as many as possible. I would argue.
I think Manitou were definitely on the right track that second game. They were having they got grain in and they got within 70 points. I think a little bit of extra work and they could have actually won that.
Absolutely. But let's talk about which I think is the most important and most interesting match of quarterfinals, because it's the one coming up now. It is My Insanity versus Herman. And why do I think it's so important? Well, if you look at the standings, it's Herman, Krone, and My Insanity being tied for 4th. And 4th means that you are one of the 4 group heads, right? And there they are.
All smiles for My Insanity and all business by Herman there as they walked in.
So let's talk about the way the World Championship works. Is the top 4 will be the 4 group heads. So making it to the top 4 is super important. Right now, 4th place is shared by these 2, Herman and My Insanity, and Krone.
Right.
So the winner of that game right here will be 4th in sole possession of 4th, unless Krone wins. But they have to play against Trelleborg.
As I say, I think Krone have got the short straw out of these 3 teams.
Absolutely do. So whoever wins this game might be in sole possession of 4th place until the next tournament starts, unless Lindner pulls off something completely insane, because they are playing later today against DJK Ehrenfeld. So yeah, most important match of that round, because this is the fight for 4th place, unless Krone will just destroy Trelleborg.
Now that would be an upset. That would be a really interesting upset to decent.
Which is super sad if you think about it, because Krone is 4th place, right? And for them to beat 1st place is an upset.
Yeah.
That just shows how good Trelleborg is. I mean,
well, you could end up if Krone beat Trelleborg, you could end up with a 2 4th place final, which would be huge.
That would be exactly what I'm looking for. I really don't want to see Trelleborg win it all again. It's getting a little bit stale. But if they
Vulture have been
really
doing
good.
it recently, but they're not here today to challenge Trelleborg.
I'm hoping for
can
for
anyone
another
stand
team.
against them?
Maybe it's Herman's time again, because they should have won the last one.
Yeah, they really
more
did. They shot
regular
themselves
set
in the
of,
foot, didn't they, in the second round? That Herman really should have beat Vulture last time, and it
If
just
in the second round they would just have delivered the bales to the
they
lower
needed
barn
one
door.
more, right?
Yeah, they would have won. They had like 8 lying there, and they weren't able to bring them into the barn for like 8 seconds.
Right.
And one of them would have been enough.
It was just an
was
error after an error. So yeah, they did have an impressive showing up until that moment last month. So you're right. It'll be interesting to see who wins this.
Have reserved themselves an ideal combine as a no baler, whereas Herman have gone for the case combine and the Fent baler. Much more
I don't see the
banning
Steyr
phase
picked
here.
a lot. It's not one
No,
that
we
gets
haven't
picked
seen
a
it in a
lot.
while. It used to be Meta last season, but it completely dropped out of Meta in season 3. And now it's back.
And that big Vulture is getting more popular. We're seeing that picked more and more these days.
Yeah, absolutely. And this John Deere has always been popular. So.
Yeah, if it's not banned, I mean, the Lindner was banned this time, so of course you're gonna go with the John Deere instead, anyways, most of the time. It seems like those two are the most popular stackers, but usually teams tend to go with the John Deere, and then if it gets banned, then they go with the Lindner.
Yeah, and that's probably why there is no point in banning it, because there is an alternative you can use. So most
Mind Sanity not going with Archimedes again here. They reserved the Baylor instead.
And also interesting
so
choice that Mind Sanity have also gone with 2 large tractors rather than one with some care wheels on it.
Yeah, this was something that we were starting to see a little bit more yesterday. The bigger tractors are becoming a little bit more popular all of a sudden. And My Insanity yesterday beat Perdinger. Did I say that right, Lars? Can you say that one for us?
My Insanity?
No, I can say My Insanity. Of course not that one.
Pottinger, as I like to call them.
What? What are we talking about? I'm so confused.
Yeah, no.
Are we talking about these guys?
Yesterday was My Insanity versus Perdinger, right? How do you say
Perdinger.
that team? Yeah, okay. I was close.
Yeah. You see, I
you
called
say
it
it so
Well-
much more efficiently than I do.
The only difference between the way you pronounce it and me is that in English the double T is softer. It almost sounds like a D, Perdinger.
Right.
But in German it is a T, so we speak it as a T, Perdinger.
Oh yeah. So Pottinger is actually correct then.
Yeah. Well, it's the O with the dots is an so it's Pertinger, but yeah, that's fine.
Pertinger.
Anyways, they're not here today because My Insanity knocked them out.
If
so
you want
we
something to
digress.
sound German, just try to be as angry as possible. It's not Pertinger, it's Pertinger, and then you are right.
So yeah, they knocked out first in two games yesterday. My Insanity won that one, 836 to 431 in the first, 906 to 491 in the second. So they were scoring high points, but their opponents not scoring a lot
No,
in their own
Pertinger
right.
is not, it's not one of the stronger teams. It's actually one of the weaker teams. So.
And then Herman actually went to 3 rounds against Bednar. They won the first round. Bednar came back and won the second one, 828 to 761. 3 more bales into the top made the difference. And then Herman bounced back and won it in the third game, 839 to 803.
So yeah, well, we shouldn't forget that Batner is one of the teams we expected to do super well this season, because it's the old JCB Czech team, but for some reason they are not doing too good this season. They are not too hot. Still a good team though, so it's just not that easy to beat them. Herman did well, and yeah, we will see if they are able to win it all today. So what's your favorite to do an upset? I expect how do you pronounce that? DJK?
DJK,
DK,
AFL.
yeah.
Yeah, I expect them to do very well, to be super hot.
Yeah, I mean, they knocked out Vulture. That's saying something in its own right just to get here today. So you would think,
I was
based
gonna
off
say,
of that
if
performance
they
alone.
were able to knock out Vulture, they have a shot at knocking out Trelleborg.
Yeah, but first they need to beat Lindner, I guess. I think it's Lindner they play against, but yeah, that's doable after you beat Valtra for sure. But for now, it's My Insanity versus Herman. Both teams are just, taking it slow. 12-minute drop just happened. It's silo close, which is super sad. I hate when that happens. And bail drop. They're probably picking up bail drop, so why not? Yeah, my favorite situation is at 8 minutes, you get grain boost and silo closed. That's the
Right.
real fun of an 8-minute drop.
Grain boost and silo closed, yeah. Do you get your own boost, or do you try and disrupt the other players as much as possible?
It turns into a game of chicken, basically. Whoever picks first has to go with grain boost, and then the other one goes with silo close with haha, and then starts delivering. So it is a game of chicken.
I wanted to respond to someone in chat saying, British Boatman says, I forget how insane the FSL can be. Well, we're glad you're reminded. It's always a fun time doing these events.
And it gets madder every single time.
Yeah, some
Absolutely.
crazy stuff happens for sure. We were talking about that final last month, Baltra and Herman, who are in this one here, and I thought for sure that Herman were taking that one. And then in the second round, it was just error after error, and it was entertaining for us, but it had to be disappointing from Herman's perspective. So they must be hungry coming in this week or this month and trying to right their wrongs and clean up those mistakes a bit. As the belt is stopped for Herman.
My Insanity needs to score points. Score points now, My Insanity. Just get 2 bales on.
Well, and they got the one bale moved over with the bale drop at the 12th minute. So there's one over there already, at least.
Yeah.
But is it worth the time to go over there? That's the thing. Is it worth the time to go score 30 points now and waste time that you could be, getting more bales pressed?
Probably is not. I like the jerseys of My Insanity. I mean, My Insanity is an esports organization, a Swiss one, playing a lot of esports games, and you can tell by the jerseys, having all these sponsors everywhere and stuff.
Right.
Herman, of course, it is a company that's in LS22. And these 3 guys are actually working for Herman. So during the week, they are building the halls, or whatever they do, I don't know. And then on the weekend, they are dominating FSL. Awesome.
I'm right in thinking My Insanity organised the esports event that we did for
Hero Fest.
Hero Fest. That's the
Hero
one.
Fest Switzerland is it is the biggest
is
German-speaking LAN tournament or LAN event in the world. German-speaking. And yeah, that one is organized by My Insanity and our old friend Matt, who worked for My Insanity, then worked for Giants for a year, and now is back at My Insanity doing Hero Fest.
Ah, okay, cool.
And because that was we did the first season of the FSL when it was called the Farming Simulator Championship. I remember flying out there.
I remember your
doing
journey
that.
of a nightmare, basically.
Oh, that was insane, that journey. But so much fun.
So, Drop and Sport, it's Grain multiplayer and Bridges lowered. So, I got 50% of the exciting one. The other 50% weren't possible because they dropped at 12 minutes. But now I wonder how this will turn out for My Insanity, because Herman did not unload anything. They are just like, yeah, whatever, and brought everything into position to unload a ton of grain. But they need the multiplier, and I guess they're gonna pick it up now. There we go. Neo Prince is picking it up. Boom.
And
That's when the
Here
fun
we
part
go.
starts.
Two full harvesters. So with
the harvesters
the
aren't emptying. Oh, because he hadn't got any space in his overloader.
that's nearly 29,000 more liters right there in the harvesters, and then 30,000 already in the auger wagon too. So definitely going to be able to
Look
get
at
the
how
multiplier
fast
in their
this is
favor.
with Bonus and Archimedes. It's just like, yeah.
Oh, wow. And here we go. So, my Insanity now countering, but they do not have the
that
green
is
to
a
counter
duel they
this.
can't win, actually. So Herman's doing pretty well. And we shouldn't forget that Herman, they are the ones inventing the tactic everyone is playing right now. So I'm always, if these guys play, I'm always wondering if they do something again to surprise everyone. My Insanity is done. That's where they are. 2.3,
but it's going back the other way.
Right.
And now it's Herman time. And there we go. This is
wow.
now going into insane territory.
That's 6 extra points every bale. That is just devastating.
Yeah. And they also have more bales as well. There are 17 bales out there for My Insanity and 19 for Herman. However, My Insanity is leading by about 100 points, give or take.
But with a 6-point advantage, that will not take long for
no, it won't
Herman
take long
to catch up.
Having a look at My Insanity now, and an incredible mouse in chat says that I just noticed when they spectate, the player can't see the grain or bales of the other team, only the combo, which makes sense. You are correct.
Yeah. There are a lot of things that only us can see, like, you know, grain and bales for both teams. It's on us. Same for the ghost view that we see every now and then. These players can't see the ghosts of the other team. They have to have a look at the minimap. They can't just see what we see. We just make this nice for you guys, so that you know what's going on. And by the way,
Prince.
Oh yeah.
Neo Prince out with the baler, N805, collecting more bales on the Anderson loader currently. As we're looking at Lars now for My Insanity doing the same thing.
Yeah. Did they always have a Lars? I wonder, because I would probably have remembered him.
Yeah, I know. I think that's new, and I was wondering that as well. We have Lars commentating on Lars today. I feel like we might open some sort of space-time continuum if we're not careful.
Who knows? No, it's they brought in their substitute player, which might be not a disadvantage. Maybe he's the new superstar, you know, playing all the games. Maybe not. We don't know.
PB
For
doing
now,
some
they're doing well.
nice stacking there. That's a lot of bales though on this stacker.
Here comes
We're
the
about to
super
get a
drop. Bottom boost. This could be huge for whoever gets it. They both have transport company. They both had some bales loaded on the Anderson loader already. As we see someone from Herman, I believe it was, going towards it at the moment.
Yeah, well, if they get that one and then just drop the whole Anderson into the lower thing, then, you know, nightmare incoming for...
Is either team going to get this?
Yeah, Herman are going for it. It looks like it's Neo Prince running for it on foot. Right. Why not just go straight for it?
Just get it!
What are you doing?
No, he needs to wait for the Anderson to go into a position.
But what if the other team get it at the same time?
45 seconds.
He will check the minimap and make sure, you know, he uses the minimap to see if the other team is going for it. But
I would say you grab it because you've got 45 seconds then to use it, and even if you don't use it, you've prevented the other team using it.
That was risky.
And now there are a lot of points. And My Insanity is like, oh my god, there is a combo coming.
Definitely. Ready to try to counter.
They know that there is a combo coming with the Anderson just going boom, boom,
and
boom,
they're
boom.
getting points per bale.
Yeah, of course it's counted.
Okay, well, that might even things out, the counter.
Yeah, the counter will help a lot.
30 bonus points there for my insanity for countering the Bale-tastic.
Look at that point difference now.
Yeah,
Now-
but to be fair, my thing still has 27 bales out there, right?
But
Right.
it's all about, can they get them all in time?
Yeah, they
Yeah.
probably can. There's 2 minutes left. This should be enough. For Herman, they need to get the bales that they still have out there. It's 10, and there are 5 of them.
We're looking at
Bottom
Lars.
boost is the bottom diggity.
These are going to probably have to go into the bottom with only like 2 minutes, under 2 minutes to
Yeah.
go now. I'm not sure Lars has enough time to get these back, unload them, and then stack them on the belt. And
Oh, God.
unfortunately, they need all the extra points they can get right now trying to play catch up, but there's just not a lot of time.
Having a guy there that's named Lars is just a nightmare during commentating. All the time, like, why is commentator talking about me? Well, it's not me. Oh god. Yeah, well, it looks good for Herman though.
There is no
Nice.
collision on those bits of the bridge.
No, and if I'm not mistaken, he just raised the thing. What's the English word for it? Pickup thingy.
Right.
In
You
German
got
would
it.
be
That's,
Zange,
that's good enough.
But I have no idea what
The pickup, the grabber.
8 more
Yeah,
the
bales
graph
whatever you wanna
coming
was.
in
And I
here.
think he raised it for like a couple of seconds and then
Seconds.
brought it back down again. Looked good. So here we go. 1 minute left, and there are the points mindset he needs to turn this around.
So they are going to try to stack some of these on the top, and they do need the extra points, but it's going to be
Absolutely.
there's not a lot of time. There's not enough time to get all of them in the top.
No, but they need to, because Harman are getting them in, and they have a points advantage getting them at the top.
Yeah, I don't think that there's enough time to get all of the bales up through the top on the conveyor, as Jan is also now getting stuck for my insanity and look of disgust there.
You can see this slipping away from my insanity at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely can. And this super drop helped a lot, to be fair. I mean, you know, just getting all the bales in very quick means that your stacker has time to do something else, because
Yes.
usually your stacker would just stay there
And
and stack
there are
all the bales,
there
but
are
they didn't
no
have to.
bales there for my insanity. It is all over.
I just wanted to
and-
point out, did Alex just say that his insanity is starting to slip on him here? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I'm also confused. I don't know why he's still stating that it's starting to slip. I think we are way past that point for
It went a
months.
long time ago.
Yeah, that was nice. My son, they are unhappy. You can tell. They're like, "What the hell is going on?" This one is yelling
that
at his
is
frustrating.
friends.
Time to improve, but I mean, that to be fair to them, that bottom boost, if they were to get that instead of Herman there, maybe it goes the other
mean,
way,
Mike
because
says
the
he-
points difference wasn't that much.
39 bales delivered. That is a lot.
And
Right.
39 bales delivered and losing is a hell of a lot.
Well, that
Yeah,
bottom
and that's
boost
just
definitely
because of
helped, and then
bottom
the multiplier as well. Herman had it in their control. They had all that grain that they delivered. See, 20,000 extra liters there.
Nice.
I like these guys though. I totally like
Yeah.
Herman. They are awesome. They do have
Very
a
good team.
farming simulator mobile. Like it was a very German way to say it. It's a farming simulator car, basically. In German would be this farming simulator mobil, which is just a
Okay.
green car with
Oh,
the farming
yeah.
simulator league logo on the side of it, and that's what they use to drive to the tournament.
Oh, well, that's cool.
Like, you know, a team
Wow.
car. The
Can I
farming
get one of
simulator.
those
Like the Batmobile.
when I relocate to Chicago?
Yeah, we'll look into this. You might get a Bobby car.
A bit like,
I've actually
a bit
lived
like
without a
the,
car for
the
like
FSL truck.
8 years now, so I'd rather not have one, to be honest.
Yeah, these guys look confused as well.
Insanity is slip-ons.
I just noticed that Steven, aka Red Cat, is wearing a shirt that says !sync. Can we get that to say !desync? Because we use that command in our chat a lot.
That sync is actually something he uses on his stream. It's
Oh,
one
okay.
of his. There are a couple of, you know, every streamer has these couple of phrases that they use all the time. For him, it's sync and heidenei, which doesn't mean anything, really.
Okay.
It's something like, oh my gosh, just in a very, very weird way.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. Steve is an amazing guy. Working with him and casting with him was fun, but it's good to be with you guys again because I think, well, with Terminator, I speak every day right now for some weird reason. But Watch the Farmer, Alex, we haven't spoken in a while, so it's good to be back.
So it's nice. I say it many times, both on my own streams and on here. I miss coming out for the FSL. It's awesome doing it like this, but I do miss being there in person doing it.
Look at the is that like a good luck charm tractor there sitting in front of one of the teams?
Yeah, probably is.
And here we go.
Game 2. I still think Herman has the most awesome game pictures.
Yeah, they have some pretty good team pictures for sure. You are right. They've got a nice mix of like serious and silly at the same time from all of their players.
Yeah, I'm a fan of that team just for the sole reason of these pictures. I want to see them play as often as possible to just have these pictures coming up again and again and again. So, Lindner Lindrak is out. That only makes sense if you kick the John Deere as well, because otherwise you just pick up the John Deere and no one gives a damn about the Lindner.
I agree about that. Like I don't understand why you banned one and not the other. Maybe Mind Sanity is going to ban it. Let's see.
It's also a difficult thing. What do you ban when you're both using the same strategy? Because you want these tractors, but you can't ban your opposition from getting them.
Right.
As a result.
2 care wheel tractors banned by Herman there. The Fent and the Case.
And they most likely pick up the Styre again.
Right. Yep, because it still is in play. The Styre and also the Valtra G145, but its horsepower is kind of lacking compared to the others. Transport Company, no surprise. Case, Harvester, and the Fent Baylor reserved by Herman. The Ideal reserved by Mind Sanity. There it is. You called it. N805 going with Archimedes again. Jan going with Under Pressure. So if you're wondering what all these perks are, the stat sheet on the FSL website is the best place to go for this information that we're looking at when we're doing the commentary. You can see all the drops, all the team perks, player perks, all the other information about all the vehicles and what their capabilities are as well. So Under Pressure just allows you to, it increases the baler straw intake amount. So just you bale faster is the basic explanation of it. And Archimedes allows you to unload grain from harvesters, auger wagons, and if you have the big haul team perk, the big haul truck as well, 50% faster unloading of grain. And here we go. Round 2.
I'm wondering if the speed is the advantage that partly the advantage that Herman's getting. They've got the Styre, which allows them to go through crops, and they've got the Archimedes, which allows them to unload faster.
Yeah, I guess so. And I just realized that, sitting with you guys, you pronounce all these guys so differently from me. N805, that's what you say.
Right.
I just go with lead speak. I always call him Nitos.
Oh, well, that's not bad. I never even thought of it that way.
And the funny thing is, it works in German because night, so N8, night, in German is N8, Nacht, which means night. So it's Nachtos in German and Nitos in English, and both works. I'm not even sure if it's correct. Never been able to ask him, but that's just what I go with. I just hope it's not too bad. But even if I'm not there, so you can't punch me.
Well, at least we know that we're pronouncing Lars correctly. At least I hope.
Yes.
Since we have Lars on Mind Sanity. We don't want to get that one right. As long as we get that one right, we can get the rest wrong.
It's true.
You might be right.
I use lead speak to pronounce Jan, because that's... Or Jan, because that's,
Yeah, right.
It's easy, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we might be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong and it's actually N805. Maybe you are wrong and it's actually Nitos. Maybe we are all wrong and it's completely different.
And it's completely something else.
Well, Lars, you stream some on your own, and Alex streams, and I stream for Giants now. I used to stream on my own, and we all know that there's always those that come into chat, and you're like, okay, I know I'm butchering your name because it's got all these different characters in it. How in the world do I say that?
Yeah. Difference between streaming on YouTube versus Twitch. YouTube, there are fewer names that I get wrong.
Having a look at Herman there. Look at all the focused faces. I love seeing the players back in the studio and being able to actually commentate on it and see the reactions. We saw My Insanity get a little bit upset after that first round. They know they have to improve here or they're going out.
Yeah, they need to do something about, and no narrow tires. They need to
So
do something
slow.
about Herman just running away with the game. And 4th place, just can't stress it enough, because this is the fight for 4th place.
I wonder why, like, if you don't have the care wheels, you don't like start harvesting and like clear a path around the horse, so then that doesn't happen when you come to grab it.
I was just thinking how odd it was that My Insanity, who don't have any care wheel tractors, hadn't cleared a path, and Horriman, who do have a care wheel tractor, had cleared a path.
Right.
Just seems a little bit weird, that. And there we go, drop right in the middle of everybody.
Oh, there's my
raised
favorite.
and direct delivery.
Direct delivery. I'm always talking about direct delivery and how I would use it, because I definitely would. And no one else seems to like it. So this thing is way weaker than I think it is, I guess, because I'm always like, why are you not using this? It's awesome.
Right, especially at this point in the game, why not? I mean,
it's also a 1.3 times multiplier. You'd have thought they would have jumped all over that.
Right.
Yeah. And no one does.
I would guess it disrupts their strategy overall, though, as well. You know, if you're doing a 1.3 times and a direct delivery now, you're not going to have your harvester and your grain and everything where you want it at the point you want it.
Yeah, for Herman, definitely, because they are only unloading once. At least that's what they did last game. But if you aim on unloading twice anyway, you know, why not? Why not getting that little bit of extra grain while harvesting? I don't know. It seems to be not as good as I make it in my mind. But and here's exactly what we see. My Insanity probably unloading right away. Yeah, they do. And Herman, if they just stick to their tactic, they will just position the Steyr there and then leave without doing anything. That's exactly what's happening here. So My Insanity will get the bonus again for no reason.
And this is what cost My Insanity it last time. They're not delivering that under any kind of multiplier. And that's a killer.
Well, it depends, right? There doesn't have to be a multiplier in the 8-minute drop.
Oh,
if it's there, then yeah, well. But if it's not there, then
the odd thing is there's a multiplier there at the moment that they haven't taken. I'm just not quite sure why they're not taking advantage of the multipliers that are there for them to take advantage of.
Yeah, I never get that. This is confusing to me. For Herman, everything is going fine. Yes, their belt stopped, but they don't really care right now. They are just executing their tactic, waiting for the 8-minute drop, and then they will start delivering. We've seen it in the last game. We're gonna see it again in that game. Well, no, it's all about pressing bales because they don't have any. Well, they do have 2 now, but you know, that just started. Jan is doing the same thing, starting to press bales, making sure they get some. And he doesn't look too happy. That's team captain.
This is what confuses me about My Insanity's tactics here. Is that they have delivered. We've seen from the way that Horriman does it that they do not have to deliver grain at this point, and yet they do, despite the fact they have no bales to take advantage of it from.
And if Herman is anything to go after, we might see the meta switch again to just 1 delivery later. Because as I said, Herman, they defined the meta last time. They're probably going to define it again. interesting.
I fully expect a similar set of tactics to be being used by Trelleborg. I'm expecting sort of a single delivery later on.
Yeah, probably. That looks good. Very nice. Do they hit a house? Yeah, they do.
Caught on the building.
I was just about to be like, I am not brave enough to attempt this because I would crash into the building, and it happens
here we
anyways.
go, and there is the
Great
multiplier. It's there. It happens a lot during the 8-minute mark right now. And this is always a game changer. So both teams will get that one. And these guys are probably happy that it comes now, that all the grain is in position. These guys, not so much, I guess.
It is going to kick my insanity again.
Yeah.
And here we go. Orban grabbing it. And grain will start being delivered. There we go. Like clockwork.
And for these guys, it's the same. Grain will be picked up by PB400. Do it. I'm not doing lead speak on that one because that would be PBO.
Maybe that is what it is. I just wanted to point out there is a giveaway in chat, guys, for Farming Simulator 22. You can win a copy of it. So click that Gleam link and go enter all the ways you can enter, and maybe you'll get lucky and win a copy of Farming Simulator 22. Coming out November 22nd.
We're expecting a 2.3 to 1.7 here again.
Yeah, most likely.
This is a complete replay.
So grain is done for my insanity. That's where they are. It's 2.1 to 1.9, but there are 12,000 liters left for Herman, and there we go.
And under the multiplier. Oh, it's not quite so. No.
Oh, there are 3,000 left. All good. He has to just do the triangle run.
Trying to keep everything running, but here we go.
That's it.
And there we are. 2.3 to 1.7.
I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah. To be fair, though, they did have the advantage last time, but I would say it was really the bottom boost super drop that made the difference for them winning in the end, to be able to get those in so easily and score the maximum amount of points. So maybe this time my insanity needs the super drop to go in their favor.
Having said that, though, the bottom boost wasn't that big an advantage because they got countered. Their combo got countered. So it could have been much bigger than it was.
It could have been bigger, but at the same time, they didn't have to spend all the time,
and
stacking them up.
It's one of the disadvantages with the Enders, and that's why teams stop doing that, unload the whole Anderson on the belt thing after 2 or 3 tournaments. It's so easy to counter. Because you know exactly when it starts, you get like 14 bales in a row. It's that easy. My
insanity didn't lose from not delivering enough bales. They had 6 more bales delivered last time than Horriman did.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a case of my insanity had a problem getting their bales back. They delivered more bales than their opponents. It's this multiplier. This multiplier absolutely killed them.
Yeah, because if you think about it, I mean, if you deliver 2 bales as Herman right now, that's 46 points. And with only 17 you gained with a bale for my insanity, you have to deliver 3 bales to make up for it.
Yeah.
That is insane. Which is, what my insanity stands for. But yeah, we'll see what they can do. Maybe we see these nice jerseys for the last time. Maybe not. We're gonna know in about 3 minutes. Well, 4 minutes. And I like how much these guys are communicating. I mean, that's something we haven't seen during the online tournaments, of course, because we had no idea what they're doing. Super drop just spawned. And now you can just see
bale points this
that's
time.
20 bale points. It's nice, and Herman will pick them up again. They are running for it. My insanity is not. But that would be almost 60 points for them. That's a lot. Oh, maybe no one is running for it. If I would be my insanity, I would run for that 60 points. That's 3 bales.
Yeah, it looks like they have
It's-
someone. They have Lars bringing in the Anderson loader, though. They're still out in the field baling, and they're bringing bales back to the barn, so they don't really have the time to go grab it.
They should though.
It's interesting when you see someone like Trelleborg playing. What they'll do is they'll have somebody already out there when that drop is going to land. So
At least some area, because they have no idea where it drops. Because these dots, only again, that's something only we can see. You can, however, buy a perk that allows you to see that dot and tells you where the drop is happening. That's Sixth Sense, but no one uses it.
No, they do know roughly, approximately the area in which those will drop.
Yeah, because
So
all
they
the
have
super
someone
drops are
sort of
always
patrolling
dropping up
that
there, right next to the starting area. So you know that, but you don't know if it's in the very north or the very south. Yeah, both teams scoring points like madman, 448 to 384. Advantage still my Insanity, and we've seen that. You said it before, Alex. They are delivering a lot of bales. So for Herman, in order to win this without the super drop, they need to increase the amount of bales they deliver, and that's not the way you do it. Flo is just, I don't know what he's doing, but it's definitely not delivering anything.
Yeah, that was some weird stacks.
But it worked.
Bale advantage at the moment, though, is to Herman. They have more bales on the field.
Yeah, but that's where they are useless. You need them in the barn, and you only have 1 minute and 45 seconds left. My Insanity is coming with pretty much all of it's all of the bales that are left.
Warco in chat said, just noticed they're all doing keyboard and mouse. Yes, keyboard and mouse only.
Yeah. There are only
the
two ways to
FSL?
play this. Keyboard and mouse or gamepad. But
I don't think
No, so gamepad is not actually allowed according to Klaus.
then I changed that for season 3. I didn't know that because it's the first offline tournament.
Right. Well, with the online tournaments, how was it actually enforced? I'm sure people were probably using it if they wanted to. But now that they're back in person, mouse and keyboard only for sure.
Well, yeah.
I think it was like that for season 2 as well, wasn't it? There was no game pads for season 2.
Well, they were allowed though. I remember because I wrote the rules.
Yeah, I know that.
But no one used them. And to be fair, yeah, if you are at home playing online, you can do whatever you want, right? You can use a steering wheel. But does that really help? Because once the World Championships start, you are on stage using keyboard and mouse. And if you are not able to use these, you won't get anything out of it.
Exactly. And I think that was the thing. I think nobody was using controllers.
My Insanity just went into the lead there. Oh, now it's back to Herman. 20 seconds to go. 7:52 to 7:20. I just don't think My Insanity are going to be able to catch up.
Again, and I don't think they are making it.
Then especially with that falling
mistakes
off.
like that.
And that is it. Herman seems to be in the semi-finals. Are they? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
That's it.
This is done. Herman made it.
Oh,
and My Insanity is unhappy.
Yeah.
And to be fair, My Insanity is such a good team, especially compared to last season when they were barely able to make top 16. Now they are fighting for 4th place. And they are discussing a lot. This is if they start punching, I hope that the camera is ready though.
My Insanity not happy.
No, they are not happy.
I think it's that multiplier. That multiplier delivering the grain at the right time to get the 2.3 to the 1.7 is what won that both games for Horman.
Absolutely.
Is that
by
a
the way,
nice
it's
like
nice
digital?
to see the studio.
Is that like a nice digital display in front of the teams?
Yeah,
like with their pictures on it. That's lovely. Look at that.
Yeah, it is pretty much the same setup you see with our. We do have a stage that we build when we are at tournament places like Herman next month, but it is the pretty much same setup, just built into the building. It is a studio, and the one thing you can't see, and I'm not sure if we show it, there are team areas outside of that. Like every team, because of Corona, every team has their own team area with a nice big telly in front of them so that they can watch the game, sit together.
Cool.
It is awesome, and I hope that at one point we get some pictures of it, maybe even after the show.
Is that what they were
No.
setting up outside of Martin's office? I was on a
Yeah,
call
yeah,
with him the other.
exactly.
Yeah, so I was on a
It's
call with
even
Martin
better.
the other day, and he like turned the camera just to show us, like, look what they're doing out here.
Yeah, it's team areas. It's lovely. The Erlangen studio, it's built specifically for the FSL, and it's just awesome. These castles are sitting right in front of the game area. Like, they are heading to the game area. They can see the players in front of them.
Ah, cool.
So this is really cool. Yeah.
So,
For some reason, I just had the German stream on my ears for a second. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
I
Werner
kind of
and
threw us all, I
Steve
think, that
talking about the next game already, and we are going to
we
a break.
go for a break. We'll see you in a minute.
That was fast.
Hello, we're back again. The 8th tournament of season 3, and we've got Trelleborg versus Krona coming up next. And Trelleborg, of course, knocked out Cortiva yesterday. First, we're gonna recap the match we just saw. But Alex, Lars, so far, pretty entertaining day of FSL action.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool so far. We've had some interesting tactics, some interesting differences between the teams, and yeah, it's been great.
And that's what just happened.
Yes.
And we can, it's easy what just happened. Herman won that match.
See
So
Jan
this is the
coming
first
in.
battle. Yeah.
First bail was 118 to 109 in the first round.
So
that was the bottom boost.
Yeah, that was when we were wondering why they didn't pick up bottom boost, but they were waiting for Nitos or N805 to just go over, and you can see it on the bottom right corner. Super drop picked, and then that's what happened. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you for a lot of points.
And it was the counter coming in there just at the right moment.
Yeah, as I said, it's kind of easy to counter the Anderson. That's why teams use it that little to just deliver all of them. But if you have bottom boost, yeah, you're definitely going to use it. Anything else would be super weird. And that's what we see, victory. And we see Jan. That was nice though, and he just hit that thing and then tried, and still made it. This is the insane part.
Ooh, that was close.
Right? That was really cool. And it's all about getting a good start off. Neoprince tried to bring the whole tractor in. That's not how it works. You need to just bring in the bales to get points. Yeah. We see that a lot. We see people hitting the house a lot during that weird two harvesters tactic.
And with the case, I mean, it's got the widest cutter in the FSL and the John Deere, both 13.7 meters. So you got to be really precise to get that one through that little gap.
And there we go. So it's a good couple of games that, and I think, as saying during it, I think the difference was just the way they delivered their grain.
I thought it was going to be a lot closer than it was, really. But Herman made the final last month, so they're definitely a team on the rise and a very strong team.
Well, they're 4th place now.
Right, and they've just been moving up, but I don't know. I expected it to be a little bit closer from my insanity, but Herman were just the extra grain that Herman were getting every time just really helped them control that throughout. All right, this is the big one of the day, really. The biggest one so far. Trelleborg, of course, top of the overall standings against Krona, who are joint 4th at the moment, coming into today.
It seems Krona has... Their team captain is not there, is he?
Interesting.
Oh, no, it's there. It's Blackjack. I was he changed his haircut. I'm like, where is Blackjack? But he's there. He is there. Thanks to the screens you just spoke about in front of the players. Who is that guy? And why is he almost looking like, oh, it's him? So yeah.
So Cortiva were knocked out by Trelleborg yesterday. Again, Trelleborg in those 2 rounds, they knocked them out in back-to-back rounds. Didn't need a third, but they scored over 900 points each time. 937 to 730 in the first game, and then 967 to 861 in the second game. And they had 10 more bales put into the top compared to Cortiva yesterday. So if Trelleborg are getting up near those numbers again, Krona are going to have a really hard time beating them. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, they will have a hard time. Definitely going to have a hard time. And yeah, talking about Corteva, yes, they are out, but there is still this tiny part of them back because the guy who founded the team is one of the German commentators.
There you go.
Werner. So there's a tiny part of Corteva still there with Werner from the Burning Game. There we
So
go.
how does
so
he-
Messi Ferguson is out. What?
How does he remove his bias here and not
He
be rooting
doesn't.
for Crone?
He absolutely doesn't. I mean, you can't blame him. Like Corteva is
Right.
founded or it picked up the Burning Gamers players. Burning Gamers is a very big streaming organization in Germany, one of the biggest for farming simulator, and Werner is their main streamer and the founder, right? So seeing his friends playing, yeah, of course he's biased, but that's fine. I mean, we all have our favorites. We totally do. I remember our very good friend, Mr. CLP, who is not with us at the moment, being a big Trelleborg fan, for example. You know, it's fine. It's fine to have your favorite team, even as the commentator, as long as you try to be fair and not go completely nuts when you see the other.
Yes. Oh, come on, so-and-so team. You can do better than this.
Yeah, and then just bashing the other team.
So
Just
Marshall
bashing the other team.
Marshall Maiden is trying to really get us confused with the elite speak potential in that name today. Look at all those characters in there.
Yeah, that's not
Oh,
on purpose
God.
though. It's our profanity filter.
Oh. What do you know?
So just so you know, Marshall Maiden, well, Arsch is the German word for ass. So that's why it gets profanity filtered into the Nirvana. That's what happened.
Brilliant.
All
So
right.
it's good to have a German on that stream to explain a couple of German things that's going on. Just wait for me
Yeah.
and DJK because I'm quite sure this is the most confusing part for you guys. There is a reason for that name, but we're gonna go over that later because right now it's Trelleborg versus Krone, and if Trelleborg wins that one, Hermann is in sole possession of 4th place. If Krone wins that one, we probably have a very interesting tournament in front of us.
This,
Right.
I'm not looking at this setup. I'm not rating Krone's chances at the moment, only because they're doing a tactic for tactic match of
Yeah.
Trelleborg,
Right.
and
And
you don't win against Trelleborg doing that.
yeah,
it's
it is
hard
really
to
hard to do.
outborg the Borg. It's something that's really hard to do.
Vulture
so-
have been
Yeah.
doing it a bit recently, but they're not here today. Maybe Krone can kind of replicate the same sort of thing.
Vulture were doing it by disrupting Trelleborg. The play they were doing affected how Trelleborg were playing, and that is how you beat them. Time and again, we've seen that's how you beat them.
Look at Marshall like throwing that weight off the front there, just slinging it into the distance.
Oh no, that's. I thought we had something big. No, that's a claimed piece of equipment.
Do you think we had a rush for a second?
I thought we had a rush, or at very least a triple. I forget what the term is because it's been so long since we've had one. But when you get
streak?
3 of the 4 harvesters,
That's the harvester
that's
streak.
the word. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we should have had a rush last tournament when they just left. I don't remember what team it was, but they just left the Krone Baylor as the sole press. They just left it behind, and it was Krone playing against someone. It was their opponent. And they had to pick up the Krone press, so it was no rush, but they didn't have a tractor strong enough to pull it. So it was no rush, but it was the most boring game ever because at minute 15 you are like, this is over. They can't pull the Baylor. Like, they won't get any
I remember
bales.
that game. I remember wondering why have they got that Baylor. That makes
Because
more
it was
sense.
the only one left. They
It's the only one
didn't have
left.
to pick it up. Blackjack with a very good start, 116 points. That's not too bad. JK actually slower, and I don't remember seeing JK being slow too often.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that like the last couple of months, like 2 tournaments before this one, I think is when Vulture set Martin from Vulture set the 139 record of the season, and now it doesn't seem like teams are getting anywhere near the upper 130s with the first bale delivery. I'm not sure what's changed because of that, but as long as you're
We've
close
not
to your
seen-
opponent, that's all that really matters at the end of the day.
We've not seen anyone do a bale fling today, actually.
No.
Interestingly enough.
So I wonder, are they using game pads and can't do it
What?
without? Conspiracy
That's
theory
what I've been
right
thinking,
here.
to be honest. I'm with you on that. I'm wondering if that's changed the dynamics of the tournament now, because some teams that we were getting used to seeing in these Sunday events aren't here now.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, not too many though. Because Corteva had to play against Trelleborg doing the online tournaments at Saturdays as well, so they weren't there on Sundays. Valtra is a surprise, but then again, we need to talk about their opponent later, because it wasn't as much as a surprise to me as you would think it was, with DJK winning that one. That team is super strong. Super strong.
Right, and they've been getting better and better too.
Absolutely. So, but for now, JK and Beatmaster, and I always name him as Beastmaster. I really need to make sure that it is Beat and not Beast. Then again,
I
would
think
love
I've made the
Beastmaster.
same mistake before.
It's my age, honestly. I mean, I'm the Masters of the Universe guy, right? There's Beastman.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
seeing
Oh, there's
Beastmaster
a classic 80s action film called Beastmaster.
as well, yeah.
I have
Grain
a feeling
multiplayer
it
there at
might
minute
even
12.
be an
That
Arnie
sucks.
film.
So with grain multiplier being there at minute 12, I won't get my silos closed grain multiplier combination at minute 8 again. Disappointing, but yeah, we will deal with it.
I'm guessing
And
we
I'll wonder.
missed that on screen, but Chalky caught it and said in chat, Trelleborg flexing by waving at the camera. That is some sort of flex in the middle of gameplay. Taking the time for a cheeky little wave.
Yeah, it depends on what you are doing right now, right? If you are just unloading or whatever, you only need one hand, maybe, because you pressed all the buttons you need, then you have time for a very quick wave, like a second or two. I don't think that, look, mom, no hands play would work here, so...
And we got Lock Silo.
Yep, canceled each other out.
Don't think that is going to affect Trelleborg, though.
I mean, I love that combination, but I really want it at minute 8. Right? I mean, I already got what I wanted, I just didn't get it at the time I wanted. So we are getting closer to that exciting double drop minute 8. Anyway, Krona is just continuing to press bales. Grain slightly in favor of Trelleborg, but not too bad right now. 43,000 liters to 42,000 liters. That is fine.
I really like that John Deere baler, by the way, when I've been playing in the arena, because it doesn't require as much power as some of the others, and it's stackable, and it has the fastest work speed too, joint fastest with the Fent, but half of the horsepower required.
And there we go. Blackjack getting in position. Silo close is over. And Blackjack is there to use it to their heart extent. What is it called? The heart's
content.
Content.
There you go.
Okay, nice. As I said, I'm not even kidding. I'm starting to lose my English. Like when I lived in UK and Ireland, my English got better and better and better. And now that I'm in Germany for 4 years, I start losing first words. Or words that just disappeared from my mind. But they will be back now that I'm speaking English again. Here we go. Kronos stopping the belt of Trelleborg. Question is that of any use, or are they just, not doing anything?
Do they have those 5 bales they have? Are they sitting on the field, or are they back at their barn? Because they again, no point in going to a 3 times multiplier if you're not going to score points.
Deliver at least one. Like, at least one. Yeah, here you can see that these teams can't see what the other team has. They see the combo points, but they don't see grain or bales. It's only for us, and that's the way we see it. Same for the green dots that you can see right now. These would only appear if you buy 6 cents in the beginning, but no one ever did, so no one has an idea where these things are dropping. And it's not that strong because most people will just see it. Anyway, direct delivery is back and speed up, but yeah, they're gonna go for speed up. I don't see them picking up my favorite that no one else likes.
I would be surprised actually if either team went for these. I don't think either of these are strong enough power-ups for them to go out of their way to get at the moment.
No, if you are close to them anyway, you probably go for speed up. Because why not? 20% more speed, awesome. But if you are at the other side of the field, you are not running over and losing a lot of time just to gain a little bit of time in the end. Because you probably lose more by running over than you get by running not using it. So Beatmaster trying the triangle unload again. Is there? So do you have a name for it? One guy unloading 3 tractors and harvesters and
call it
at
like,
the same time?
I don't know, the grain chain or something like that. Is
I like grain
I
chain.
like the grain chain.
Grain
that
chain.
credit to Feldon
Grain
for
chain.
that. That was what he wrote in the notes that he sent me
That
from
is
yesterday. So, and we've come up with like the Trelleborg toss that they were doing with the telehandlers
Yeah.
directly into the top.
Apparently somebody tried that yesterday. Feldon put in the chat. but
Yeah,
missed
that
it
was in
by
my notes.
that much.
I don't remember who it was now. It's in the notes somewhere.
Yeah, we call it Trelleborg toss as well. And then the thing JK does by just driving and delivering first bay, we call it drive-by bailing.
Yes, right, exactly.
And you do the same? Good.
Yeah,
I just want to
we're-
make sure that we are on the same terms here because, you know, I'm the foreigner.
As I say, we called that the. Oh god. Yeah, drive by bailing does.
I don't know what we call this. It's probably the Krone get stuck move.
Oh, he's made it across.
He made
How,
it. Yeah.
how would you say grain chain in German, Lars?
Let me think about something that's cool because it would be Kornkette, which is nice, but not what we should go with. But then again, it sounds good. No, yeah, Kornkette is good. I gotta try to keep that in mind for the next one.
There you go. Under 6 minutes to go, 173 to 116. This is the first of the best of 3 between Trelleborg, top of the overall standings, against 4th place Krone here.
These guys are not
Need
even
to
communicating.
see.
They're like, everyone knows what to do, guys. We're not speaking to each other.
So something I learned from Lars when we did the real life veil stacking challenge during FarmCon is that the guys from Krone are from the modding team Creative Mesh, who are making the add-on straw harvest mod. So you may already be familiar with this group and not even know it.
Well, and there used to be BM modding before that, one of the more famous modding teams that made a lot of very interesting and good mods back in the days for Farming Simulator 13 and 15. And then I think in 17 they changed into Creative Mesh and started doing straw harvesting. So yeah, Wühler doing his best to ensure his team is scoring enough points. Krone is doing well though. They are.
This is
keeping
yeah.
up.
This is down to getting the bales in, and Trelleborg have a slight advantage in number of bales at the moment.
Yeah, so it
Although
was
now they
DOZ that tried the Trelleborg top door toss yesterday, Feldon says, but missed.
And that one is really hard to do. Even Trelleborg is not doing it correctly all the time.
Trelleborg,
And yeah, Chucky agrees with Kornkette, so we use it.
I like it. It looks good. But like now that I see it written in chat too, I like the way it looks as well. Like in my brain, I was spelling it like we would spell corn
With
with a
C.
C.
You know.
Yeah, and this is more like the rock band.
And there is multiplayer switch.
Oh,
And this is super useful right now. With we're sitting at 2.0. I
Feldon's
totally
correct.
see everyone
It
running
wa-
for it.
it was called the Trelleborg flick. The delivering
Yeah, but
the
then
bales at the
Vulture
bottom.
started doing it better
Yeah,
and set
better,
the record as
and
well.
then we
so-
sort of stopped calling it that. Yeah. Although with Vulture doing it better, it being the Scandinavian or the Finnish flick, because of rally driving actually fits better.
So, STR, he oh, okay, it works, all good, all planned. He needs to get this stacking right because, I mean, yeah, Krone is able to keep up with Trelleborg, but it has to be clean because we all know Trelleborg is very clean.
Yeah, and look at the left side of the screen right now, the difference in bales. Trelleborg 8 extra at the moment. So they have
Yeah,
the
but
points out
He
there.
doesn't look too happy anyway. I like. Did I mention how much I like the Trelleborg jerseys? They are, to me, they are the prettiest.
They're nice.
Yeah,
I want
love
one of
them.
those FSL shirts you're always wearing when you're on the screen doing the German cast.
Oh, the team jerseys.
I
We
love
do
the
have
fact
some.
that
Just come over.
I've owned a virtual farmer esports jersey for 2 years, and I've yet to wear it on the stream.
Because you think
'Cause
you would be too
I bought
embarrassed
it-
to wear an esports shirt
No,
after you play like
I
this?
bought it. I bought it along to a couple of the live ones, and those were the ones where the German casters were on stream. And then we went remote from then onwards. So I've never worn it on camera.
I mean, doing this remotely is very nice, especially for Terminator, because it would be a nightmare for him to join the offline events. Even for you, it cuts it down from a 3-day or 4-day trip to a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But still, being there with the teams, sitting on stage with all of them, that's something you can't just get with this virtual farming thing that we do.
It's there's nothing like being there in person. Really
Trelleborg now into the lead, and they have 4 extra bales. So unless there's some sort of mistake here, which you don't see often with stacking from Trelleborg, they're going to take this one. We'll see what happens, though.
Yeah,
but still go the way of Krone.
Is keeping this closer than I expected them to. Not gonna lie, I was expecting them to not. What is he doing? Why doesn't he? Is he not
waiting
interested?
I don't know if he was waiting for. I don't know what he was doing.
Is he trying to counter? There's no combo to counter.
No.
Well, there was.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, it was at 6 of 10, but there was already 2 on the way that stopped the counter. So why not just go ahead and put those 2 on as well?
Oh, maybe it was to stop. Yes, it was to stop Trelleborg countering his and scoring points.
Okay.
He wanted Trelleborg because he knew he wasn't going to get the combo. He didn't want Trelleborg to get the combo either. And you see, he's doing it now. He's putting them on at a time where he thinks he's going to get the counter for the combo.
Yeah, I think it's too early though.
Yeah,
just too early.
Ever so
slightly. That could have closed the gap though. That 30 points if he had timed it right.
It was nice to see someone pulling this off. I mean, it didn't work, but it was an interesting way to try to counter and win this game. But they would 913. That's just an insane number from Trelleborg again.
Pointing at the camera, showing off for the fans at home. Trelleborg, and these guys won the real life bale stacking challenge too, so Krone are probably sick of them the last couple of months.
And I mean, it's not the same players, but they are still representing the world champion, right? Trelleborg is the world champion team, and they are on the way to do it again and defend that title because they are in full position of first place in the league, and whatever happens today, it won't change anything. But if they beat Krone, it's just getting worse for everyone else because the more they win, of course, the more points they get.
5 extra bales, 40 into the top. I mean, that's just insane.
That is an insane number. I believe, and I just have to check. Give me a second, guys. Yeah, if they win that tournament today, they don't even have to play the next 2, and they will still be first for world champion. So they can lock in first seed for world championships with winning that. They have to win the tournament, though. If they finish second, there is still a possibility for Corteva to catch up. But that would mean that Trelleborg wouldn't get any more points. If they finish second today, they just have to make top 8 next time. So they are very close to get the locked-in first seed for world championships.
Was that 41 bales for Trelleborg just now total? 40 in the top right and 1 in the bottom, I think.
Yeah.
That is 2 higher. That's 2 higher than the 39 that they had previously as their most bales in a round. So that is not good news for Krone that they've gone above and beyond what we've seen from Trelleborg already this season.
Yeah, these guys are just getting better every game. It's insane. Absolutely insane. So I don't see Krone coming back from that. I expect Trelleborg to take it 2-0. And that's what Steven says as well. That's why he's shaking his head. He's like, nah, Krone is not doing it. I have no idea. I can't hear him. I'm just,
You know him well enough at this point.
When you're scoring 800 points and your opponents are scoring 900 points, you're going, that's a high score anyway, 800. Trelleborg are just, it's what I said at the start. If you are going tactic for tactic, just trying to match Trelleborg, you don't beat them. You have to stop them scoring points.
Right.
And that's the only way to do it.
And if you think about it,
it's-
scoring 800 points, if you score 800 points in every single of your games and you are not running into Trelleborg, that's probably your way to finals.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Absolutely.
Because that is enough to beat pretty much
Yeah.
any team out there, except for a few, and Trelleborg being one of them.
It's not just enough to score the points. You have to stop Trelleborg scoring the points.
Yeah, and how do you even stop Trelleborg from scoring points? You need to play a complete counter tactic to what they do, and most teams just don't.
No.
You know, you have to slow them down basically, and this is hard to do. You might do something super weird like going with bottleneck and ensuring the bridges are always up so that they are slower, and you would have to create a whole tactic around slowing down Trelleborg, or you need to get faster yourself.
We've seen the interesting thing is we've seen teams do it. We have seen teams beat Trelleborg at least one round by doing something a little bit unexpected and doing something that maybe harms their number of points, but harms the number of points that Trelleborg can score more.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's not about scoring a lot of points. It's just scoring about at least 1 point more than your opponent, right? If you can, I don't know, force them to only score 100 points, it doesn't matter if you only score 101. You still win. But yeah, that's super hard to do, especially against Trelleborg, because these guys are just good.
And it's the kind of tactic that you can only use once against Trelleborg. Because as
probably,
we've seen,
because they learn and
adapt.
Then, you know,
we got the Big John Deere band this time.
I thought that was an interesting one. Hello, everyone in chat. I see Taz is here. Hello, Taz. Hello, everyone else. There is a giveaway going on for Farming Simulator 22. Exclamation giveaway in chat. And go click on the Gleam link. You could potentially win Farming Simulator 22 when it comes out later this year, November 22nd. Blackjack going with the case. Puma 240 under pressure.
Yeah, I expect that Puma to come in for Trelleborg as well as 1 point because everyone loves it. Same for the John Deere. I expect Krone to pick that one up. Well, there's the Puma, and now we probably see STR going with the John Deere. Do it. Prove me right. Come on. Do it. There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
And then, again, they try to out Trelleborg. And that is not a good idea.
If I were teams right now, why not try to get better without the Lindner or the John Deere and ban both of those when you play Trelleborg and see if they can match you with like a different front loader? Because I get why the teams want to use these all the time, but if we just mentioned it, you know, before the last round and after it, if you're trying to match Trelleborg like for like, more often than not, it's not going to turn out very good for you. So
I think I'd like to also see teams doing something against Trelleborg that Lars mentioned at the start, and that is banning the ideal. Force them to use a different combine.
The only problem with that, though, is it does cost you a point. So then you're left potentially without other options that you want to get, right?
But yes, but as we were saying a minute ago, it doesn't matter if it costs you points so long as it costs Trelleborg more points.
Right.
And if Trelleborg are all the time going with the ideal and working on how you do this with the ideal combine, then you forcing them to use another combine means that they have to rethink their strategy at least partly in order to continue. And if you're not using the ideal because you're planning to ban it every time, you're in a better position.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if JK, he does have the John Deere press, if he tries this drive-by bailing again. If not, we just run with he's not able to do it with keyboard and mouse. There we go. It might be wrong, but you know, let's just pretend that this is the case.
Well, we're
127 and 125.
Nope, he didn't.
No, he didn't. But he's probably playing it a little bit safer. because Krone is. I mean, yeah, we are all sitting here going, "Oh yeah, this is Trelleborg just winning it." Blah blah blah. Krone is still 4th place. They are really good. They are a good team.
I see a question in chat. Why does the Puma have narrow wheels? So there are a few tractors that have the care wheels, and that allows them to drive through the grain at full speed. Otherwise, you'd be slowed down by it.
A lot.
So that's the main advantage. Yeah, it's a big time slowdown. So if you have the care wheels, you can just drive on through and not be slowed down.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget that because this is a very special way to play Farming Simulator. A couple of values are very different for the Farming Simulator League client, and yeah, you get slowed down by an insane amount. Right? It's not the same as if you would play just normal Farming Simulator game.
Same with the weeds. Like, it slows you down massively if you're trying to harvest through the weeds. So that's something that's a little bit unique as well.
And the same, we were talking about the balers earlier with the New Holland and the case balers having narrow tires on them. I mean, they obviously don't have narrow tires on them,
but they have the effect of narrow
purpose
tires.
Of this, they have the effect.
Yeah, for the sense of explaining what's happening, we can explain it that way. Like, look, they have narrow tires. They are not getting slowed down while you drive through crops. Which is most of the time not too important for a baler because you really don't want to drive through crops with it. But sometimes you have to, and then you're fine. Yeah, this is a finger, and yes, he's using it. Thanks, Mr. Camera.
Bridges loaded direct delivery. I'm with you, Lars. I would pick up direct delivery at 1.3 times multiplier here.
I get that it isn't like super fast, but I'm kind of with Lars as well. Especially if you're near it, you're harvesting a lot at this point anyways. Why not go for it and get that extra little boost? Even if it's just 0.1, 0.2 on the multiplier, that could make a difference in the end.
It absolutely does. I mean, we've just seen it.
It's a disruptive tactic. It does disrupt the other team because you have an advantage with the amount of grain you put in there.
Exactly, and as I said, it would make a difference. If we think about the last game, it ended up with 2.0 versus 2.0. I mean, if you end up with 2.1 or even 2.2, that is an advantage.
Especially like if you're matching, like if the points are close at the end and you're matching bale for bale, and it's about just scoring those last few bales, it could make the difference.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, you have to stay on the field longer with your harvesters because these teams probably have an exact timing on when everything is full and they do something else. If you use direct delivery, it takes longer to get full because for a couple of seconds, 90 seconds to be precise, you are not filling up your harvesters. You are filling up the silo directly.
Right.
So
but that does mean you can be out there with your harvester a little bit longer, creating a little bit more straw and a little bit more grain. You're going to give yourself an advantage that will make up for any time lost doing the extra harvesting. It would actually be a really great way to disrupt Trelleborg, and I'm amazed Krone haven't done it.
Maybe we are just wrong. The main explanation why we are sitting here going, this would be an awesome tactic, but no one is using it. The main reason is that it usually is wrong.
Yeah, we don't play. It's easy for us to sit here and say this and that. These are the obviously we're sitting here maybe questioning Trelleborg as well.
I would say it's usually wrong right up until we start seeing teams use it. That has happened.
Right.
Exactly. And I see people asking who's talking. Chucky, Virtual Farmer, and no, there's no Chucky here. I'm Lizardton, and with me is Mr. Kerminator. And of course, yeah, it's Virtual Farmer as well. Yeah. So you got one right. That's something.
Yeah.
Hello, Taz.
There you go. Going round with that nice case baler. Which,
50 seconds away from the 8th minute drops.
And my two favorites are still out there, right? So
it could happen.
There is a possibility. There is a possibility.
more finger shots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that that Wasad grip. It's interesting. I'm trying to put my own fingers on my keyboard like that, and I'm not quite sure how
Well,
that's
if it works, it
comfortable
works.
to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously working really well for
Oh
Trelleborg.
yeah, but yeah. I suppose I can see why. It's basically alternating between the A and the D to keep yourself straight. But yeah, my fingers feel weird trying to do that. Speed up versus herbicide.
Disappointing. But then again, it's nice to see what happens if there's no grain boost, you know, because at one point you're always seeing the same things. So
I
think
guess. That though has made the I think that has made that direct delivery earlier an even bigger missed opportunity. Yeah, if Krone had done that, they would now have massively disrupted Trelleborg.
So here we go, grain chain. I try to remember it, like it.
Hello, Warco. How are you today? So
We both
speed
need
up
to
for
practice
70
keyboard so we
seconds
can
for
throw the
Trelleborg.
team. That would be good. So this is probably ending up in 2.0, 2.0 again.
Probably.
Yeah.
Almost 21,000 liters, just shy of it, left on the board for Krone.
And that just means that we see pretty much the exact same game we just saw, and we know how that ends. It ends with 900 points for Trelleborg, so I'm not
Right.
sure about just doing it again. These guys are like, yeah, all good. So
Here we go. Have they got much grain left? Not enough. I'm currently calling this for Trelleborg. Unless they make an unforced error, I can't see how Krone are going to win this.
Right. 22 bales to 22 at the moment as well, and they're behind by 70 points. They also, Krone need to be careful here that Trelleborg don't get a bale-tastic. They're at 6 of 10. As we see STR now trying to get over with some bales. Is he going to get there in time, though?
if that happens, if Trelleborg even gets a bonus in, then this game is absolutely over.
Yeah.
6 of 10 still, though. We can't see what Trelleborg are doing.
Oh, we get a replay.
Oh,
nicely done. Nicely done. Still at 6 of 10.
Yeah,
Tom,
Trelleborg is not doing anything, so there's no bonus coming in. That's good news
Right.
for Krone. Helps a bit. There we go. Countered. Done. That one is falling down for sure.
Yeah, that's not making it in there.
I'll
There we
forgive
go.
you, Taz, but just remember that my voice is the only one you hear that sounds American.
Yeah,
That
most
makes it
likely.
easier for you. Yeah. Unless you're tuning into the scrimmage streams and you hear Donner Kyle with me, who is from the U.S. originally, from Team Manitou. He's been helping me out on those streams. But like you said earlier, you can't catch those as much because I've switched it to a later time. It's a tough one, the wee hours of the morning. Actually, it ends at about 30 minutes ago. It's 4:30 a.m. for me, and the scrimmage streams are ending at 4 a.m. Central European time now. Fridays.
Oh.
And
I'm
we
gonna
still
have to
have
get an early night one Friday night and come and do it.
And we still have like LSA have been hanging around, and the DOZ guys as well. Like they've been in there and they've been staying up until 4 a.m. We saw Trelleborg last week as well. Like Trelleborg were in there and they're like, listen, we're not gonna allow you guys to get extra practice over us, so we're showing up too.
Oh man. And yeah, Trelleborg going to. They don't need those bail points. They are getting them
They
just
don't,
to
but
deny
they got it
Crone.
anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been a significantly higher amount for Crone because they're
Oh,
trailing.
Trelleborg just got the bail points. They picked it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
This
So
is a
that's-
nightmare for Crone.
Yeah, it's
I think this is yeah, Fielding saying, "Oh, we all know what happens when you predict things, VF," but I feel fairly safe predicting this as a win for Trelleborg.
Yeah,
Especially
I mean,
with all those bales sitting there with 3 minutes to go.
yeah, this is the same as the last round. We were saying like it's going to take unforced errors from Trelleborg for Crone to win, and that doesn't happen very often. So you can't come into the last few minutes of a match and say we need Trelleborg to mess up here. You can't rely on that.
No.
What's up, Lead Dog?
Looking at the tactics that Crone have been employing of basically just trying to bail for bail match Trelleborg. They can't win it. I've never seen anybody beat Trelleborg that way.
yeah, except for Valtra being faster. I mean, Valtra is super fast. But if you just play Trelleborg style, it's so hard to do.
They're 30 points behind at the moment. Now it's just going up more and more. 30 points. It's kind of back and forth now. It's just, again, it is like if Crone are going to win this, it's going to take a mistake by Trelleborg.
I will say I hadn't realised the points had got within 50 points of each other. That is was within 50 points of each
Right.
other.
Now it's
But that
7.
changed.
That changed quickly.
Now it's 110, 90. Yeah. I mean, here comes more bales for Crone, but it's too little too late, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 14 bales left, but look at what Trelleborg still has. It's
It's just... And you're trying to go like for like stacking with Wooler from Trelleborg. That's just... You're asking for trouble if you're doing that.
Oh.
Because
He tried to get those bales off the back of that too soon. and
Best
it
stacker
meant
in
that he
the-
grabbed the whole stack.
You're looking at the best stacker in the FSL, in my opinion, right here with Wooler, especially when this John Deere is in play.
Yeah, he's really good. There are a couple others that are really, really good. Scotty from Valtra is really strong as
Scotty's really good, you're right.
Yeah.
well. Yeah.
Ooh. STR
STR
dropping
is
bales
solid, but solid is not enough against Trelleborg. This
And
is
we're
probably...
heading for another 900
Yeah.
pointer here.
I was
from
about to say, this is
Trelleborg.
probably an 800 match for Krone again, and they are already losing because they're on more than 900 on the side of Trelleborg.
Yeah.
957.
Yeah, there we go.
And he's
Not enough time for Trelleborg.
raking
JK's
down.
trying to get there. He wants to try to get as close to 1,000 as possible. This wouldn't be enough for that. It would only get him to 977.
Oh, is it going to be a flick? It's a flick.
Oh,
Yeah,
trying.
he can still do it.
Nice.
Trelleborg
They are not celebrating the
showing
win,
off
they are
at
celebrating the
end
flick,
there.
of course. But as I said, drive-by bailing. That's what we call it in Germany.
Wow. Oh, man. Well,
Very
Trelleborg
nice.
Yeah.
extending their lead even more by advancing to the semifinal over
well,
Cortiva in second in the overall standings. And well, the biggest winner here from this match is arguably Herman,
Herman,
who
yeah.
knocked out
Herman.
My Insanity. So now they're sole possession of fourth place now that the other team's tied in fourth, My Insanity, and now Crone are out.
Exactly, and they can't do anything about it anymore. This is fourth place for sure. Only way to lose fourth place now is if Lindner has a miracle run. If Lindner does super well, because they are, well, let's say in pursuit.
Right.
If they win the tournament, they would take over Herman. But this is quite unlikely, to be honest. Especially
Right.
because even if they win now, they have to run into Trelleborg in the semifinals, and that is a very hard game to win.
Yeah, that's a tough ask for sure. Wow. Well, it's been an interesting day. Has there been like it's been all like done in 2 games so far, hasn't it? There hasn't been one go to 3 rounds yet.
Yeah, we were going to 3 games every single game last time, pretty much. I think
Right.
last time was 3 games every game, and this time has been 2 games every match so far.
Right.
So yeah.
Yeah, but we are in for some very interesting semifinals, so I expect to see 3-game matches very soon. I don't expect the next one to be one because we see DJK, and I like how you pronounce that one.
But
let's go on break.
We're off for
Stay
a break.
here. Stay with us.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 8th FS tournament for Season 3. I'm here with Listan and Kerminator, and we've had some interesting games so far.
We have, and plenty more to come, but, it's kind of been exactly as we have expected throughout. Although I was maybe more hopeful for a Manny 2 than you guys were in our first one of the day against LSA, but... yeah, we've seen really just business as usual, especially with Trelleborg just now against Crone. It's exactly what we expected.
Yeah,
it was an interesting match. This one, we had. I don't think Crone particularly played badly here at all. They had, even bits where they had like this, where they squeezed through. They still played well. They still got Bales in, they scored 800 points games, but they just couldn't stop Trelleborg scoring over 900.
No, they are a solid, well, let's say upper third team, but it's not enough for Trelleborg.
No. And you just see Wooler here just stacking so well and getting those Bales on really efficiency.
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, it's a little bit unfortunate for Krone that they had to play against Trelleborg round 1. Because with 2 800-point rounds, they would probably have made semi-finals if it wouldn't be against Trelleborg. But it is what it is. Yeah, Marshall
I'm just looking at the points that Horriman scored in the previous game to go through. And they were... Horriman and Crone were very close on points in their 2 games, and it was enough for Horriman to go through and Crone to go out.
Yeah, and for Crone it wasn't even close. Like they had 100 points difference, and in every other game they would have just been through. So yeah, Trelleborg is just really, really good. It's something we all know, not a secret. So yeah, it's just hard to win again. I think Crone is still happy with how they played, though. They played a very solid tournament. Of course, made some points, get some money out of the 15k cash pool that we have for this tournament. So they should be okay with where they are. Of course, they can't be happy, but they shouldn't be unhappy either.
There we go. So yeah, it's 913 and 967 points. Trelleborg scored on that, which is just a huge amount, especially with no real multiplier advantage. It's just, that is just a crazy amount. If they'd had any kind of multiplier advantage, they would have scored over 1,000 points in both those games, which is nuts.
And now we look at the last quarterfinal. Can you guys just pronounce that again? I love it.
DJK Enfeld.
It sounds like someone making music. Yeah, they are.
Yeah. DJ Gohan, DJK Anfeld, is that like his cohort?
And that quick, they just are musicians now. Crazy how that goes. No, DJK, so for the guys who have no idea, because it's a very, very German thing, I don't think a lot of people have an idea. It's called DJK in German, which stands for Deutsche Jugendkraft, which means German youth power.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I shit you not. And this is a very, very traditional name in German for football clubs, like soccer for the Americans. Because Jugendkraft, so youth power in German, back in the days, it's a very old name, right? That's from 1800 something.
Yeah.
Like 1880 or 1890 is when that came up. And it was super common to say Jugendkraft back in the day, which means it's a very positive thing about youth when you are still, you still have a lot of power, you have still a lot of creativity, your body is still in a very good shape. So Deutsche Jugendkraft today, no one would say that anymore, but the name is still there. But it means this positivity of being young and still able to do everything.
Interesting. We learned
So a
something
lot,
new.
yeah, German history lesson right here.
It's good to have you
Um,
around for these types of bits of information that we have no clue on.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
absolutely
So-
no idea whatsoever.
Fun fact: the Italians do the same thing. They have the same word, but in Italian it's called Juventus. So if you ever heard about Juventus Turin, which is a very famous soccer club,
Yeah.
in Germany they would be called DJK Turin.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So here we go.
I'm
You learned
nerding out
something.
as well that you were linking, farm sim to football because those are two of my favorite things.
Well,
So,
these guys are football players. DJK Ehrenfeld is a soccer club. These guys are soccer players. They just like to play Farming Simulator as well. And they are pretty good at it, as you will see in a minute. So here's my prediction for that game. And this will drive you crazy, but this is my prediction. DJK is taking this 2-0.
Okay. All right. Oh, I know Chalky. We see the Lindner love in chat from Chalky, of course. Dear to Chalky's heart.
Yeah, Lindner is dear to Chucky's heart. And I'm not going to lie, Lindner is dear to my heart as well. I love the company. I worked with them a lot in the past, like with the guys from Lindner, including Mr. Lindner himself. They are lovely people. It's a lovely company, lovely people. So I'm a big fan of Lindner as well, especially of the company. But I expect DJK Ehrenfeld to win this because they are that good. They're just that good.
All right. So are you saying DJK? Is that how you're saying?
Yeah, because that's how we
DJK.
pronounce the letters.
Okay.
D is
Yeah.
D, J is J, and K is K in German.
DJK.
That's just,
Okay.
Okay.
That's why, by the way, because we pronounce letters so differently, World Wide Web is faster to say in English than www. In German, it's the other way around because W in German is W. So it's www. Very quick. You learned something. Again. I'm just here to bring in some German vibes into the English speak. But yeah, no, I just think the history of the name DJK is super interesting because
Yeah.
That is cool.
it is the only team that I'm aware of and the only team I know that is an actual sport team bringing in an esport team. Right? Because as I said,
Which is
they're
fantastic to
soccer players.
see. I love that.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, on other esports teams, we see that a lot. Like Paris Saint-Germain has an esport team. Wolfsburg has an esports team. Schalke 04 used to have one. For Farming Simulator, it's not that common just yet. So seeing a team, of course, DJK Ehrenfeld is not a major player like Paris Saint-Germain, but still having the soccer team coming in, I love it. And I'm referring to soccer here because I know that the English chaps know what I mean by soccer, but if I say football for the American guy, he's probably confused. I know you're a big fan. I know you're a big fan.
There's something going very much against my English sensibilities about hearing the word soccer.
Yeah, well, my argument is like I'll call it both because I'm a huge fan, but the British were the ones that started using the term soccer in the first place, so don't get mad at us when we say it. That's my only argument, but we're not talking about that. We got Farming Simulator League going on, and we have a look at now I've already forgotten everything that Lars taught us, so DJK we're looking at here.
DJK is going through, and they're taking the more direct route to getting that first bail in, by the looks of things.
And by the way, just to finish my tiny little excursus, because DJK is the same as Juventus, Ehrenfeld, of course, is a city in Germany. Right?
Gotcha.
So you learned that as well. It's a village.
Their full name, like I can see the logo. There's like another. Is it like a hyphenated town or something?
I don't know.
It's like the badge has like the full name, like whatever's underneath Ehrenfeld in their badge. It's another word.
Let me check it out. I do have the time right now. So let's see. I'm quite sure they had. Yeah. Oh, it's Teutonia Ehrenfeld. It's DJK Teutonia Ehrenfeld 1930. That is an awesome name. That sounds like a lot of power.
I see Massenricht, DJK Ehrenfeld Massenricht. That's what it looks like it says. What's that?
We had a bit of an oddity with the first bails. DJK were unable to unload their bail for some odd reason. And it meant they got 114 for their first bail rather than beating Lintner to the punch and getting a 120 plus. So I don't know what
tried to
happened
find
there.
out what you've seen. Where do you see that in the logo? I can't see it.
Underneath, like if you
lower
look
half
top
of the logo
left,
along the
like
bottom.
yeah, under the bottom of the circle, it looks like it starts with an M. And then when I googled it, that's what came up. I googled DJK Anfield or Diopka.
Yeah.
And then the full name, at least for the stadium, it says it's a stadium in Hirschau, Germany. DJK Anfield Massenricht.
Massenricht.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine.
Well, I try to think what German word you just pronounced in a very weird way.
Massenricht. That's how it was spelled. Anyways.
Anyways.
Yes.
I love the German lessons, but I am completely distracted and not paying attention to the
One
FSL
bail
action
drop
going
or
on.
speed up. I don't think either team's going to go for this and get off their lines. Neither team is particularly close to it. Mod conflict.
Hi, Billy. How are you today?
Where is Apollo going?
Very good question.
Oh, Diok, I have a full harvester that is not moving and is costing them precious seconds here. They do already have more grain, though.
Yeah. And I figured it out. Now I see it's Massenricht. It's a city in Bavaria.
Aha.
Took me a while, but I found it out. But yeah, the full name of the team, of the soccer team is DJK Teutonia Ehrenfeld. Teutonia is, by the way, it's Latin and means Germany.
he sounded so excited and then so depressed at the end.
Oh, come on! It sounds super strong, doesn't it? Teutonia!
Yeah.
I like it.
And
Anyway.
it just means Germany. What a letdown.
Wow! Talking about the Germans here, DJK, they are unloading. Both teams are.
Ooh! Careful there.
So neither team going for the harvester chain.
Does it? I know it unloads faster when you're putting it in the trailer. Does it unload faster when you're going back and forth at the silo too?
Yeah, it does. With if you drive, well, if you're in movement, it unloads faster in general. So
I thought that was the case
faster.
in the trailer, but it doesn't seem faster to me at the silo. But I mean, what do I know? I'm still learning.
Well, maybe you're right and I'm wrong, but then again, why would they do it?
Right. I know
So-
it definitely helps with the trailers because you can visually see it, but for me, it doesn't make sense in the silo because it's all like you can't see it visually, right? It's going into the silo all the same, in my opinion. But they still do it. They know better than I do.
Lots of concentration on their faces there.
That almost looked like they were trying to go with like a football shirt there, combined with it being a T-shirt. It's not an official like jersey type. It didn't look like, but definitely looked pretty similar there.
Yeah, I like that these wildcard teams just created their own jerseys, basically. Because, of course, the Lindner jersey is sponsored by Lindner. It's created by some professional artists, you know. For these guys, because they are wildcard teams, of course, they have to come up with their own jerseys. And, yeah, well, I still like that they all do it.
Building's comment: if you shout it loud enough, it sounds epic and very German.
See? Teutonia! That's how I refer to Germany from now on, all the time. If people ask me where you're from, I'm going like, I'm from Teutonia!
Teutonia!
Yes, I am! And then
That
they're
sounds
super
cool, to be
confused and
fair.
They probably just, call the cops.
Oh,
Oh, they're right next to the drop, but they have no
They
idea.
are.
It's 15 seconds and then it's gone.
Turning back. Oh, and driving away.
I think Xerxes is going to be close to it when it actually goes, because he is sitting around that.
Tetris, by the way, little fun
Yep.
fact time again. And there is speed limit, making
speed
the
limit.
opponent a little bit slow. Tetris, I think he's the only active Season 1 world champion left.
Oh wow, really? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, because he won the Season 1 world championships with the Hektarhelden, which in Season 2 became Astragon for a short while and then disappeared. And he was transferred to Lindner, and he's still there. Is their stacker, is really good. And yeah, I think he's the last one from the Hektarhelden, so he's the last active world champion from Season 1.
Awesome.
I'm done with history lessons for today, I promise.
I hope you aren't, because it's nice having you around.
Back
I'm relatively
back
new to
when we
all
were
this.
doing the FSC Farming Simulator Championship in those days.
Yeah, that's when the Hektarhelden were unbeatable. But it was a very different game than it is now.
Oh,
very
absolutely.
So,
Oh,
Webster's got stuck.
yeah, he feels like hanging around a little bit.
I feel
That's
so
not
good
good.
when I see moments like that, though, because I see these really good teams that make it to the finals making the same kind of mistakes that I make when I'm in the arena. So it makes me feel a little bit better about myself.
Do they actually have a sponsor on their sleeve? That's awesome. Are they a sponsor team?
I would guess they have a team sponsor for their football team.
Yeah, probably. They just use it there as well. Like it. So, well, they did finally make it to the silo, which is good news, especially because, yeah, Lindner was like a minute faster now, but they couldn't make anything out of it because they're still leaving. This is Satyrus. Still having fun. And Apollo, which is a very strong name as well, now picking up the Anderson and probably bringing it to the barn. Yeah, he does. Nice, easy. And they haven't even started. They pick it up now.
That's quite a lag from DJK here.
Well, maybe, but then again, if you remember the Herman match, they did the same thing. They picked up the Anderson around the 6 minute, 5 minute 30 mark. So if it works, it works. I just don't know if it will.
It's gonna be a bale for bale stack here. It also sounds like the name of an epic metal fantasy band. Or fantasy metal band.
There probably is a metal band. So Satyrus, yeah, he made it. All good. And 5e has to take the long route because every bridge is up. And there's Satyrus, and now you will see that this guy is really good at stacking as well. Very fluent stacking. Please don't prove me wrong. That would just not be great.
that would be the moment for an ultimate fail.
Yeah, that would be the point where I'm like, okay, I'm out. Mic drop. Bye. He doesn't look too happy.
One thing we do have on these English streams is that anything we predict is normally wrong.
Yeah, well,
right.
then I
Well,
might be in the
especially
right
if
position.
you're saying it, Alex.
Especially if it's coming out of my mouth. Yeah.
Oh, hello YouTube, by the way, and Mercer Mechanics over there said hello, announcers. I'm doing better today to not neglect you. Bail-tastic.
And that
for
was
Lindner
a
there.
bail-tastic from Lindner. Very well done. Bottom boost, nice. However, I'm not sure anyone is going for it. And Lindner is just proving me wrong. I was like, oh, DJK Ehrenfeld, they're going to destroy Lindner. And Lindner is like, nope. How about
Diatka
no?
could do with getting this bottom boost, to be honest. They've almost got a full Anderson loader to bring in, but is it worth going all the way out of your way for it? That's the argument you have to make. And it's really far away from them, as you can see.
No one is really going for it. I think.
Yeah, way too far to make it worthwhile.
Coming in with all these bales, though, I don't know. You send one person out there to grab it, and then you drop all these in.
Yeah,
Right.
it would have been good. I mean, especially if Lindner can't counter then, and they would not be able to. Look at this, bales are just coming in now, so it would have been a bale tastic as well. And this bale tastic Lindner got, that is
very
nice.
nicely
Oh, beautiful.
This
Very
bale
nicely
tastic
done.
Lindner got might actually break the game in the end. Oh, maybe not. Maybe Lindner's doing well without it, but getting that bonus in is always a really good thing.
Yeah,
Something you really want.
50 bonus points for 10 in a row is, you know,
Yeah.
and
That's 2.5 bales.
significant amount. Yeah, it's a significant amount of points too. When the game ends up being close in the end, it can often make the difference.
Yeah. And you can tell at the moment it doesn't look too close, but then again, DLK Ehrenfeld just starts bringing up these bales, so this advantage is shrinking by the minute. There we go. Still, there are a lot of bales out there for Lindner, and they are in a very, very good position here.
I'd be
be-
interested
to
to
be
see if
nearly
Lindner are ready
200
to.
points.
Oh, there they are. They are ready to counter.
To be nearly 200 points ahead and have almost as many bales as your opponent.
they
Oh, he's gonna go for the combo here.
Strong position.
Oh,
Boom,
got it.
bale
Bale-tastic.
tastic.
That'll even it up. That one fell off, unfortunately, for him, but that's going to make it more interesting at the end
Absolutely is, and if Lindner is not scoring points
Oh,
now,
and-
and
well,
Setros
they're
is
not gonna score
definitely
points
not
from those.
scoring any
Oh.
points because he is
There's-
dancing with the
Ah.
bridges. That could even be a 15 bale streak for DJK if they
yeah,
play
because
this
they
right.
can't get in right now. Like you were talking about how good Zerzeris is at
11.
stacking, and he's actually going to abandon those two bales there and go to the inside and try to counter.
Absolutely.
just
and
came
here
on
is
here
how it happened.
And just got caught.
And that was
Activated
right
the bridge
as the
and then
bale-tastic
just-
hit, too.
So
12
it's
of
12
15.
now.
Lindner could have done with trying to...
One
They-
more.
oh, they got
there
it.
we
There
go.
it is.
Bale
And now they're in the lead.
aggressive. 15 bales. That hurts.
This is
A lot.
completely flipped the last minute. Wow.
That
These
hurts
are
a-
unforced errors from Lindner.
I mean, 20 is not happening because Lindner is now trying to
No.
get some points. But, that
That's-
hurts.
Well, maybe they're proving you right in the end then, Lars. As you said earlier, you thought Yatko would win it in 2. And then it was looking like it was Lindner's to win as Geppy comes flying in and gets stuck. That's
Yeah,
not a
but
good move.
I think he pushed in that bale, and that was needed to make sure they can't counter. So still a very, very good game
But-
from Lindner here. It's
Super close.
super close. If they go,
That's
there are
not
some
great.
more from the
Oh,
Wow.
So
It's going
there we go.
DJK's
1-0 DJK.
So 150 bonus points for DJK, and that made the difference. You could see Lindner know that it was in their control, and they just weren't in the right place to counter. If
Yeah.
Zerzeris doesn't get stuck on the bridge, that he counters the Bale Pressive, and they get 50 bonus points instead of that 100 that Diatka got, and it would
then
have
Lindner
made the
wins that
difference.
one.
769 to, so it was, you know, just under 100 points difference. So you take away that Bell Pressive, you give the 50 bonus points. Take away the 100, you're at 669 for Diatka, and then then Lindner take it.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. But
wow.
they should know that, right? They should know that if Zetrus does not get stuck in game 2, there is a very high chance they are coming back.
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It was very much won because of unforced errors. By
Absolutely.
Lindner.
Well, and I wonder why, like, they had brought a full load in, and so Zerzeris is going out in the field as the dedicated stacker just to bring 2 more in, and those 2 weren't worth it in the end, like compared to what would have happened if he had been in place to counter with the bales that came in on the Anderson loaders. So I don't think it was worth it to try to grab 2 more.
No,
because it costs
I
you
think
not
they
being able to
missed
get
that.
back.
Probably
Right.
didn't just see the combo coming up. They were just there. We're like, oh yeah, we're in a good position. Let's just get all these bales. Oops, it's 10. Oh my god, we have to. Bam, too late.
Right. Well, and he's probably betting on himself to not get stuck as well. And, 1 centimeter to the right, and maybe he doesn't get stuck on the bridge, and then it's a completely different outcome.
And this guy's just
But then-
WhatsApping, "Yo, mom, we did it, 1-0."
But then that's the kind of situation where we see a lot of people bringing in very weirdly angled bales on the
Yeah.
front.
What's
But
up
if
with
you
that
see-
today?
if you
Why
see
are people
other-
trying to do that?
Excuse me. If you see other teams doing it, people like Trelleborg, they're bringing in 3 bales and they're doing it in a way that they're all absolutely straight, so they don't have those problems on the bridge. And again, that's the whole unforced error thing. It's rushing and not making sure that you've got that extra moment just to make sure you can get across those bridges.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Felden just said it here, and he's absolutely right. It wasn't DJK winning that game. It was Lindner losing the game.
Right.
If they
Yeah.
just continued loading bales, they would have won it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But that also means for Lindner, they know that if they do this exact same thing, they're gonna get the victory this time. And for DJK, they need to come up with something because they can't just count on their luck hitting twice. You know, they can't just go over and force Cerberus to get stuck somewhere. So they need to come up with an idea how to win this without Cerberus just chilling on the bridge for like 2 minutes. So yeah,
So,
well, these guys look
prepping-
happy though.
They
I'm
look
quite sure they
pleased
have a
with
lot of
themselves so far.
fun.
Yeah,
I mean, it's the first time they are on an offline tournament. It's the first time they are to the Erlangen studio because usually, you know, you can't just enter the Erlangen studio, especially not at this time, because every
No.
single screen in that studio shows something from Farming Simulator 22 right now because we are all in full development mode. Of course, over the weekend, everything is just, you know, shut down so that you can't see anything. But still, you can go
wanna
to the Erlangen studio, which is awesome.
I want to say hello to NBC Master Dad in chat, who him and the rest of the guys from the Sim Game Alliance stream team on Twitch have been getting really into the FSL after we switched the scrimmage streams on Fridays to suit the Western Hemisphere more. So they're kind of at the forefront of really getting into the FSL for American-based players
Nice.
and having a good time doing it. They've even running their arena on their own dedicated server and practicing a couple of times a week when we're not doing the scrimmages. So I know they're having a lot of fun with it. And while we like seeing the competitions, I personally I love playing the arena too. I'm never going to be in a competition, not just because there's a conflict of interest, but because I'm not good enough for it. But I still enjoy playing it. It's a lot of fun. So I encourage you to give it a try if you haven't played it yourself.
Absolutely, but you still should go with conflict of interest. It sounds awesome. I'm a fantastic player, but I can't because I work for Giants.
Yeah, well,
As
see,
long
the
as
problem,
you don't play on stream,
The problem is that I end up playing sometimes on the scrimmages and expose myself. So
Yeah,
no
but
one's going to believe that
so
lie.
what you have to do is shut down the camera and go like, "Look, I'm that good. I'm playing blindfolded now. Let's see how that turns out." If it doesn't work, you're like, "Well, come on, for blindfolded, it wasn't too bad." So yeah. Here we go, game 2. I don't think any team will switch anything because why would they? Lindner, they know they would have won that or should have won the first game, and for DJK, they just won the first game. So no changes here, and I don't expect any changes to be in the pick fast either.
I like that Fendt tractor. It's so nice.
It absolutely is. But I do like the Valtra as well.
Somebody actually has I think they actually have an N series round by us, but yeah, I do see a black Valtra out in the fields every so often.
Well, and one of the reasons why you would pick that, I mean, it's a beast, right? It does have a lot of power, but also, and you could have seen it when they picked up the Anderson, it's so nice you can just turn the cabin. Makes things so easy.
I was out seeing a bunch of farmers in Colorado out and about yesterday, working their fields. You don't have to go that far from where I currently live to start to get in farm country, either direction, really. People think of Colorado as being so mountainous, but east of the Front Range of the Rocky Mountains, it's relatively flat. And we get passed up for our neighboring states like Kansas and Nebraska for obvious reasons because they just have massive amounts of farmland, but still a good bit of farming going on out this way, and it was cool to see some of the machines in person out and work in the fields.
So DJK gets a better start here, but they won't get the ideal because Lindner is faster with that. They will get the fend press though. That is good for them.
Yeah, see, Felden's got the right idea. If only
Yes.
there wasn't proof of Chalky being very concerned about you in that one scrimmage. Yeah, the problem is I clipped that myself. What was I thinking? I made my
Hey,
own
Synergy,
incriminating
welcome
evidence.
along.
And then, yeah, 2 ideals. This is a very nice setup, of course. You know, Lindner should be happy with everything they have. They are driving a full Black Fleet right now. 2 ideals in the Black Valtra. Looks very nice. But again,
So-
no style points given, right?
I want to know why. I want to see someone try to make the Rostelmash harvester useful since it ignores weeds. I'm surprised it gets ignored all the time. I get the reasons why, but there's got to
Yeah,
be
there
some
was-
way we can incorporate this. I want to see more love for it.
There was a time when it got picked a lot and people even rushed for it. I even remember John Deere spending points to get it early, but it fell out of meter like 4 tournaments ago.
Gotcha.
125, nice, and Lindner is not even in a position to get some points out of it. So this is definitely advantage DJK Ehrenfeld. Because, as we all know, if you deliver that thing now, you will still be like a bale or 2 behind, depending on how many points you get. If it's less than 105, it's more than a bale that you are behind, and that just is not great. And it will be less than 105 for sure. It's 102.
Frozen
That's quite
Chicken
a
in chat
late
says,
first fail.
I love that FS esports is actually a thing. We get that a lot when we're doing these streams. And we love when people discover the FSL because oftentimes when people discover it, they fall in love with it because it is a very different type of esport and it is very entertaining.
Yeah, and it's quite relaxed compared to some of these high-speed esports that are out there. It's a very different type. And you can tell by the players being a little bit more relaxed. And what I like about it is you have very young players playing it. You have, well, if I say very old, I make myself older than I am. But let's say old players playing it as well. So it's
Yeah,
fun.
there
As
is an
somebody
actual
who
studio in
is-
Erlangen, Germany. That's where they are, Frozen Chicken.
And somebody described me the other day as the old man of farm sim, which I
What?
kind of went, what?
You are, when you told me how old you were, I was really surprised, to be fair, Alex. So I thought you were younger than you are.
Well, that was nice. It was a lie, but it was nice. So here we go. Bale multiplier and Bale drop. Bale multiplier at minute 12, not too impressive. No one is going for that, I guess. Bale drop, yeah, why not? You know, it's an extra Bale.
Yeah, extra bail is always good.
Yeah. Bale multiplier, I think, is interesting around minute 8, but it fell out of meter as well. People are not picking it up too often now that they start stacking it around the 4-minute mark. Well,
I
yes,
have
like-
noticed that players have started paying less attention to the power ups.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that too. Like the drops just don't seem, unless it's like the perfect one at the perfect moment.
Yeah.
They just don't seem
If-
that beneficial sometimes.
If they happen to be near one like that, they will pop over and they'll grab one. Looks like Lindner have dropped a load of grain on the field though.
Yeah,
I
what's up
just
with
noticed.
that?
Doing
Ooh, and-
that basically.
They're doing that again now. Who
Well-
was it last time that did that? Was it LSA in that one round? They ended up winning anyways and going to the semifinal, but they like dumped their entire grain last month like on the field, and I have no idea how it happens.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
And it's-
look at the grain right now. It's such a big disadvantage for Lindner, right? They are down like 20,000 liters of grain, and that with 2 ideals on the field. I don't know how you managed to do that.
How have they got
Yeah.
themselves in that position?
Yeah, they've dumped a lot of it on the ground, I guess.
Maybe they're
Seems
just like, oh yeah, we just want to use the silo once. We are not spending time to drive over because we don't care about the first unload time like DJK does now because they are not scoring anyway. We only aim for the 8-minute mark. But in order to get enough straw to press bales, we need this the harvesters to stay out, so we just drop it. You know what I mean? Like if you
I
go
follow.
for a single unload tactic where you're only unloading at minute 8 because you save time by not driving over, you need to empty the harvester so that you can keep harvesting so that you have enough straw to press bales later. See what I mean? That's what they are doing, I think.
So they're focusing more on the bales than the grain. That's very
they
interesting.
will fill it up at one point, and
this
then...
is clearly intentional because there's no one near this right now.
No, they do it on purpose.
No, this is an error. This is a major unforced error.
No, I think I'm with Lars. I think they're doing it on purpose. I hadn't thought about it from that perspective.
Why would you dump the grain
Exactly what Lars was just saying. Like that way now, there's more straw on the field, and then they go and deliver it later. They take one trip instead of multiples. So the strategy, I guess, is focus on having more straw so you press more bales than worrying about 2 trips to deliver grain for your multiplier.
Yeah, because the only reason why people do it twice is usually because they need to unload everything so that they can continue to harvest, because as we all know, the first unload where you just unload and even stop the bale, no one is scoring points with it. It's completely pointless.
Right.
Well, other than at the moment they're dumping grain on the ground that would get them back from this 3 times multiplier. If DJK deliver grain again, Lindner are just going to have no advantage on the bale multiplier.
Yeah, I know. So I'm not 100% sure what the tactic is here, but I think it is meant to be just a single trip.
Right.
I mean, maybe it's just a big mistake. Maybe they are just doing that.
I will be amazed if that's intentional, because that to me is
yeah. But why would you do it unintentionally?
It's definitely intentional.
Well, no,
but I think that it's not going to work out how they think it was going to work out.
You know what I mean? They did it twice.
And it's not
they did it the last time. The last time they did it while they were unloading. So that looks like they missed the back of the trailer.
Right. But that one was like they just parked it off out of the way.
Yeah.
And they had to start unloading it without a trailer around, so I would venture to guess that wasn't a mistake.
The only way you can dump on the ground like that is by putting a trailer under it and then removing the trailer.
Yeah, it's a weird, and there is no pause, so it's not, a bug or something that the game is going, that the teams are going, look, this is not what we wanted to do. Please stop the game and bring the referees out on stage to check what happened, because we do have a referee team there checking everything. Look at that.
Okay, I take it back. This is intentional.
Yeah, I don't get why, but it is intentional. The hell is Lindner doing? Are they just forfeiting the game?
Maybe their plan is they're just going to put them into the bottom and say, forget the multiplier because we're only going to get 10 anyways. And we'll just get more bales and put them into the bottom. I mean, look at the difference in bales right now, 29 to 13. So they do have the bale advantage, 30 to 14
If they put the Anderson there from 2 sides and then just push them all in, they probably get a 25 bale multiplier.
Yeah, you're right. The combo points is maybe what they're going for because they've just left that load there. And what are they going to do now? Bring the next load in and try to push them all in simultaneously would be my guess. This is something new.
The craziest strategy I've ever seen used in the FSL.
And the funny thing is, by doing that, DJK just wasted a lot of time filling that second auger wagon because there's no point unloading because
it's a good strategy to throw off the other team. I mean, it's something we've never seen, and we were questioning whether it was intentional or not until it very much is obvious that it is intentional.
Yeah, and here is one thing that I always complain about. Like, if you do that and you stop the opposing belt, your belt is so slow. Yeah, DJK is getting 30 points per bale, but it's so slow that if Lindner puts everything in down there, they might actually out-combo this very high. Well, if they win this, I'm super impressed because this is a tactic I've never seen before. If it works, I'm a fan.
I would love to see somebody use this against Trelleborg because Trelleborg would not know what to do with this.
The problem is now they've wasted it here, and if they advance and end up facing Trelleborg aren't going to be surprised by it. But This is interesting. It could backfire still. I mean, DJK are in the lead by 113 points as it stands, and we have the super drop still to come. But what happens if there's a like? I guess the bottom boost doesn't really help Lindner though because of the strategy they're doing already.
No,
Yeah.
but imagine it would be multiplayer switch. That would be hilarious.
That would be
Multiplayer
great for
amazing.
them. Yeah, that would be great for them.
So yeah, I'm not
Although
sure
they're fully set up to push everything at the bottom.
Yeah,
Yep.
they have like 40 bales ready almost. I'm not sure that is a tactic I can follow, but
Yeah, it's very interesting, to say the least.
What? I'm flabbergasted.
The most, actually, looking at the stats for this season, Lindner have the most bales in a single game with 44, and that's 3 better than Vultra, who have the second most with 41. So it's not unheard of for Lindner to create a lot of bales, and he's just going to back this up into the other and completely just. And there it is multiplayer. Well, goodness.
yeah, well,
Lindner
no
would
one
like
is
to get
picking
this
it up,
now,
but I think it's hilarious that it's there though.
yeah, it's too far away for them, but that would have been nice.
So I wonder. So
Yeah, here,
impress
let's-
me, Lindner.
Wait, are they going to
Yeah.
bring one more in and then do it? I think they are.
This is that
They
they've
are gonna
already
go
got-
for,
they've
like,
already
a
got
full Impasa
43 bales. Oh, this is what the hell is going on?
Well, just pushing
This is
those
the
two
best
in
game
would
we're
have been
ever
enough
commented
for.
on.
Yeah. This is going to be interesting. I'm just glad to see
Oh.
something different. Get me
Yeah.
going for a ride there.
And that is the. Oh, he's off. That
Hey,
is
Tony.
the super drop gone. Nobody grabbed it.
So Lindner, we've seen you doing this weird stuff. What are you doing with it?
I can't believe I didn't realise either that Lindner got the telehandler.
I just imagine Chalky's voice again from that clip where he was making fun of me playing in the scrimmages, and he's sitting over there right now going, Lindner, what are you doing?
But they look happy. They are like, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted to do.
Well, listen,
I-
they lost the last round. It wasn't even close. So why not just completely do something different and gamble to see if it's going to work? Steven having a good time there.
Our German classes are as confused as we are.
Oh, man.
They have
What
to
is
line this up
going on?
perfectly. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. And the
The
problem
only
is,
thing that I wonder right now is, are there any Mexicans in the game? Because Lindner is building a wall, but who is paying for it?
oh no.
Sorry, I had to.
Oh man. Why is that only funny to the German and the Englishman?
The Americans like, oh shit.
I just spent a lot of time forgetting the last 4 years, and Lars brought it all back in just 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, sorry, not sorry.
Well, there's the Bale-tastic for. Meanwhile, that's actually DJK that have scored a Bale-tastic, so that's not good news. Oh, he was. I don't think he meant to score that one.
He was trying to counter it, but couldn't get in there without knocking the other bales.
Yeah, a little too late.
So there's a minute left. So whatever your tactic is, now would be the time.
Here it comes.
And the third one.
Oh, okay, so is Apollo going to push with the telehandler, and Cerberus is going on the other side?
I think he's going to extend the boom.
This is going to
will
be interesting.
That will be fun. And
Oh, and
there we
Oh,
go.
wow,
Bale press
Oh,
Bale is free.
32
It's us
bales.
Bale.
942.
Look at the faces of shock.
Oh my god!
And there's a counter. 1,022 points. 1,042. This is amazing. 1,072.
And these guys are like, what the hell just happened?
Look at them. They are so happy. They're so happy that they pulled it
Oh
off.
my god.
We may have seen a new strategy. We may have seen a new strategy birthed here in the 8th tournament of Season 3 by Lindner. Oh my goodness, they are pleased with themselves right now. Are you
They
kidding
should
me?
be.
We were
They
so
should-
confused, and
These
the
guys
only
are like,
people,
"Can you just see that?"
the only people that were confident that they weren't making a mistake and doing something absolutely stupid were Lindner. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they've clearly been practicing this as a disrupt tactic. Look at the
Look at
Vultra
that
coming in to
fantastic,
push him in. I
impressive
love
bailing
it.
spree. Impossible.
Oh my goodness.
Oh,
Oh my
49 bales
goodness.
delivered. Not a single one top. Doesn't
Oh
matter.
my
Had fun.
goodness. Are you kidding me? I mean, I thought I'd seen it all, and now no. 49 bales. Now
how do you
Lindner have
counter
broken
that?
their own. The record was 44 bales this season.
And these guys
Lindner
are like, "What's
coming
our
in,
tactic now?" I don't
and they
know.
broke it by 5. 49 bales? That's just insane. They've just completely like wrecked everything we think about how important it is to put bales into the top of the barn. I mean,
I do not know how they're going to counter that. I don't know how any team can counter that because that goes against every single strategy.
Yeah,
in
and
the
you have to
FSL.
come up with a strategy quick because
I
it's
want to
still out
know.
there.
Yeah.
I want to know who dreamed that one up from Team Lindner. Like, how did they come to this conclusion that we should try this one time? Look at them. If they don't go on and win this tournament today, they've won the hearts of the fans watching
Yeah.
this stream.
But I can't think of any team because there's nothing I can think of that Trelleborg could do that could counter that. There's nothing I can think that any team can do to counter that.
Right. Oh, my goodness. I mean,
The German cats are super confused. They're like, "What?"
I don't even know what to say.
No.
I mean, someone just won a game of the FSL without putting a single bale into the top part of the barn.
with having their conveyor stopped the whole time.
Yeah.
So
And
it basically
they-
makes grain useless as well.
And
Well, and
they
like-
send a message to Trelleborg saying, "Hey, play your tactic. We dare you."
Right.
We
And like Lars
don't
said
care.
too, like what's you get the 3-1 and yeah, you shut your opponent's belt down. Lindner didn't care. And then the problem with that is you also slow your own belt down. So
Yeah.
it really was kind of, Diak, I think they're doing the right thing, but what they did was just shoot themselves in the foot more so. Like they,
Oh man. I just
can't
how do you
believe-
counter that?
I can't
But
believe
I know
that.
I know how you counter that. You go and get the 3 times, and then you stop worrying about delivering grain.
Yeah. Oh.
You stop worrying. You do what the other team does. You get the 3 times multiplier, and then you dump grain on the thing the whole time. And
Yeah, but
then
what are you doing
just-
with the 3 times multiplier then?
What you're
dropping
doing
a
is
bale
you're
every
putting
now and
bales
then?
in the top all the time. You're creating as many bales as your opponents are, but you're no longer trying to get any more grain after you've got that 3 times multiplier. And
Yeah, you
then
have to
you
go
only
with
have
that.
to deliver a third of the bales of your opponents.
I'm sitting here
Well, I'm
stunned.
just-
I don't
That's
even.
that's the only counter I can think.
Yeah, I don't even thought that anyone would ever reach an impossible, which is I think
No.
35 bales in a row or something, or 30. I mean, we put it in more for funsies than for someone to use it, you know? And yet here we are. And this has to hurt for DJK. They have to sit there going, well, so when is our train home? Like,
Thank you for the clip, Terminator. I have got
I
to
didn't
get
clip it,
that tweeted
but I did
out.
share it. Yeah, Split Breezy clipped it and then linked it, but it got
Right.
deleted from chat, so I reshared it. But yeah, so thanks Split, and yeah, I love that. I mean, I'm still sitting over here like trying to recover from that. If I'm honest, I don't think I'm ever gonna be the same.
that was, I mean, we see every now and then we see a team inventing a new tactic. That one makes
That
you
was-
question the whole system. Like, you're sitting here
Yeah.
going, how? As I'm part of the FSL team, and usually after every tournament we sit together, go like, okay, what do we have to buff? What do we have to nerf?
Right.
I don't even know. How can we? I mean, we can't give less points for the lower barns. What are we going to do with that?
The good news is we saw something brand new, a strategy. The bad news is that it's going to make people want to use transport company even more now.
Probably, yeah. And but
Oh
the question
my
is, can
God.
someone adapt to it, or is Lindner just running
Oh,
away
yeah.
with that tournament until
I
they find
think-
the solution for it?
Tita Tutu, that's a fun name to say, by the way, says that we should add 30 bales in a row bonus points. Linder have proved that it's possible to do that. So it's not the worst idea in the world. Honestly, I've gone just in like the matter of seconds there from never seeing anything above a bale pressive in a Sunday tournament to seeing an impossible bale for the first time. I'm just blown away.
Yeah, absolutely insane. And I'm quite sure they do want to do it again. They are like, watch me doing that again.
Oh, you score over 1,000 points in the game. You do the same thing.
I am really glad that Lindner saved this for like I doubt that they intentionally saved it for an in-person event, but I'm glad that they unveiled it for the first time when we could see people in person, because you got to see Steven, the German caster, like the look on his face and like, what the heck is going on here? And then you see the faces on Lindner, like they're kind of looking at each other before they pull it off, like, this is gonna work, isn't it, guys? I think this is gonna work. And then when it happens, Diatka are like, what the heck just happened? And then Lindner are like celebrating.
I felt so sorry for them. They'd just gone over 900 points. And you could see on their faces they go, we've got this, we're not going to lose this. And then it just hit 1,000 points for their opponents and they went. And you could just, the disbelief in their faces was ridiculous.
So the best thing you can do here is just counter that super high streak. Like, get ready to counter it at one point and don't let it come up to impossible.
Right.
That is what you need.
Yeah. If you counter the impossible, you get 120
right.
points.
Yeah. Incredible Mouse is absolutely right. It was either going to be the biggest fail ever or the greatest play ever. There was nothing in between, and it turned out to be the greatest play ever. Right. However, really now that they know it, they can counter it. The good thing about that tactic, if you run it, is no one can stop you. You know, because you are not using anything. You are just using the lower barn door. No one can do anything about that. This is always working. But if you counter at the right time, they are not getting the, like,
they're
400
still laughing
extra
about
points.
it. They're still having a good time.
They're like, even if you get kicked out now.
I honestly don't know if they want to try it again. They have shattered the confidence of their opponents.
Yeah.
Just absolutely destroyed it.
I like what Felden said. I think we can all agree that our collective gobs are smacked and our flabbers are gasted after that.
And they're going for it again.
Yeah, they do it again.
What are they doing? Why are they dumping the grain on the ground? I don't understand this.
This has to be not on purpose. I wonder if the referees come out.
The only way you guys could change the rules to do this would be for grain not to drop on the ground from harvesters anymore.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen because we want that to happen, I guess.
Yeah.
But who knows? I think, and I will be super mean here now, but I think this tactic is not going to work more than once. Because here's why. Now they know. And direct delivery is for that tactic is amazing.
Right. Yeah. You really should be getting it because you never go to the grain.
Oh, wow.
I always said it's the best thing ever, and now I just proved it. But what I was about to say is, I think it's easy to counter, to be honest with you. Because they are doing this. That means there is this one point in time where it's just counting up to like 35. And if that happens at one point, you toss in a bale, you destroy that combo, and you get a lot of points for countering that combo. Maybe not, depending on when you get it in. But they will definitely not get like 300 extra points.
Well, they
if
would
you counter it.
Yeah, they would still get. So they would get 300. So say they countered the last point, the impossible, you'd get 120 points for that counter, but you'd still be sacrificing 300 points to your opponents to get it to that point. So,
Yeah.
you know.
Chris is also onto something. They dump the grain that makes the drops better for them as well. So the drops all go in Lintner's advantage as well.
They are having fun. They are having a lot of fun right now.
Well,
as I
and
said,
like,
even if they lose, they are now like, well, we proved something. Bye, guys.
right. And they're clearly going for it again.
That's got to be the highest score in the finals.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And their belt is stopped. This is a nightmare for, well, no one. Because they don't care.
Yeah, I don't have, like, our records are, like, play-ins and finals, so it's hard to tell, like, exactly what the highest points are for, like, a final day. The Ackerfleur have the highest points with 1,533, but that was in the play-in round in the 4th online tournament. Yeah, maybe that's the counter to it now. Like, Feldon's got a good point. They used the telehandler and then pushed it. If you ban both of the tellies, maybe it doesn't work out so well, but who knows?
It does take a tractor and the telehandler pushing its out to do it. And that's why it's quite a difficult thing to counter as well, because all those bales go in so fast. Because you've got the telehandler and the tractor pushing it in.
Right. Yeah.
At an incredibly fast speed.
I mean, that was just amazing. I would love to have been there when they dreamed this up and they started practicing it for the first time. And they've clearly practiced it and executed it well. But it was the perfect time to use it, too, because what Incredible Mouse said earlier that Lars mentioned, that it could have been a big fail. You know, if they failed, they're out. They'd already lost the first round.
Yeah.
So why not come in and try something completely new? Throw your opponent off. Look, a little cheeky wave there from them. They know that the fans at home are loving it at the moment.
Yeah, well, definitely got a lot of fame. They gained a lot of fans with that move, I'm sure. A lot of guys are like, well, I like Lindner. Just because it's something different, something we haven't seen before. This is always a good thing. Of course, I'm quite sure they would have loved to just keep it for Trelleborg. You know, if they would have just won these 2 games without that tactic and then play against Trelleborg and come in with it and just smash them, that would have been better, because Trelleborg is sitting there now for like 20 minutes discussing how they can handle it.
Right. I wonder if that was the original plan. Like, they had to know, like, okay, we want to try this tactic out at some point today. But wonder if they had planned to save it, but then they lost that first round and were like, listen, we got to do something or we're going home right now. So why not try it now?
Yeah. And I mean, I expect them to at least fight for that win again. Even if DJK Ehrenfeld is again playing an 800 round, they need to be good with counting. Otherwise, Lindner is taking it away again.
Right.
Yeah. So, you know, the tactic is out there. People know, but it's not only about knowing. It's also about finding a way to destroy it.
Yeah, and it's one thing of having time to go practice a way to counter it. It's one thing to try to do it on the fly now, right after it's happened to you. You've got to react immediately. And if we go off I think that was actually a replay of Steven like reacting earlier.
I think he's just still laughing.
Or he's just maybe he's just broken. He just keeps smiling like that because of what happened. Because that's how I feel at the moment.
You can see how much DJK are rattled though, because they're not stacking well, and they just have. I don't think they quite know how to do this. And this is just ridiculous.
You know how people come in
this
and
is nuts.
People come into the FSL already and they're like, why are they harvesting the grain like that? Like, why are we...
Nice.
So this is going to really bother the people.
So if you are wondering if we do have makeup artists in the back, yes, we do. Well, not us the English stream, but...
Right.
Yeah, they can see the enemies on the other side of the map. You can see it here. But yeah, well, black smoke, no Pope, no Pope.
I feel like that would be really hard to see, and that's probably why they've put it on like this far side of the conveyor. Of course, they know that they're doing it now, but It would be hard to see unless you're like driving on the left side of where the silo is, which you don't normally drive that direction a lot. So it would have been hard for them to see it.
I'm not sure if these guys know what happened. I mean, they saw that all of a sudden the opposing team got like 1,000 points, but you know, I'm not sure they are.
They don't know exactly
sure
how
what
it happened. Yeah, right. They
I
couldn't see
am
what we
thinking
saw.
that if you have trouble with countering this, is even you have to counter it at exactly the right point to score the maximum number of points.
Absolutely. But then again, even if you don't, if you just make sure that they can't get 30 bales in a row, because that's the insane part.
Yeah, but they would still get 2 bale presses.
Probably. So yeah,
and
it's
that's,
so hard to
the
counter.
trouble, is that how do you counter it when there are so many bales going in that it just
with
creates...
2 tractors. You need 2 tractors. You need someone countering from the left and then someone countering from the right like 2 seconds later. Yeah, insane. It's insanely hard to play against, and you probably need practice to play against that. And I'm not sure someone is just able to counter it right now. We will see. I mean, sad for DJK, but I love it.
I'm still just blown away.
I am. I can't. I am going through my mind trying to come up with ways that this can be countered, and I can't see it.
There goes one off the belt for
so,
DJK.
The easiest, the easiest part to counter this, but it is relying on a perfect drop, would be to do the same thing with your 3.0 multiplier, and then hope for bottom boost, and then do it on your side, and see that score go up to like 2.5 thousand.
I think the other way to do it is to take a full transport trailer of bales, sit them at the side, and when the other team starts pushing them in, you push your lot in, and that way you've got a large number of bales countering with that will stop that. That's the only way I can think to do it. You need a large amount of points going in at the same time.
And that is hilarious again, because Lindner dropped all the grain and didn't score any points. They can destroy 4 bales of DJK, because the game is like, no, Lindner can't win this. They're in a huge disadvantage. Let's just make this super drop super strong for them.
Last time DJK were able to get a Bale-tastic combo while Lindner was out and about, so if they do that again... In addition,
just imagine they start countering that as well.
Like, if Lindner were able to counter that last time, it would have been even further ahead, so...
And these guys are like, we don't know what to do. Let's just keep playing and hope for the best.
DJK do not know what's going on. I'm willing to bet Trelleborg are watching this with great interest, though.
Oh, yes. As I said, they have team areas outside. So Trelleborg is already sitting there discussing it all the time, going, what are we going to do against it? Someone come up with a tactic. Quick, you have like an hour. Because the other semi-final is
Oh, hello.
Trying to push, I think he's trying to push those bales in. Or push that bale in. How?
Unforced errors, just like killing some time.
They don't know what to do. They can see this is a false lead that they've got at the moment, and they just don't know what to do about it.
Can you imagine being ahead by 300 points 2 minutes before the game is over, sitting there going, we can't win it, guys. It's like, I wouldn't know how to win this.
And look, there we go. Lindner
counter done.
Making sure that there's no combo. Keeping that point.
The third Anderson is coming in a minute, and then we are just seeing that stuff just going on again. And DJK is like, anyone has an idea here?
They are trying to get combos now. And if they put a bale in now, they're going to counter a combo.
But
they're not going to do it.
They don't care.
They don't care.
There's the Bale-tastic. Didn't make a difference last time.
But then again, there are 3 more coming, and if Folwy just puts in 2 down there, that would be a 15 bale combo. That's not too shabby. Especially because these are giving a lot of points.
We don't track a record
look, we are making a lot of points. We can do it. It's just a minute left.
Oh, Apollo missing it. No, Apollo's countered.
Oh, countered it.
Oh, God.
And that was a 60 point or 50-point counter, wasn't it? It was a Bale pressive counter.
Yeah, and Apollo very carefully positioning that Bale back. Because if
he
those are
has to,
not
because
in the
if
right
anything
place,
goes
this
stuck,
won't work.
this is over. And now these guys are getting in position. But you have to be fast now, guys. There's less than a minute left. Where is your push tactic now?
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, they come.
Here it comes.
Firex is getting in position.
Well, if
and
there
then-
was a record for most amount of points in a short span of time, Lindner have to have it. They're
Bale
going for like
tastic,
100
Bale
points.
Bale
pressive,
Bale testing,
yeah,
Bale
they
pressive.
countered it.
They countered it
but
this time.
It's still enough points.
Bailing
Bailing's
And
spree.
there is the bailing spree in the end
So
again.
they didn't get an impossible this time, but it doesn't matter. And look, they're like, what are we
Just
supposed to
going,
do?
How? How do we counter this?
Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't believe this. I mean,
No, they did well though.
they've
VFK
rewritten
did
the
well
rules
with
here.
countering. They did what they had
did.
to do.
They did actually try and get to the counter.
I
but
think, look at, they're so happy.
jeez.
I think you're right. Like, the only way you're going to be able to counter this is if you have two tractors and you're timing it perfect for, like, counter this combo, counter this combo, counter this combo. I mean, Diotka came in and played a great first round, and they've just been absolutely annihilated in the next two. I mean, and look at Zerzer's. I mean, Diotka just...
You
what
can tell they are confused.
I would be, too.
They are so confused.
I mean, oh, my goodness.
Well,
Are
there
you
goes
kidding
my
me?
secret favorite for winning the tournament.
45 bales delivered into the bottle.
Undelivered grain, 10,000. That's because they were just throwing it on the floor. Oh my god.
I don't.
Yeah, well, good luck anyone to win this. Especially if you haven't practiced it and you're like, okay, we need to do it as well to win. Good luck, just, trying it.
Right.
Trelleborg next.
Oh my goodness.
How are Trelleborg going to counter this?
So
I
that
don't
was our
know.
last
And
quarterfinal.
here we go.
So we're
NFS
into the
Esports
semifinals.
versus Herman, and then Trelleborg versus Linden. And all of a sudden, Trelleborg is not my favorite to win the semi-final anymore.
Oh man.
I don't.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we would have easily said coming in, whoever wins out of Diotka and Lindner has to face Trelleborg, and they're in trouble. But now, after seeing that, you almost have to say it's the other way.
Yeah, I expected DJ Kane to go away, but yeah. Anyway, we are in break. See you later. Are we? No, we are not.
Nope.
I was about to say we are in break.
That was the
I was
end.
sure,
That was
but
the
no,
end.
we are. Everyone is confused. Everyone is confused right now. Like, you can tell the German casters are just
Lindner has
confused. We
just
are
broken
confused.
everyone, I think, even us.
I'm actually, do you know what? I'm actually sitting here shaking because I can't believe that. I can't believe they pulled that off twice.
Well, and you were saying it just earlier as we are about to take a break now.
I think it might be time for a break.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go on break and get some drinks.
We'll see you in a minute.
look, baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else. I've got one thing on my mind. I already hear the bells. I'm a victim of love, calling out to heaven above for you. Baby, I'm not running around looking for nobody else.
Well,
Welcome
so
back, everybody.
have we recovered from that?
I didn't.
I am just.
If
I
I wouldn't have needed coffee if I had known that was going to happen. I wouldn't have even drank any, and because that was enough right there to get me hyped up. I can't believe it. I thought I'd seen it all. We're going to see the replay coming up.
At this point, I
I
would like to
think-
congratulate Lindner for winning the 8th tournament. I don't think anyone can stop this. Boy, what?
This was just nuts. So first bail goes to DJK, and at this point, we had no idea what was coming.
Yeah,
No.
it looked all good for Diatka in this first round. Like we thought it's going to be them going through. After the first round, they did a great job.
Well,
Yeah.
to be
Of
fair,
course,
they
this is the first
should
game
have
when they
lost
went-
the first round, but Lindner made so many mistakes with their old tactic. You know, I mean,
True.
just remember all the things that are going to happen. Sazerus getting stuck on the bridge, all these weird things that are going to happen in the first match, and then giving Diatka the advantage.
There is a giveaway link in chat, everyone. Reminder, we're giving away a copy of Farming Simulator 22 coming out November 22nd. So click the Gleam link, go enter all the ways you can enter. Maybe you'll win.
There we go. We're gonna see all these little mistakes that led to Diatka winning that first match, because again, Lindner was doing very well, everything was fine basically, but then they made so many mistakes,
Yeah.
right? It's like
Hollow
you can see
coming
it
in for
here.
Lindner.
They
It's
are
just-
ahead, only 2
You were
minutes
talking,
left.
Lars, before this matchup kicked off, that it was a huge opportunity for Lendner to move potentially up the standings a bit, above Corona and My Insanity, who are in fourth.
Didn't know
above
they
them.
were listening though.
Yeah. And it's a massive opportunity for them.
Absolutely is, and I'm not gonna lie. I mean, as I said, I predicted DK to win this
Yes.
2-0, and I saw them being a contester for the finals, even with Trelleborg in the way, because that's just how good they played yesterday.
Right.
But
But then
Yeah,
Lendner
You
brought
did, you
the-
did
have
say
ready.
if you did
That was
say
the
if
point
Lindner
here.
has an incredible run to the final now, they that they would go up.
These last two highlights that we just saw were the moments when we were starting to realize that it was intentional. And then we
yeah,
started
then
to
we
see
saw
them
them
stack
building
these
that
up.
wall.
So this was the
And you
second
could s-
round, and the first time we've seen this, they
Yes.
actually pulled it off better the first time because
Yeah.
Diatka weren't ready to counter the first time it happened. So they got the
No, and-
Impossible. So that was 24 in a row plus all the extras. 100 and what is it? 280.
Look at it! Just they
No.
were not in position to do it, and they weren't ready to counter the first time. They just weren't
That's
ready for it to
500
be
bonus
that many at
points.
once.
I mean, that's 500 bonus
Oh, and
points if
they
you get the
countered. I
Impossible.
didn't realize they countered a bail combo in. Oh, this is the second
That's
game.
the
isn't it?
that's the last game basically.
Which is just yeah.
Well, oh no, it
No.
wasn't.
No, it wasn't. That was the first game.
It's so what happened was they got an Impossible and then it reset for the Bailtastic and they countered it. Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely
It's just-
insane tactic. And you can tell DJK, they were like, what is going
Yeah,
on?
they're
And
gonna
they just
have-
started.
They're gonna have nightmares about
Doing
that for a while.
Yeah.
I have a feeling. I mean, and Lindner just completely blew up everything we thought about the FSL
And here they come.
Yeah.
today.
Imagine telling
yeah, it
someone,
was-
I played the FSL, I was 500 points behind 30 seconds before the game ended. Like, oh, so you lost by a lot. No, we won by like 150 points.
More than that. Yeah, nearly 300. Like, oh my
That's
goodness. Absolutely insane.
And in fact, I think DJK basically made themselves have fewer points that second game because they were trying to work out how to counter it.
Yeah. They were completely caught off guard. They were just sitting there going, I don't know what to do.
I think the only thing
cannot
that might hurt Lindner right now is that Trelleborg have more time before their semifinal to think about some way to.
I want to see that game. Trelleborg Lindner is all of a sudden is a banger. I mean,
yeah.
Boy.
I cannot wait to see what Trelleborg do. But first,
here we go with the last wildcard team, LSA, against Herman. Last tournament's finalists. They want to do it again, and they need to get rid of that wildcard team in order to be in the finals, and then most likely get rolled over by Lindner.
We came into this saying everyone's going to get rolled over by Trelleborg, and it's flipped in no time.
This is what I find amazing is the fact that we are sitting here now talking about Lindner rolling over teams.
Right.
What the hell has happened?
To be fair,
I'm loving it. I saw someone in chat say like, sorry to hate or something like that, but that's a boring tactic. Like I wholeheartedly disagree. And I think that, I mean, as long as it's within the confines of the rules of the game, everything's fine with me. And I like seeing teams create because we've recently seen Vultra find a way to start to climb up the table. They've really improved. And then we've started to see these wild card teams make it in. But Lindner just completely set the bar with a brand new strategy there.
And absolutely. I will say, if two teams go for that same strategy, it will be really interesting because the points difference at the end is going to be tiny.
Right.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And
we'll see. I mean, here's the thing, right? Now we are all talking about Lindner and everything, but they are up against Trelleborg. While we are all absolutely stunned by the tactic, if there is someone who's able to find a way around it, that would be Trelleborg.
Right.
So, yeah, we will find out in about an hour because for now, it's LSA Esports versus Herman for the finals, which is, I would love to see a wildcard team in the finals, but then again, as we all know, I like Herman as well, so I'm absolutely fine with either of them winning this because it would be amazing for both of them.
It is cool to see LSA, like, back-to-back now. They've made semifinals. They have a chance to make a final again here. And they're one of the teams that I've seen staying up late, coming to the Friday night scrimmages, staying up until 3, 4 in the morning to get some extra practice in. So it's showing that it's paying off for them for sure.
Yeah, and last time they got kicked out by Valtra in the semifinals.
Right, which is nothing to be ashamed of.
No. And I mean, Valtra eventually won the tournament, so... that was good.
I was going to say, this time they kicked Vultra out of the finals, so...
Right.
No, that was not LSA Esports. That was DJK.
That was DJK, sorry, yes.
Yeah, the other wildcard team.
Yeah, LSA Esports kicked out John Deere, which is, almost as impressive. It's not as impressive of beating Valtra right now, because John Deere is a little bit not as strong as they used to be. But it still is John Deere. It still is one of the better teams. And you kicked them out, and now... You also kicked out Manitou, and if you manage to kick out Herman, then you are in the finals waiting for Trelleborg or Lindner. Both of them are super scary.
I was laughing there at Incredible Mouse's comment in chat. Yes, let's see both teams try it like two bulls in a China shop. Just smashing a bunch of bales in at once. I would love to see two teams going at it. Like Alex said a moment ago, like it would come down to just an absolute tiny margin of points. And
it's not a guaranteed
Lars has a point.
Win is the other thing.
Lars keeps talking about direct delivery and how he thinks it's the best thing, and I think that this tactic that we're seeing, if teams are going to start using this more often, direct delivery is absolutely something you would want to go for, because that could make the difference for you in that slight point advantage. If your opponents are doing the same thing,
but funnily enough, I thought about it. I'm not convinced anymore. I think it's a disadvantage.
I'm with you. Based on what Chris was saying earlier, you want to be as much at a disadvantage throughout the whole game as you can be because your drops are better.
Yeah, not only because of that, but you also want the belt to be as slow as possible, you know, for your opponent, so that
Opponents.
yes, they do have a big multiplier, but they are not scoring a lot with it because the bales are so slow that they can't use it for countering. They can't use it for anything really. So I'm not 100% sure if you. I still think direct delivery would be good, and it would be interesting to see if they try to use it there. But yeah, I don't think you really need it because you don't care about that belt at all. So getting a multiplier doesn't help if you don't care. Anyway, let's just forget about that tactic for a while and let's look at LSA versus Herman, because we are already like 2 minutes into a completely different game and we are still talking about what we just saw.
Yeah,
128 points to 125 for first bales.
I've got another random. I just got a push notification. This has nothing to do with FSL, but Giants are a German company, and there's news that German footballing legend, Bayern Munich legend, Gerd Müller has passed away today at the age of 75.
Yeah, he was the best. The best whoever there was there. We call him the Bomber. Oh, we used to. I guess that stopped. Yeah, he died unfortunately this morning. This is a very sad thing for German football. It really is.
Yeah, he's a legend. I mean, he is the name that you think of.
Absolutely is. But anyway, back to in more fun news, LSA versus Herman. Both teams are obviously fighting for finals. For Herman, all of a sudden, they were safe in 4th position, right? But now they feel Lindner just coming through. Like, you know, please clear the left lane. We are coming through. So Herman really has to go to finals to defend their 4th place now.
That would be the right lane for you, Alex, just to clarify.
Yeah. Everybody else drives on the wrong side of the road.
Well. But then again, you know, every one of us has something. We are not using what in Germany we call the retard units. We have meters instead of miles. So, you know, a lot of things are just different.
Yeah, but we're the only country on the planet that uses both.
It's just, I always try to get behind your system of stones and you know, all these things, and like this is confusing for me as a German. But yeah, it's probably the same for you guys, going like, what are the Germans going on about with this weird metric system that no one really needs?
My thing is I understand that the weird thing is I understand the metric system probably more than the imperial one.
Yeah, because it's that easy. It always goes from a 0 to 1,000, and then you just, you know, you're done.
I'm having to remember how many feet there are. Or you see, this is bad. I was about to say how many feet there are in an inch. I meant how many inches there are in a foot. Things like that are ridiculous.
I think it's easy, but for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Having a look at Neo Prince going to deliver. What is this delivering of grain strategy?
Yeah, well, what's going on there?
Linux is about to deliver some for LSAs.
This is so last tournament.
This is so last tournament. This is so last round even, or 2 rounds ago.
No one is playing this anymore. I don't get it. Like, catch up
I
with
love
the Meta
seeing
guys.
it because we've just gotten so used to seeing Transport Company and Bales. For a while, people were using Easy Stack. Now it's switched to just dumping them next to the conveyor and stacking them over time. And we got so used to seeing that over and over and over. So I'm glad Lindner have completely thrown a wrench in the plans.
Absolutely.
What are Horriman doing though? Why are it's because they've both got wheat bonuses. I was trying to go out. This is not a tactic Horriman normally do.
Yeah, grain multiplier.
Because they've got grain multiplier on.
Yeah, they adapted, which is good. But I
just
wonder,
not enough.
this is not their usual tactic. Let's see how good it will work for them.
Horriman have managed to get a slight advantage in that, though, in that they have to do less to get it to the 2.1 multiplier. No, Stones is not Europe. That is but it is UK. I know my weight in stone better than I know in. Actually, I know my weight in stone. I don't know my weight in pound. Because yeah, we use the same system, but we don't even use it in the same way.
That's a good question in chat. And Lars, I don't know if you have any sort of insight into that, but I've just been operating on the assumption. The question is, will the next season of FSL be on FS22? Do we have
I don't know yet.
Yeah, okay, there we go. You heard it from the man himself.
Yeah, we don't know yet. Honestly, just because how fast the seasons go, right? I expect the next one to still be on 19. To be honest with you.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so, because this season ends pretty much when 22
Yeah,
comes
like 8
out,
days before.
and then
22
we would have to
releases.
recreate basically the game for 22. But I don't know. Maybe we do that. Maybe not. It all depends on a couple of different things. We are still a tiny team. Our developers,
Right.
of course, have to work on 22, so that there is no time converting FSL to 22 just now. And once it's out, there might not be enough time until the next season starts.
Right.
Yeah.
It seems like
So-
sort of a similar thing with precision farming, like why it's coming out
Exactly.
DLC for 22, because the focus is fully on 22 itself, the new features and everything.
Being a
trying to
programmer
get it out.
myself, there's that whole release support stuff that needs to be done that you concentrate on immediately after.
So there's Bale multiplayer and Herbicide. Bale multiplayer, quite interesting if you ask me, at the 8-minute mark. And yeah,
They
Untot
have some
agrees
bales
with
to
me and
take
picks it up.
advantage. It's like the perfect location for a bale multiplier when you're already driving some bales in, like on the way through. The release of the game is November 22nd. We don't have any news on when the next season of the FSL will start, though, at this point.
I know
But
I know when my expectations of it are, but we'll see if my thought pans out. Because I know nothing, as we've previously established.
Well, this current season we have 11. We'll end up with 11 overall tournaments, right, with 1 month off. So if you go off of that, then there's just not a whole lot of time
Exactly.
left between 22 releasing and the new
So
season.
we'll see.
So,
I don't even know if the call has already been made, to be honest
Yeah.
with you.
right.
Because at the
My
moment, as you can imagine,
thought is that there's a big event early next year that would be a perfect time to launch the next season of the FSL. Is
Oh, yeah,
what my
absolutely, yeah.
reasoning is.
that absolutely is. And even if we are not launching it there, we are definitely having a tournament there.
Yeah.
I would be so confused if we ignore Agritechnica. That
Yes.
would just.
I wasn't going to say it out loud because I didn't want to, But
Well,
yeah,
I can totally
would-
do that. I can spoil things. I'm a community manager.
Leakers.
What can you do? No, well, it's not a leak.
But yeah,
that
I
there's
would.
Agritechnica,
As I said,
and I
would
think
be
there's not a
amazed
leak that
if
we
there
will be
wasn't
there.
Something at Agritechnica. Based on the reception we had last time, which was just crazy.
I really hope that life gets back to normal and we get more in-person events. And I'm a true believer in the Farming Simulator League, as well as Farming Simulator, of course. Even before I was hired by Giants, I was a huge fan of the game. It means a lot to me. So I'm excited about the growth of it here, especially in my area in North America.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
what
that-
we got you on board for.
Right, and there's a lot to get excited about. We just got to get the world to get back to some semblance of normal, so we can have these full capacity in-person events again without too many concerns. Having a look at the team LSA here, the players from LSA in the studio in Germany.
And let's say I'm making a couple of unforced errors here.
Down the road, I don't know how far from Lars, where he's sitting at his home right now, because he's not at
Yeah.
the studio this weekend.
No, I am not, because there is no space for me, because that weird German casters just take all the caster spaces. Which is fine, I guess. I'm fine with sitting here with you guys, being on the English stream, watching LSA versus Herman, and I don't know. This game is kinda weird. Have you seen how fast these belts are? I'm not used to it anymore.
Yeah, Lindner
I
have
have-
ruined us all now.
I have seen a very slow belt for like an hour, so not sure.
I just imagine like Chalky is sitting over there like, I've been trying to tell you guys about Lindner for a while now. Like, and you guys just haven't
Yeah.
been listening.
I'm actually happy that this is not only a very unique tactic, but it's not one of the big teams coming up with it. You know, like
Right.
the usual suspects, let's phrase it that way. Lindner has always been a mid-tier team. They've never been bad, but they've never been good enough to dominate. And they come up with a tactic that might change that. I love it.
I feel like it had to have been a discussion at some point. Like, listen, we can keep going the same way we've been going, but it's not really working out that great for us. So what can we do to like completely mix things up and just like change the game? Maybe that's not how it happened. Maybe that it was just one of those things where it clicked all of a sudden as we see Herman pick up the bail points there.
Yeah, bottom boost and
Oh, it was bottom boost, actually. Yeah.
and Nitos is ready to just get
wow.
these points in.
That's nice.
Boom,
21 points into
Bale-tastic
the
as
bottom.
well.
Bale-tastic. Here comes Bale
Oh no,
Pressive.
they have enough for
Impressive.
Bale Pressive.
They have enough for bailing Spree as well, I think. Oh, it was
No,
Oh,
they
he's gonna
countered.
Ah,
They countered.
that's
good
still
bit of
an
work by
impressive
DeFlo there
amount
to
of
back up
points
and
for
not
Herman
put
at
them
this
into the
point.
bottom for the combo. He's like, oh, we're not getting the combo they countered, so let's put the brakes on real quick and get maximum points for these. Well, he's actually going to wait to counter them now, was the thought process, it looks like.
So
It's gonna
LSA,
be
they
a little
have to
while.
they have to stack fast now and make sure that they get a lot of points. But yeah, Anton is doing very well. It looks very smooth. But still, Herman got a lot of points.
Will you be at the production hall next month for the tournament, Lars? Do you know?
I don't know.
At
I
this
don't know.
point?
I hope so.
Yeah, I'm jealous of that one. I think that's going to be really cool to see that setup. I'm interested to see what the setup looks like, how it's pulled off, and getting to see that as a backdrop is going to be cool. And of course,
I
we've got
really
their
wanna-
buildings coming to FS22 as well, as we showed
Yeah,
off during FarmCon.
and as usual, Farming Simulator League is a little bit faster than everything else because we do have Herman buildings on that map already. The starting hall is the
Yeah.
Herman hall.
Yeah,
And I-
we
I-
tried
I-
to,
one of
like,
the
there
things
was a
I
little
li-
bit of a hint there that people didn't maybe pick up on.
One of the things I am loving about FS22 is the number of placeables it starts with. Just seems to be a huge number more than FS19 has.
It's definitely more than 5.
And- Yeah. But should allow me to make some nice farms. That.
Oh yeah, FS22. I mean, we still have a couple of interesting surprises. I can tell
Gamescom
you
coming
that.
up soon.
Gamescom coming up soon. I'm not even sure if we're gonna reveal one of these surprises there. We do, and I'm not sure if that's a leak or not, but if it's a leak, I'm just, whatever.
Whatever, you have a
We
reputation.
do,
with
of course, show the second map at Gamescom.
Oh.
I'm quite sure we do. So that should be interesting for everyone.
I know there's a lot of anticipation for the second.
I don't think that's a
That-
leak. I think that was. I feel like that was.
That's
mentioned.
a tease. is
Yeah,
what
I
At some
that-
point
think
at
it was
FarmCon.
mentioned. If it wasn't mentioned, then it's not a bad leak. So
I mean, it's been saying, like we've been saying for a while now, coming soon. So put two and two
Exactly.
together. You've
And-
already figured this out on your own. We've just confirmed it for you now. If
Yeah,
anything.
and
If
if you
anybody
follow the
wants to
development
add
of Farming
DJ
Simulator,
Goham and
I
let
think
him
we
know
have
that the
always
last
shown
leak
the
is
last
stuff
map
again.
there. Right. I think we've always shown the last map at Gamescom, so it's not a surprise for anyone.
Right.
So here's the thing, Herman, they might be able to get 1,000 points without that weird tactic. Look at that. They
Yeah,
will
one of the guys
definitely get
from-
1,000 points.
One of the guys from Herman stood
Wow.
in for some commentary on the German stream yesterday after their games. Yeah, cool. I didn't know that, Felden. Oh, look at DeFlo
That's-
doing the show off, going up the belt.
That is an impressive score.
It absolutely is.
I mean, with a score like that, you could almost compete with Lindner.
You cannot complete it. Man,
10:36. Yeah, I
That's-
mean, well, what's up, Weatherman?
that actually, I would, if I was Lindner, I'd be very concerned seeing Horriman score that many points.
If
Yeah,
I
with-
was Linder, I
with
would
a
first
fast
be
spell.
concerned that they need to beat Trelleborg. I mean,
But
I
yeah,
realized they
obviously.
broke,
But my
they broke out a good
my
team.
point is that if Harman are scoring over 1,000 points without a high multiplier,
Right.
they could score very high points with a high multiplier.
Granted, that bottom boost did help them because they were able to get a
did.
lot
That's
in
true.
at the maximum amount of points with, relative ease compared to having to stack them.
So what we are
but-
saying here is everyone should be concerned of everyone right now, and that's
Yeah,
exactly
pretty
how
much.
it should be. Watching at the semifinals.
It's a nice even setup.
For now,
But yes.
the most concerned team should be LSA because if they lose one more, they are out of the
Well-
tournament. So they really need to,
100%.
find a way to stop Herman.
Felden says by the second map, Lister 10 is probably trolling us and is going to be the enhanced Erlengrat map we get shown. Yeah, technically there are 3. Felden, you bring up a good point.
Well,
But
second
I have
two
a
new
feeling-
ones. 2 new ones.
I have a
One
feeling we've already
enhanced.
seen the enhanced version of Erlengrad, though. I think we've seen it in demos and bits in some of the videos. So
I'm not sure, to be honest. Maybe.
if I remember
Yeah.
correctly,
But yeah, now we are showing the map that we haven't shown so far. Okay?
Yeah.
Let's phrase it out. Unless I'm completely wrong. But no, I'm like 99.9% sure.
Someone said, actually, Alex, that I don't know if it was you can probably confirm that you were digging through some footage trying to look at license plates and the like. Was that you? Can you confirm?
I was at one point trying to work out what the various types of license plates and things were. Definitely.
I love
And
it.
going,
I
I
love the
went
detective work.
over that shop image with a fine-tooth comb that had the new class combine on.
Of course you did. I love it.
Well, we did leak the map name on the German farming simulator FarmCon Q&A with the map designer. So it's already out there.
Yeah, there we
We
go.
really need to do something about that audio team always yelling in our ear because I can't focus on talking to you guys while I'm listening to our production team. Hey, production team, turn it off. Hello.
Incredible Mouse. Sorry, are we talking about something other than Lindner? I won't have it.
Well, can we talk about how Herman still have the best pictures
How
in FSL?
how Herman just scored over 1,000 points.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
That's
too.
our third 1,000 point game in this final, which is nuts.
Yeah, absolutely nuts.
And it also shows that the game is evolving, basically. You know?
Absolutely. Teams are finding ways to score more points all the time.
I mean,
Yeah.
Lindner have scored. So at that first round, they scored 682, and then they scored 400 more points, 1082 the next round, and then 1053 in the third. And then Herman just pulled off. What was theirs? Do you remember the exact number? It was 42, 1042. Yeah, I think it was
something like that.
1042 or something like that. So I mean, you look at that, and then you look at like Trelleborg, who are top of the overall standings. The highest they've scored so far today is 967. Not saying they're not capable of reaching those numbers as well, but I mean, it just shows how impressive these scores have been.
1036 Herman scored in their first round here.
Wow.
And yeah, Trelleborg scored 913 and 967 in the quarterfinal match.
Yeah.
Which is their first match was less than DJK scored in the first match they lost to Lindner.
Right, 935 they scored, yeah. And still they got beat by over 100 and 100 points. Wow.
That's that. Yeah. This is gonna be this has been an interesting day. It is gonna be an interesting afternoon because this is I now have no idea how any of this is gonna play out. I had a thought earlier this morning and now I don't.
No, I was sure I can predict pretty much any game. And now I'm sitting here going, I have no idea what's going to happen. I'll just wait and see. First of all, who is our first finalist? And we have LSA and Herman. battling each other. And for the first time, I think we see the New Holland T6 back today.
That'll make Alex happy.
I
And
am
the
very
New
happy
Holland
to
in there.
see. Very happy to see that. Also, they're using the little Lindner as well. So Lindner is in this round for Horrible. Yeah, good to see that little New Holland out. I like that.
Absolutely, I love that one. We used to see it a lot. It fall out of meta a little bit. If you remember the last Trelleborg team from last year, around Lucas, he just used it all the time to great success, as we all know. They, turned everything came around and won the world championships. So yeah, T6 very important back in the days. Not that much anymore now.
Belden coming in with the New Holland for the win emote.
Good emote that. I wonder what channel has it.
I wouldn't recommend it. No. I'm loving this today, and I'm gonna follow up the Farming Simulator League action by going to the farmers market and getting some farm fresh produce later. It's getting towards the end of time for the Palisade peaches, which are a big thing in Colorado. A lot of people in the U.S. think about Georgia when it comes to peaches, but maybe I'm biased. I'd argue our Palisades are better here. No offense. First bale, 124 to 120, not too bad.
Yep.
LSA
Advantage
have to win this
LSA
one.
again. I think they had the advantage in the first game as well.
Right.
So in.
And that is the reason
quite judge
why
that
they have
right.
less points.
Yeah, that's why they got the advantage, LSA. Because Herman crashed right into the barn. Linux right back to baling. Oh, look at nice little camera shot of the tractor sitting there.
And back into the New Holland. Where is he heading with that? Is he going to go and I think he might be going to grab the overloader. That would make sense with that tractor. Yep. There we go. Though that tractor does look a little bit small on that.
Doesn't it?
It works though, so it's fine.
So we've got two cases operating here. The harvesters for Herman. A John Deere and a New Holland for LSA.
That whole, just thinking about it actually, that whole tactic of not worrying too much about the grain, you changes which combine people want as well.
Right. Yeah.
Grain multiplier and direct delivery. I think both teams are. No, I think they'll go for the grain multiplier.
Yeah, they will go for grain multiplier, and that means that Herman is unloading early in the game again, because that's what they did last time. They usually don't, as we all know. They wait for the 8-minute mark to unload and unload everything at once. But with grain multiplier, they just can't. They have to do it unless Lennox doesn't give a damn about it.
The LSA don't look ready yet. He's going to try to fill up more and then go for it here later in the window, but he's only got 21 seconds.
This could go bad for LSA.
Oh,
did they drop that camera or what happened?
Maybe the cameraman started thinking about Lindner in the last round.
There they go.
This is probably the only thing we talk about all tournament now. It's like it's almost an hour ago and we are still talking about it because it was just insane.
Yeah, it's changed everything I've thought about the FSL for sure.
Absolutely did. Absolutely did. And I would love to be in the Erlangen studio with all the teams sitting there and see the reactions, when that happened.
I think the thing that is like best about when something new like that happens too and it works really well is now it's going to be interesting to see a team counter it for the first time, because that is going to be a fun moment too if it happens today or whenever it may happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't see it happening today. Maybe Trelleborg can come up with something. We'll see. But even if not, just because there's a new scary tactic, that will change the meta again. Because teams will start thinking about how to deal with it and
Right.
probably come up with something, and then there's a tactic against that tactic, and so on.
I still feel like too,
fully-
like they could, just be off by an inch, and that whole process is completely screwed up. Like if you clip the edge of a barn door, it all of a sudden goes wrong, right? So you've got to be really precise in your setup of that stack too.
Yeah, but then
I
again,
fully
you do have time.
expect Trelleborg to have something in place to try and counter it.
Oh yeah, they have to.
They're not a team that I've ever seen sit back and go, we'll just play our normal way and see if we can beat them with it. They are a team that goes, right, we need to counter this, and we're going to win by countering this.
Right.
Are all teams from Germany? No. That was easy.
A lot of them are, but not all.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how a lot of players are for sure. But when it comes to teams, a lot of them are not. Right? So a lot of players are from Germany. Again, not all of them. But when it comes to teams, we have teams all over the world. Really. Because if you just
flicking out a Bale at the back.
If you just talk about teams right now, Trelleborg is from Scandinavia, Corteva is American, Valtra is from Scandinavia, Hermann and Krone, yeah, they are German. My Insanity is a Swiss team, Lindner is a Austrian team, John Deere, obviously American, Astragon is German, Bednar is Czech. Yeah, well, and so on. So, yeah, they do have German players, though. Corteva has German and Austrian players, I think, and John Deere has German players, but they are technically not a German team. You should keep that in mind.
There you have it.
Even if, it's John Deere Germany, I think, the sponsor, so that technically, yeah, well, it's American brand, but the German branch, so it gets confusing if you think about these things.
Right.
And there is the camera still lying on the ground for some reason. Can someone just, instead of switching to that camera all the time, can someone call an ambulance? Just get this guy off the ground.
We're getting Ant-Man's view of the proceedings.
How that? So, speed limit and herbicide.
Right. Don't think that's useful overly to either team, to be honest.
No. Well, if you are there, you probably grab speed limit anyway, because it slows down the opponent. And if you are around, and most of them are, why not? Yeah, there is speed limit for LSA. And I'm quite sure they will pick it up as well, because it's just a tiny little detour, and there's no reason not to do it.
Yeah.
Boom.
There you go. Speed limit.
So that multiplier is sitting in 2.1 in favor of Hermann for a while now, and we will see how it ends now, because this is the last time people are emptying into the silo during that match, I'm sure, because that's what usually happens. 30,000 here for Hermann, so they should end up with the advantage whatever happens, because they were in an advantage, and this is the most you can have in the Horsch. So yeah, advantage Hermann for sure after this, and then we're gonna see. They are still 4 points behind. 6 minutes 30 to and a bit 37 to be honest. To go. So let's see where they end. 1.9, 2.0, and it should come up to 2. But no, they're down. Oof. Oof.
Yeah, Felden in chat says with that camera switch that Helper B got stuck on the edge of the stage again. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, maybe.
Always blame Helper B.
So, with the multiplier even, it all comes down to execution now. 184 points for LSA, 120 for these guys, for Team Hermann. And 5 minutes 40 to go. So there is still the super drop. That can change things. We have seen Hermann using bottom boost twice this tournament already. And it has always been very good for them. We'll see if something happens. LSA Esports, they are fighting. And yeah, they are on the verge of getting kicked out in the semifinals again.
Right now, Herman has the bales to win, assuming that the multiplier stays the same and both teams score all their bales. They have the advantage to close that lead. Only down by 4 points now, 20 bales to 18. And now they're actually in the lead. Off screen, Herman are scoring points. LSA about to answer back.
This is a pretty close game at the moment.
40 seconds away from the
Absolutely
super
ill
drop.
for Bale.
That super drop could change it again, depending on what it is.
Yeah.
I put the stat sheet in the chat, so if you're wondering what the heck we're talking about if you're new to the FSL with all these drops and super drops and perks, you can see all of that information at that link on the stat sheet. You can even see the horsepower and capabilities of every bit of machinery in the FSL.
So 15 seconds. I wonder if the super drop even changed anything. It might be something like multiplayer switch where everyone is like, meh, whatever.
Right. Bottom boost is definitely my favorite of the super drops, especially when teams are using Transport Company, because it can
that's
completely
fun.
switch.
It's-
Bail point's
ooh.
not bad, because it's just an easy. Well, it's not easy because you have to run all the way over and grab it, and if it's 23 points, Neo Prince is going to get it. So that's basically the equivalent of one bail in just for driving over and getting it.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he
we
was-
have
he
seen
was
Herman
out there
going for
already
it all the
waiting.
time. So I remember back in the days, and Alex, you might remember it. I'm not sure if we had an English commentary with me already, but I was complaining a lot about Herman ignoring the super drop and losing games because of it. And
Yeah.
at one point, they just decided to run for every single super drop and just grab them, whatever they are. And it changed it. It changed a lot for these guys, right?
Right.
They are doing
It's
very well.
why
right now.
It's why I'm surprised that we're seeing more teams ignore them these days, because it's a lot of the time it is actually worth being out there for them.
Yeah, I mean,
And
if
it
you're
can
playing that
change the
new
game
Linder
completely
tactic,
in your
you
favor.
probably don't give a damn about it. But there are a lot of tactics that can profit from it.
I don't think I've ever seen Trelleborg ignore a super drop.
They might now, though.
The only super drop that Lindner could benefit from is definitely multiplier switch, if that's the tactic they're going to go with. If it's 3-1, it's the only one really that would be beneficial.
Yeah, Lindner I fully expect to ignore the super drop. It is. They're not looking for any bonuses most of the time.
No,
Yeah,
there's
they're
absolutely
scoring
no
all their
point.
points with those bail bonuses, aren't they? So.
Yeah.
So 2 minutes left, and LSA is still in the lead. But there are a lot of reasons for that, and one of them is that Daflo is just a horrible stacker right now. And he
Making
needs
some nasty mistakes.
Yeah, he needs to up his stacking game right now, otherwise they are in a bit of trouble. Because as I said, they have 20 bales out there. That's a lot of bales, but they are just scattered around. And this doesn't help. To win this, these bales need to be in the barn and not, like lying around the barn.
It's 60 points between them. Oh no, 50 points between.
Yeah, and
50
a
points
4
between.
bail advantage for Herman, so they have the points there to
But
win
only
if they get them all delivered.
on the upper bound,
In.
because if you
Right.
have to push them in down, that's 40 points.
Well, here's the
4
problem
bales.
too.
That's
Like
not enough.
LSA bringing in a full Anderson loader with a minute 20 to go, so
Yeah.
not quite full.
They start pushing in bales on the bottom. They just pushed in 2 there. That is good for Herman, of course, because that's 2 bales that just have half the points they could have. So good for them, and this game is very close. And
Yeah,
it-
DeFlo's gonna have to make sure he doesn't drop anymore off the top.
Yeah, it can't happen. He
Yeah.
has to play this absolutely flawless now. Otherwise, they are screwed unless Anton is dropping anything. Because, of course, this guy has to play it absolutely flawless as well.
580,
Oh,
590 to
that's
554.
not good.
No,
Is that going in?
Yeah, it is.
Ooh.
Is it?
Ooh,
Yeah,
Yep.
it is.
just-
Okay, 594 to 600. Very close game.
634 to 620 now. 30 seconds to go. This is going to be touch and go.
40. Oh, this is
650,
such a close
634.
game.
Oh,
Even on
man.
bales now.
And
Herman
Daflo
put one
with
into the
very
bottom.
perfect stacking now, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered
That's-
20 seconds before the game is over. 714 to
714
700.
to 700.
These are coming in
740,
740.
Yeah, it's
714,
going
754,
760.
760,
Oh, by 6
This is
points!
insane.
740, 764 to 760.
No,
4
Yeah,
points.
yeah, like, I can't believe it. 1 and
LSA
1.
did it.
Yeah.
Oh,
They
Yeah.
weren't even sure they would win this, but
It was
they
4
just
points.
did.
Herman didn't have time to put that last one in through the top and put it in through the bottom, and that was the difference. Wow. It was all because,
Wow.
like, if you go back to where Lars pointed out to Flo, like, they had, like, 1 or 2 drop off and then had one at the end that they didn't have time to put into the top, had to put it into the bottom. There you see it. Look at the one difference
They
in
got-
the
they got-
top and bottom. Yeah. So
I think we saw one bail not go in.
2 total bales
You know,
extra.
we actually missed a bail going in. We switched back to the players just as the last bail went in.
They
So
can't
they are
believe
happy.
it. That's the closest one we've had today, and
That is.
this is our well, it's our second one now, going to the best of 3 after what Lindner did. So we're going to the best of 3 again. But yeah, the closest one of the day, and good job LSA pulling it out right at the death there.
Yeah, and I'm super happy for these guys. As I said, it is a wild card team. It's one of the teams that does not have a sponsor. They are there on their own, right? They have to pay for travel and accommodation themselves, but they are doing so well. Like, I love it. It's great to see that a wildcard team is not only having fun but having great success as well, and that is for them and also for DJK, of course. Yeah, they are out because of what Lindner just did to them, but it's just good to see the wildcard teams doing so well. That makes me very happy.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Just to confirm, that was a 14-point difference at the end of that game. Basically, LSA got a bail in right at the end. That switched it over in like the dying seconds, which is just incredible. It would have been 6 points otherwise. So yeah, that was really close.
Absolutely, really, really nice. So yeah, one more of these games. I think that's awesome. I could use one more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm absolutely ready for one more. So, let's totally do that and see what's happening. Yeah, there are the casters, the German ones, of course. They seem to have fun.
I'm really jealous of this laptop with the Giants logo on it, by the way. So nice.
Absolutely. Well,
I got a
didn't we-
laptop, but it doesn't have the logo.
Oh, what logo does it have though?
None. I guess just the brand name, whatever it was.
Yeah, well, guess what? Behind that Giants logo, there is the brand name as well.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, now these laptops are looking good. And
I
they are
was-
fast.
I was surprised by that round we just saw. LSA doing what it needed at the last second. You could see the reaction. Again, another awesome reason that we're back in in-person events. You get to see those reactions from the teams, and I think it was Lars said they weren't even sure that they won there at the end. So it was like a sigh of relief from the players. And here we go. This will do it. One of these teams is going to the final today, and the other goes out in the semifinal round.
Yeah, it might be the last time we see that awesome Herman picture for today, but we will know in about 20 minutes, give or take. Herman versus LSA, semifinals 1. While everyone is waiting for the second semifinal, I know, but this is still a very, very important match. And I'm really interested to see how that turns out. The Puma is out. Can't blame anyone for that. It's a very, very versatile tractor. People love it. The Deutz is out. That's a very German way to pronounce it, isn't it? Deutz.
Ooh, banning 2 big tractors, so only leaving the Ultra available.
Yeah. Oh, Herman
And
goes
Herman
with
going
the
to
ideal.
ban the ideal. Wow.
The Vulture and the John Deere, technically, they're four of the
Oh,
heavy
the John Deere.
Oh,
tractors.
true. There is the big John Deere as well.
Yeah. That Fendt, though, 517 horsepower, 70 kilometers an hour. What a beast.
There we go. Transport company. We've seen that a lot. The Case and the New Holland and the Fendt Press. And there are only 9 points left for Herman, but I'm quite sure they know.
Yeah, they've been going without Archimedes, haven't they, so far? So I'm sure it's going to be more of the same. There's the Vultra. We got the Fendt with the Care wheels, picked by Linux. That's probably with first bale in mind. Vulture for both teams. Archimedes picked up by Surin for LSA. The Lindner for Herman's DeFlo, and then Anton and LSA getting the other nice triple stacker, the John Deere 6120.
So yeah, different setup for both teams. The Valtra is just in there for both of them, but other than that, different tractors, same tactic though.
I have a feeling that the John Deere costs more points to pick, which would explain the Vultra.
Right, you're probably right.
I'm just double checking.
4 to 3. Yeah, it's 4 to 3.
Yeah.
You're right. The John Deere has 50 more horsepower, which isn't a whole lot when you think about it. And then it's the same speed, so definitely smart to go with the Vultra.
The race for the New Holland has begun, and Nitos gets that one. Lennox picked up the Kuhn Press, and there is the John Deere. That one will go to LSA as well. Yeah, it does. Okay, probably okay for Herman as well, because they have a second harvester and they are happy with what they got. Neoprince created the first bale and is now on its way to deliver it. On the other side, LSA, they are not ready yet. They don't have a bale ready. So, advantage Herman this time? Question mark?
Question mark?
I mean, we don't know.
Love it. Yeah, we
But
don't
it
see it. Well, there's
absolutely
Linux
looks like
now.
it. Yeah, and because the way they handle it, Linux doesn't have a long way, right? He's right next to the bridges, as you can see.
Ooh, he didn't have enough, though.
That was
Ooh.
not enough, my friend. Okay,
Didn't
now
quite
you
get
do.
enough.
So yeah, that looks like advantage Herman, unless he's hitting that wall again.
Whoa, and he did.
What he
Oh.
absolutely does.
Different wall, but
Yeah. Same ever, different style. So,
Still getting
122
points. Lennox
probably
going to
be what,
slower.
5-point difference depending on how fast you can get it.
Yeah, 5 to 6 points, I guess.
Ooh, more than that. So
8
8
actually.
points. Yeah.
Still less than half a bale or one of the lower bales, so it's still fine. Everything below 10 is fine.
Why do you
It's
think
not
we're
great,
not?
but
Why do you think teams are going away from the quick flick just because the risk reward isn't worth it? Do you think? Like if you miss
Well,
it,
I don't know.
then you're really in trouble.
I tell you what I honestly believe. I mean, we made fun about, them not being able to do it with not playing with a gamepad or anything because they're on stage. It was just half fun, because the truth
Right.
is that at home you play with your own setup.
Right.
On that stage, you have to use what we provide, right?
Right.
And while, of course, every team has the information, what we are using, some of them actually bought the same hardware and just use it at home. But some of them might prefer a different mouse and a different keyboard. And maybe, just maybe, because that changes the way you will handle things, they are not
Right.
risking it.
Well, I do think we've seen like a drop in the points that teams are getting for first bale based off of like the last several tournaments, but also last month they already seemed to start to put less of an importance on the first bale. Like teams weren't pushing for it as hard for the most part. Some teams still were, but we don't see like the top teams in the finals like battling each other out so much to try to get a high 130s bale.
Absolutely. And The thing is, if people start ignoring the first bale more and more, then it comes down to the point where we already were, that the team that scores first bale wins like all the time because
Right.
of the 60, 70 point advantage they get, which is a massive advantage if you think about it. And then it raises in importance again. Because teams are
Right.
like, oh, we lost, but we didn't take first bale. If we would have taken first bale, we would have won. Meh. Okay, we have to
Well,
do it again.
Donner Kyle was telling me that he feels that first bail isn't as important when you're using transport company, just because, like, yeah, you want to score the points, especially if your opponents are going to go for a high score. You want to match them for that, but really, like, the importance with transport company is to press as many as possible and get them in as soon as you can.
Or if you are Lindner, as late as you can. But
Well, let's, leaving Lindner
Totally
out
see
of the
the point.
conversation, they're a complete anomaly now.
yeah.
I
totally
think
see the
I
point.
would say I think that's about to change completely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it changes the way the game is played. Like 3 tournaments before the World Championships, someone just basically, destroyed everything we've seen in 7 tournaments.
But I love
Interesting.
when something comes out of the blue like that because it does just shake everything up.
Yeah, and it seems to happen like once a season. If you remember Gamescom in season 2, when Horsch all of a sudden had this push the ideal tactic. Do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Where Horsch had the fence snake with a fence press, the ideal, and the fence tractor, and then just started pushing the ideal over the field, and it was the same thing. It was just them coming with a new tactic, and it changed everything. So yeah, that just happens at Gamescom, because if you think about it, this is technically the Gamescom tournament. If there would be a Gamescom, that's where this tournament would be.
I taste like pain. Just change the format to make it whichever team gets first bale wins.
Well, yeah, that would be a quick esports tournament all of a sudden.
Yeah.
We start at 10 and we are done at like 10:30.
Yeah, I could be back in bed by 1 a.m. if we did it that way. I don't even know what to expect now between these two teams, like, because they've shown in the first 2 rounds that really either team can take it. So,
And that
This is
awesome.
yeah, I love
this
it.
is more of a regular setup though from Horriman. They've not had the grain bonus in this first
Right,
sort of
good
at
point.
the 12-minute mark. So if they get it 8 minutes, I'm expecting it to be shaken up. But it looks like LSA are using the same tactic. I mean, they've not delivered a huge amount of grain.
No, they have 55,000 sitting there compared to the 57,000 that Herman has. So, yeah, playing the same tactic here. Very focused. Anton is getting into
Ooh,
position,
there
and
it
his
is.
position seems to be the edge of that house.
That's why, like, I've seen teams that, like, just completely lower the header down when they do that so that it's at almost ground level and you don't have to worry about clipping that little overhang on the roof of that. Like this. Look at this. I mean,
Yeah.
I was told that it wasn't possible to get these harvesters in here, and that's why everyone would use the ideal, not just because of the big grain tank, because it was easy to get in here, and then you see these teams proving us wrong again. We're just everything I thought I knew about the FSL
multiplayer.
is just getting destroyed today.
Who is going to run over there and grab it? Oh, why has he dropped that off? Oh, he's trying to get in better position by the looks of things.
Yeah. And I mean, he does have the time
smart.
because the bonus is not picked up yet, so he can totally reposition.
There's
And
grain
there we go.
multiplier.
NSA is there. They do have Archimedes. Look at that. And now it's on them. But yeah, you can tell how much faster it is with Archimedes, right? If they both are unloading, you can totally see it.
And there's less having to run back and forth between them.
That was a risky move by Herman there because the horse was pretty close to being full and they hopped out to turn both harvesters on. If you like mess up and get stuck, ooh, speaking of messing up, Surin spilling a little bit out.
Yeah, not too bad though. That wasn't much. Should not change the outcome of the multiplayer race.
I've tried doing
guess.
this grain chain thing, by the way, recently when I was playing, and I'm at all that they can pull this off. I need to pay attention and figure out exactly how to set all the equipment up, because I screw it up royally when I try.
So
Love
here
bringing
we
3
go.
bales in.
He's trying the same, but slower. Still works though,
Let's-
all good.
They need to get those bales on there if they're going to take advantage of any multiplayer they've got. And no.
And
there
there
we
we
go.
go. Advantage Herman.
Ooh,
2.1,
they're wasting
2.1.
a little bit there, but not a whole lot.
And we get a replay of that.
Bonk.
Just
Ah,
bounced
not
off
too
a little
bad.
bit.
Just a little boob. Not too bad.
We've not seen anyone go into the moat yet today, and that's always a fun thing to see. But of course, these teams are some of the top teams you see, so they're less prone to mistakes than others.
It's almost like they pay attention to what you say, Terminator, and then go out of their way to make you wrong the next tournament.
Well, yeah, that's the funny side of it. But I'm still learning the FSL. But I hear like all these strategies people say all the time, and then we see them get proved wrong. Like, if it's possible, it's just like I say with mods for Farming Simulator. Like, if it's possible, it probably exists for FS19 a mod.
Yeah.
It's the same like with the FSL. If like a strategy is possible, one of these teams is going to be creative and smart enough to figure out how to do it.
And I would happily say that players have been proving me wrong for 3 seasons so far. So.
Right. The only prediction that Alex can make that he knows is going to be 100% correct is that his predictions will not be right.
Yep. Absolutely.
This is going to be another close one. We got 30 seconds to the super drop, 227 to 171. It's about to go slightly higher for Herman.
Yeah, and if the previous games are predicting anything, then Herman is most likely getting that super drop.
Right.
Yeah.
We can see where it's going to be, or the potential locations anyways.
Yeah.
The flashing purple circles on the mini-map.
That
all.
is the
And
sixth sense thing. Even with sixth sense, you won't get the exact position of the super drop. You get 1 out of 2.
Right. There you go.
There we go. And Horriman are heading for it now.
And it looks like bail points again.
Yeah. Well, quite sure they take it. Nice to have.
We're going to see...
Probably someone getting
This
stuck
again.
again.
Oh.
An explosion
And there
of
they go
bales.
flying.
That looks good.
It looks like someone was close to the super drop, like top left of the mini-map, but then they like turned away and decided to leave it.
Yeah, Horriman were going for it and have decided not to. Interestingly.
Very interesting. I'm not sure what the thinking is there.
Bale sitting on the bridge for LSA. Yeah, that little bit of multiplier, I think, is going to make a big difference overall. Bale for bale delivery at the moment, it's going to be that extra 2 points per bale.
Yeah, 10 bales means 11, basically.
Look at the interior camera shot. Like it.
Well, I think if you're in spectate mode, you see exactly what the player sees. So if we all of a sudden are in interior camera, that means that that's the way the guy plays. He plays first person.
Gotcha. Honestly, didn't even know you could go first person in the FSL, to be honest.
Yeah, you totally can.
Oh, yeah. If I'm stacking, I prefer to stack it from first person.
Yeah, most stackers do that actually. If you go into spectate mode on stackers and see what they see, I'd say 90% of them do it in first person.
It makes sense because it's easier to see if you're getting your alignment right and you're not off just by a bit that's going to cause it to fall off. So
Exactly. So LSA is doing very well. They are still in the lead. not
Oh,
anymore.
no, even points.
Oh, and now they are again?
Yeah, but that means that once you hit even points, every bale is worth 2 points more, right? They needed to catch up,
Yeah.
but now if you deliver the same amount of bales, you're definitely going to win because you get 2 points more per bale.
I know.
That means for every 10 bales you deliver, LSA has to deliver 11 now, otherwise they are going to lose it.
And you can see Harman pulling away now. LSA have run out of bales, and
Which is interesting because they have 15 on the field.
Yeah, Surin was bringing
is
the
the
Anderson
official
motor
team,
in
though.
now, but yeah, it might be a little too late. And then Herman are bringing in the Anderson as well. So
and there's nearly 100 points in it now at this point.
Yeah, but LSA does have more bales. They have 15 left compared to the 10 that are there for Herman. They just need to make sure that these 15 go in. And, well, there are 10 of them.
running out of time.
Very focused. They're still close behind. There is still... Everything is still possible. They just
Are there
need
more
to ensure
bales
that
to
this is
come
working.
in?
It looks good, and Lennox is preparing to push in some bales on the lower end. Why not? The one thing that you can't have happen now is, of course, one of the teams getting a bonus, right? That would just end the game right there. 15 seconds left, and Daflo is convinced that these two will go in
Oh,
as well.
nicely done.
And
Getting-
they probably will. 740. So
Oh,
my
it's
God,
not
it's a 1
enough.
point difference. It's a
Oh,
1
it
point
ended up more
difference.
than that.
Harman's through.
And yeah, they made it. That one went through.
Wow.
I'm not sure if it still counted or if it was already after game time. So they might have won by 1 point or by 22 points. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Or
well,
maybe
the
even
one
more.
they were already up by like 11, I think, or something there, because one definitely went
Yeah.
in and it increased a bit. But then there was a couple that were borderline about to go in. We'll see when we see the final score. But congrats to Herman, back-to-back months now making the final, and they'll have a chance to right
And there
their
we go.
wrongs
Oh, well.
from last
Yeah,
month.
804.
Wow. Yeah, so they delivered 4 less bales, the
Yes.
same amount into the top, but the difference really was that they were getting 2 extra points for most
Yeah.
of those bales.
So that was a close
multiplier
one.
made a big difference.
That
As
was a
did the
very
4
close
bales
one,
that
wasn't it?
went in the bottom.
Oh, there's the camera guy. He's standing again. All good. And you can see a little bit of the studio. There are other teams talking, and, well, they're standing right next to these two guys because I know how the studio looks. They're like 2 meters away from these guys now. On the other side of the camera, basically. So, yeah.
That was a brilliant set of games. Nice and close. Everything to play for throughout the whole thing, and I love it when it's like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. That was a great matchup, but when you look at the scores that those two teams were getting, and you think Herman's going to have to play one of Trelleborg or Lindner now, and they've been scoring 900 to 1,050 points nearly between them, like Herman are going to have to do something different really in the final, like against whoever they end up playing.
Yeah. But
It's
with
going to
that,
be a hard
they
fight.
are
either
locked
way.
in for 4th place now. And
That's
we are
cool.
going to break, and you don't want to miss the next game. For sure not.
Hello and welcome back to the 8th FSL tournament, season 3. This has been an incredible day today. We've had 2 really close matches. 3 really close matches. The last 3 matches,
Right.
with Horriman being victorious. We're going to have a quick replay of those in a moment. And then next up is a match that you do not want to miss. We have Trelleborg taking on Lindner, and I never thought that would be a match not to miss. But first, let's take a look at this. And this is how Horriman took the first game, just putting in a massive number of bales, getting bale impressors out of it, and really racking up the points. Taking it quite nicely. We thought they were going to go in fairly well from this, but and let's say making a few mistakes and things that held them back. There wasn't that close a game. No, it was still a fairly close game, that first one, I think. And just, working really, really well. Yeah, LSA sort of needing to pull things together a little bit.
Yeah,
Then we've got... welcome back.
I wasn't gone though. I was just, listening.
984 points, so a good 100 oh no, actually it was over 1,000, wasn't it? A good 200 points they won that first match by.
Yeah, impressive. The bottom boost really helped that out for Herman in the first round. As we see the second round now, Neo Prince coming in and hitting the barn. LSA won. This one was really close. This was the closest of the 3.
This is.
And LSA weren't even sure that they had won and forced the best of 3 until the end. Ooh, look at the jump onto the bridge by Anton.
That was impressive. And this is, and Horriman were making mistakes in this second one. And they were, just those. It was 6 seconds to go. It goes to 764 and then 774. So they put 2 bales in the bottom. Was how that was won by LSA. But they had actually won it by 4 points at one point. And then this final game, Horriman showing you exactly how to get 2 combines with giant headers through a slim gap.
Yeah, they did that perfectly. Not that so much, though.
Anton not having a great time of it crossing this bridge. Was lucky the first time, not so lucky the second time. Bales going absolutely everywhere. And then, Horriman just pulling ahead, having a few bales around, and taking it. There we go.
Wow.
Yeah,
it's just going to keep getting better, too. Like, this next one is going to be very interesting. And then we'll have the final to follow the next one. We've got Trelleborg against Lindner. And if you're just tuning in, well, if Lindner do what they did earlier, you're in for a treat. They've completely brought a new tactic to the FSL today.
I still don't know how Trelleborg are going to counter this.
The good news for Trelleborg is that they've had as much time as they could have gotten, because it was right after their match that Lindner played, and then this other semifinals just gone to the 3rd of the best of 3. So they have had the maximum amount of time today as possible to try to figure out how to counter it, but actually doing it is something completely different.
So Trelleborg coming in, quietly confident.
Look at
coming in,
I mean,
fired up.
Yeah, super confident.
They have to be happy with
super
themselves
confident.
right now. They look super pleased with themselves. But now they have to pull it off against Trelleborg. And we saw, for example, last month, we saw Herman doing really well. And Herman almost, and we said it earlier, should have won the final. But maybe the nerves of the occasion got to them a bit. And it could be the case for Lindner here. They have to make sure that if they're going to bring this strategy out, they execute it flawlessly like they have been doing. Because you don't want to mess up now against Trelleborg.
I fully expect Trelleborg to ban the telehandlers.
Yeah, that would be a good first start to counter it.
That would be an absolutely disruptive first move.
Now, has Lindner, though, are they coming into this thinking, all right, well, if someone figures out to ban the telehandlers, what's our backup plan to that? Do they have a backup plan? If they don't, they could be in trouble here.
Obvious one.
Right.
But do they need it though?
I think it's the best piece of kit to do it with. It may not be an absolutely necessary piece of kit.
Yeah, that's
But
what I
anything
wonder.
that Trelleborg continue to disrupt.
I wonder if they need the telehandlers to do that. And I wonder if Trelleborg thinks they need the telehandlers to do that, because that's what we're gonna learn now. Do they think that is what it takes, all in there? Because that would be
Yes.
they do think it is.
Incredible mouse. Yeah, let's rock the bottom.
Well, the thing is,
There's one
if
gone.
they are right and this tactic doesn't work without telehandlers, then we have a counter here. You just ban it and you're done.
Yeah, look, there they go.
And that's
Both
what Trelleborg
telehandlers
is trying to
up.
figure out. Is that what they need? Do they have a tactic without a telehandler?
Right. Well, we're about to find out, aren't we?
And now we switch to the camera where Linda is just leaving the studio, and we know they don't. Linda's that up, like, oh, well, okay, bye. But they have to have an idea for it, right? I can't imagine these guys figuring out a tactic like that and not thinking about what happens if they ban 2 telehandlers, though.
Right. Yeah. I would hope that they practice
There is still a telehandler, isn't there?
No, those are the only
Yep,
two.
there are only 2.
There's a
I
skid
thought there was one
steer
of the...
and there's a forklift, but you hardly ever see those picked.
It would be hilarious if they do it with a forklift. I'd be a fan.
Yeah, only those 2 telehandlers in the game.
Absolutely, yeah. And I was about to say maybe it works with the JCB, and I might be right. We will see. If that works, well, then you are safe because they can't ban 3 things.
No. The big Vultra.
Yeah, of course. They need that
I
one
like
to
it,
push.
Chalky. I like your meme as well. Using the Anakin and Padme meme.
I did, yeah, that's brilliant.
We're gonna
I need
drop
to
all the
share
grain on
both
the
of
ground. So
those.
you're giving up? You're giving up, right?
Wow. Yeah, Linda definitely going with that JCB for the power to push those bales in. And then
Interesting, like they're still going with they still have the Vultra, so I would assume that they're gonna do the same thing and push the JCB in for that extra bit of speed.
Well, to be fair, if you are Lindner, your tactic is out, right? Everyone knows you're doing it.
Yeah.
I would totally do whatever I can to do it against Trelleborg and see if it works.
Right.
Right? Because if it works, well, yeah, good luck to anyone else.
Yeah.
I think that JCB is the most powerful tractor with a front loader on it, isn't it?
I'm quite sure it is.
The Massey Ferguson and the Vultra have more horsepower.
But they cost an extra point.
Yeah, so it's the cheapest option of the powerful ones, and same speed as well.
Oh, right, and it does have this, I don't know the English term. Like, you know, this weird way to steer. What is it called? The JCB, it's super quick. It can almost turn where it stands without driving. I don't know the English term. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean. Very.
Yeah.
That's
nice
a
to drive.
really English term.
There we
you
go.
took it like really English with that.
In fact, actually, the JCB may be a better piece of kit for this. It has more. It has nearly 100. No, yeah, it has over 100 more horsepower than either of those telehandlers.
I'm just wondering if it's even necessarily that they went with the Vultra to push it or not compared to the telehandler.
122.
Yeah,
123
to 118.
And now I expect Lindner to just drop grain like it's hot.
Yeah, I don't even expect them to pick up the overloader.
Yeah,
it saves time as well because you don't have to.
Actually, no, they
pull it
do
out.
need to pick up the overloader to get it dropping grain up the ground.
No, you can just drop it like that. Look.
Can you just drop it? Can you just go?
All-wheel steering
Okay.
is what Felden has said? Is that what you were?
All
going
wheel
for?
steering, yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I don't know if that. It would be literally translated from German. It would be.
I was like,
Allrad
there you go.
Geltung.
What are they doing? Why are they dumping the grain on the ground?
Yeah, what's going on?
That grain was disappearing into the earth, apparently too. It wasn't even going on the ground.
I think it's an issue of the piles in the game, in that you can't put grain on top of straw.
Ah. This is going to be interesting because obviously Trelleborg, it looks like Trelleborg are doing sort of similar to what they would normally do, but they've got to have something they're going to try here to mix it up. I just am not sure what it's going to be yet.
I fully expect Trelleborg to drop their first load of grain in the silo, get the 3 times, and then not worry about grain again after that.
Right. And Trelleborg are probably one of like the teams that like that consistently is stacking bales, so they get them all into the upper part of the barn.
They took grain multiplier just for the lols.
Why did they take grain multiplier? That's weird.
Because they were just there, I guess.
They could have taken direct delivery again because they were there though, but again,
Yeah.
I'm
they
wondering
don't want
if it's
this. They
to
don't
try
want
and
it to go up.
confuse Trelleborg.
Maybe. Lindner have been the
It's
kings
disruptive.
of confusion today, that's for sure.
I mean, whatever they do, they're definitely confusing us.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know about Trelleborg. I'm super confused.
I think that's
JK.
exactly what they've done. They've done that to try and get Trelleborg on the back foot.
JK
This
going
is
to deliver some
impressive.
grain. This is probably the only grain you're going to see delivered in this round, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Absolutely calm.
Absolutely
guess
focused.
I guess they don't want to go for direct delivery because of what you said earlier. Like, if they were to do that, it would minimize the impact of the drops later on, you know, going more in their favor because the multiplier is against them. So
That is the only explanation I have. Why else wouldn't you? Because you don't want that grain. So if you don't want it, you know, why not using it and emptying your harvester anyway? They are focused.
Oh man, this is one of those things where we don't know whether how this is gonna play out until the last 30 seconds, and it is nerve-wracking.
And if every single team is playing this tactic on the next tournament, I'll be on vacation. Because that means 14 minutes of just waiting.
Waiting to see what the final points
And
score is.
1 minute of insane casting, and then you're done.
You know what it's going to come down to. If all the teams start doing that, you know what it's going to come down to. How much points they score for first bale.
Yeah, that would be hilarious if first play is just, you know, the deciding factor all the time then.
yeah, what if though, like, if you just ignore the first bale and let the other team have it, and you press enough to make up the difference in the meantime when they're wasting to deliver it? It's just, who knows at this point. Oh look, wait, Trelleborg are doing it now. So what Trelleborg
They
are
are.
going to do?
I said Trelleborg will go maximum multiplier, and then they will drop everything else because they don't need the grain; they need the straw.
Well, that's
Yeah, absolutely.
This might be a decent way to counter it then.
Also, I would like to point out at this point, I predicted something correctly.
Absolutely did, yeah. I mean, it does make sense. You will never drive over for the second time. Because there is no second time. This is done.
There is.
But if you fill up your harvesters, you have to just, you know, put them away. but you don't want that. You want as many bales as possible. So dropping everything else is just what you can do to save time here. That's what they did. Herbicide and bale multiplier. I guess herbicide is nice, but not needed. And bale multiplier, I don't know.
I don't think either team are particularly going to go for it.
But then again, can you imagine with 3.0 multiplier getting bale multiplier as well and then just dropping them? That would be hilarious.
So Felden asked a question to Chalky if the other teams can watch the broadcast between games, and Lars actually said that earlier. They all have their own little team area set up inside the studio, off the stage a bit. They have a nice screen set up. So yes, they can.
So the way you have to imagine that studio is the room where they are playing. That one is completely isolated from everything, right? There is the play area on one side with the two teams. And on the other side, where the teams actually enter the studio, when we see them entering, that's where the casters sit. And there is the door. And that's it. Everything else is just not there. Then there is a tech room right next to it with a big window so that our tech team and our referees can see what's going on in the studio. And there is an interview area that you might have seen at FarmCon where we're just sitting usually doing interviews and stuff. But that one is just not needed at the moment. It's basically a tiny studio. And then that's all they have. No one can see these guys sitting there except for the casters, the two teams, and the tech with the referees. And then outside of that room, there is a huge area we call the atrium, which during normal work days is just the entrance of the building. It's like the inside area of the building with a glass roof. It's huge. You know,
Mueller
it has
is
a
about
sitting
to score
area, blah, blah, blah.
45 points here for each of these bales. Sorry to interrupt you there, Lars.
No, it's all good.
This is 135 points sitting on this.
Yeah,
So I mean,
that's
so
a
far Trelleborg are doing enough. So far, at least, they're doing something different to counter it. They went and got the multiplier
Is
in their
that
favor,
one
and then
going in, or is it too slow?
it worked. Yeah, we'll see.
That's going in, and it's
It's
going to
gonna
go
get it.
in time. This is 135
Yeah.
points.
No, I mean, they got a little bit lucky that bale multiplier was the drop, and they were already on their way with 3 bales, but still a nice little disrupt to respond to Lindner's new tactic they're bringing. I saw a question in chat, are Lindner using grain as straw? No, what? So Lindner has brought this new strategy to the FSL today where they just dump their grain on the ground. They don't worry about delivering it, and then they press as many bales as possible, push them all in at the last minute, and try to get as many bale multiplier bonus points as possible.
Yeah, you have to see it once to understand what they are doing because it's crazy. But once you see it, you know. But yeah, to just finish it, and then in the atrium, we built some team areas with a couple of seats, like I think 10 per area for the teams and their coaches and everything, and a big telly in front of them so that they can watch. I don't know if they watch the English or the German stream, so I'm not sure if the teams can hear us or if they can hear the German casters, or neither. I just have no idea because, you know, I've only seen them setting it up. But yeah, they can watch everything. They see what you see. I'm just not sure what they hear.
Right.
Now,
I wonder if it's just the
this
clean
is
feed.
what I expected. This is Trelleborg using that 3 times advantage to their advantage as much as possible.
Yeah, and they are doing better so far with the bale difference. Like before, it was almost 3 times Lindner was getting in the last round, and it's only 10 difference, and that's mainly because Trelleborg's delivered almost 10, so they're pretty even on bales overall.
And I think what Trelleborg has to do to win this is they need to get as many bales in like they do right now as possible. There is that multiplier switch that I was talking about.
Lindner could do with this,
For
but
60
are they ready
seconds,
to score?
can you imagine?
But the problem is Lindner doesn't want to score yet.
No, they
either,
don't want
so...
to. So no one
but
cares
to
about
take
it.
that multiplier, to take that 1 times the bale multiplier away from Trelleborg right now, and you can see Trelleborg are worried about it. They are taking bales off.
Right. Good point.
Yeah, they don't want that to happen. So for Trelleborg, I think what they need to do is, they do have coaches and stuff. You would be impressed by the teams.
Yeah, what is it like? You can have 6 or 7 players and a coach.
Yeah, you can have 6 players and a coach, but you have to. You can only have 4 at a specific event.
Right.
You have
okay.
one substitute, and you can have a coach, and that one can be an emergency substitute as well. So you technically have 2 substitutes with you.
Oh, cool. Do you know how many of these teams have a coach? Like that they bring with them?
I don't know. A lot.
Yeah.
I know Batna has one. John Deere has one. But then again, most of the coaches are players, right? That just watch and learn and everything. Yeah. Well, you should see John Deere arriving somewhere. They have an entire stuff with them. They have coaches. They have like a personal assistant.
I am
They
not
have
surprised about
a
that.
social media team with them. It's so impressive. If they show up somewhere, it's like a 20-man army basically coming with everything. A photographer, a camera team. It's just awesome. So yeah,
Well-
what Trelleborg has to do to finish this off is they need to get as many points as possible, and that's what they do right now. And they need to have a clean counterplay. Like
If they can get all 23 they have in at 30 points per bale and be ready to counter, I guess they don't want to put them all in the top, depending on when they need to counter, but
yeah,
I don't
they
know.
Need,
This
as
is
we
going to be
said,
interesting.
they need to be ready to double counter, basically. They need to have 2
Yeah.
tractors ready to counter once the Lindner madness starts. But it's quite predictable because it's not
Yeah.
happening before like the last 30 seconds.
The problem, though, too, is that Trelleborg only have one with a stacker on the front, don't they?
Yeah, but
they could
can
push
just-
some in, but
yeah,
that's
they
harder
could
to do,
just
isn't
bring
it?
one in position and then push it in, or just use the bale press to drop it. But yeah, we will see. Trelleborg making sure they get as many points as possible, and Lindner is building that wall again.
Leonard trying to just disrupt the counter, didn't get the counter points, but
Yeah,
keeping
and you see
Trelleborg from
JK
getting
is
the
ready
points.
to counter. There is the first counter play. Wühler gets ready to counter as well. They do exactly what I expected
This
them
is
to
going to
do.
be this is going to be interesting to see because Trelleborg are approaching 1,000 points themselves here. They're going to go over it when all is said and done.
And
Apollo
there
is
we
waiting.
go.
Lindner getting in place.
Oh, they don't. Oh yeah, so they're going to do the same thing. They're going to bring the loader on that side. Here comes the
That's
push.
a counter.
Oh,
There is a counter,
Fantastic.
and there is a
2 bale
second
tasks.
bale
It's
test.
not enough.
It is not
And
even
Cerzurus
remotely enough.
wasn't aligned right at all. So Trelleborg showing that why they're top of the standings again because they've look at that 1183 Trelleborg have scored.
And Lindner is like, yeah, well, okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh,
Oh,
guys.
look, they just
Kudos.
did a
Kudos.
little bow
Well
there.
done.
Like we're not worthy, GG. Like, oh, I mean, I didn't expect that to be honest. Like Linder, the way they pulled it out in the last rounds, I thought Trelleborg isn't going to be able to handle this. But that 1203. They've scored 1,200 points
can
in a
see-
semifinal.
You can see the sigh of relief. They're like, oh my god, it worked. We managed to counter it. It
So
worked.
what Lindner have managed to do today is make Trelleborg even stronger, apparently. Somehow. Oh,
I was
it
going to
worked
say,
in the
because
last round.
Trelleborg, Trelleborg now could just deliver that first set of grain and dump everything on the ground and use Lindner's own tactic against them.
Yeah, Lindner are
but-
gonna have to deliver grain now. Like they've got to now mix it up again somehow.
And that brings us back to
wow.
what we said before. If there is one team finding a way to counter this very quickly, it is Trelleborg, and
It's
they just
Trelleborg.
did.
Right.
Well, they
Yeah.
delivered 40 bales themselves. However, we have to say one thing here: Lindner did not execute this clean, right?
No, they only
Um,
got 100 bonus points compared to like 400 or 500 they were getting before.
Yeah, last time what they did is the third Anderson basically was putting in bales at pretty much the same time. Not exactly the same time, but there was a big gap between the 2 Anderson push in and then the third one. And that was
Right.
enough for Trelleborg to first of all, and that was luck. They had a perfect counter. Right? But that has to be pure luck because you just put in a bale and hope for the best. And they got a counter.
The trouble with this tactic as it stands at the moment is it doesn't leave the other team guessing. Because you never deliver that first set of grain, the other team can guess what you're doing. If you deliver that first set of grain, the other team has no idea what's going on until you hit them in the last few moments.
Right.
Well, it delays it, but then again, if you push in that first set of grain and then you are not scoring for the next 10 minutes, they start to expect what you see. But yeah, I know what you mean. At least at minute 8, they have to make a decision, right? They would have to make a call like, are they delivering again or not, and then decide on what to do. The way Lindner played, it was very predictable. It is an amazing tactic, but of course it is very predictable. To counter it, it's hard, but Trelleborg showed us just how it worked, and they did it very well. Come on, that was insane.
Oh yeah, no, their counter was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, they were afforded the time to adapt and try to find a way to counter it, whereas DJK and Feld had to just be like they were completely like shell shocked, I think, and didn't know what to do. They didn't even know what was going on. Trelleborg had the benefit of seeing it happen while they were off stage. Here we go again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm quite sure Lindner is going to try it again, but
they're gonna have to.
Here's the thing: if that doesn't work out, if you don't get all the bonus points, the combo points. You have seen it. You end up with like 600 points, which is not impressive enough to beat anyone.
No, yeah, you're right. If you don't get the combos right at all, it completely backfires. And we thought when we saw them that maybe that's what they were going for. We were like, this might, fail. It worked really well in the quarterfinal, but that time they didn't execute it as well.
I think if they can find a way to make it more unpredictable, then it is still a winning tactic, but you do have to try and find a way to make it unpredictable.
Absolutely. And, with that being a new tactic, there is still time to improve it, to make it better. But it got Lindner to the semifinals, so it already has proven its point that it is great. So, yeah, quite nice. I wonder if Lindner can come back from that or not. Quite sure we see the same tactic. Trelleborg, they don't have to change anything. I mean, 1,200 points, even with Lindner getting everything in, I'm not sure they would have won it.
Oh, I think you're right, because, I mean, if you look, they were getting some impressive scores, but that kind of blows it out of the water, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's even more than they ever got.
Yeah, 1,082 and 1,053 is what Lindner scored in the 2 rounds against DJK that they pulled this tactic out for the first time in. And they would have been like 140, 120, 140 points shy or whatever, even if they had pulled it off. So Trelleborg showing why they're top of the overall standings, that's for sure, because they know how to adapt on the fly, and you got to be able to do that to be at the top.
Lindner going back to a much more regular setup.
Yeah, they're like, okay, let's just not do that again. Oh boy. Yeah, well, interesting. I'm impressed with Trelleborg here.
I think they are gonna try it again. Or no, they're not, because they've gone with Archimedes, so that would make me think they're not gonna try it again.
No, they try. Maybe they have a different.
Or maybe they're gonna try what Trelleborg did and deliver grain at the beginning, and then start dumping it on the ground.
Or just imagine they're like, okay, that didn't work. Let's pull out tactic number 3 that no one has seen before. Anyone seen before.
Yeah, that's what we said when they had to pull this out against DJK, is like they were probably wishing they could have saved this for Trelleborg.
Yeah.
But they had to fight for their lives because they lost the first round. And so they probably had to show their secret a bit too early.
It would have been a massively disruptive thing against Trelleborg as a surprise.
For the first time, yeah. Like Trelleborg wouldn't have had all that time to sit and think about what to do to counter it. They wouldn't have even expected it. They came in knowing what was going to happen.
And they wouldn't have known what had happened.
Right. That's what happened to DJK. They were like, what the heck just happened? We were winning that game and wondering why they were so far behind, and then we got absolutely annihilated. Whoa, what's it? Zerzurus?
Take it out the Lindner.
That intentional? I don't think so. But we said this about Lindner earlier. Maybe they do everything crazy for a reason. JK going for some first bale points. It's going to be pretty decent, I'd say, here.
Yeah, that will be a very decent score. Maybe he's even doing drive-by bailing again, or whatever you guys call it. That should be nice. We'll see. Now he's slowing down, so not doing that. Or is he?
Sort
no,
of.
126.
Kind of
Fine.
halfway.
Pyrex 124.
Yeah, pretty
Absolutely
close.
fine. All good.
Some of the better first bales we've seen between two teams today. I don't think we've seen anyone get above 130 though for first bale yet.
No, I think the highest we've had today is 129.
Yeah, probably something like that. I think you're right. Definitely don't think we've broken 130 yet. But there seems to be less and less importance to go above 130. Whereas obviously the importance that Lindner has put on things is just pressing most bales that you can.
Here we go, rolling right over the Lindner.
Probably not a good thing to be on Team Lindner and then just absolutely destroy a Lindner by running over it.
I was going to say, rolling right over Lindner just like Trelleborg just did.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, too soon? Too soon. Having a look at Zerzeris and Ferrix now. So Lindner are going to deliver some grain at least. Trelleborg are forcing them to play the game the way it's meant to be played all of a sudden. Slight grain advantage for Trelleborg, but I don't think that really matters because both teams are just going to deliver 30,000 and that's going to be that. We'll be stuck at 2 times for each team.
And both teams completely uninterested.
Yeah, I mean, speed up is nice. Bale drop. Actually, both is it's both nice to have, but that's it. It's nice to have. It's nothing you really need. I would probably still grab speed up if I'm, around the corner anyway. Bale drop if you are Lindner and you are aiming for like 50 bales. One more can't hurt. And there is speed up picked up for Lindner. Yeah, Lindner definitely trying a new tactic here. Everything changed. Everything changed when Trelleborg hit.
I'm just wondering if it's going to be the same tactic after this, if they're going to try to now replicate what Trelleborg just did to them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, and as Alex said, I think it was Alex, I'm not sure. This would just, make Trelleborg guess. They deliver, okay. So are they still pushing everything in, or are they now playing a different tactic? So
I think that's the thing. You have to keep Trelleborg guessing for as long as you can, and then so that they don't see what tactic you're using.
Absolutely. So Lindner is doing okay here. Yeah, they are focused, but seem okay with where they are. And now let's see what they do. Now, are they just, dropping into the ground? So what they would have to do is they would have to pretend they are not, right? They would have to just harvest normal for as long as they can, and then once the harvests are full, then they would start dropping.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if Trelleborg isn't going to take one of these over and empty it out more or not, or if they're just going to stick with the 2-2, because it was definitely that 3-1 and being able to score so many points that helped them out.
Absolutely.
But they scored what was it, 100 and they had 3 times 45 when they got the Bale multiplier too, so that helped them get to 1200.
Yeah, this is something that basically opens up the entire game, because now both teams have to guess what's the other team doing. Is Lindner doing it again or not? If they do it again and Trelleborg is only getting 20 points per bale, it looks way better.
Right.
If Lindner is not doing it anymore, if you are Trelleborg, you don't know. There's 9 minutes left, and you don't know if they start dropping grain very soon or if they not. So Beatmaster is apparently ready to unload as well if he sees Lindner doing it. But for now, Lindner is not.
There's a sort of a collective holding of breath while we're waiting for one of the teams to make a move. And I really love this. This is a point where you go, I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know what these teams are going to do at this point.
I like
And
it.
I love it. It's absolutely brilliant.
Because we knew exactly what every team was doing last tournament. Like, it was just the same tactic, and it came down to the execution, who executed the strategy better. Now we've seen, like you said, teams are having to second guess what the heck is going on. Yeah. And I Taste Like Pain in chat says, new strategy. Start to push your bales in, like Lindner had been doing, to bait their counter, but stop. So you lose as little of a multiplier as possible. Like, I just imagine us getting to like a cat and mouse type game if we keep going in this direction. It would be interesting to see like late rounds coming down to the timing. And I think like Lars's point about trying to have 2 tractors ready to counter from like each side, so that you're ready to counter at different moments for the different chains.
But unfortunately, Lindner, they play a very standard tactic now. You can already tell. I mean, of course, they're driving over right now, but at the same time, they did not start pressing bales like crazy like they did before. And there is silos closed. And both teams are trying to get it. If they do, that is advantage Lindner for now, but they have to be fast. And they are fast enough, I guess. No, 2-0, 2-0. Yeah. Close one.
So Trelleborg now going and collecting bales up. And Lindner just sitting there waiting for it to reopen.
So
Werner's like, what the hell? Confused what?
Yeah, don't do that.
No, Trelleborg has 20 bales already now, Lindner only 11. It seems that Lindner, they were like, okay, we have this tactic to beat Trelleborg. Didn't work. Well, okay, bye.
Yeah, this is the problem. They've just sort of turned around and gone, it didn't work, we're going to completely abandon it. And I think that's a mistake.
Absolutely is. This starfish tactic is not helping.
No.
Yeah.
They've got 20 seconds still to wait as well. Apollo wasting a lot of time here.
And this shows the difference between Lindner and Trelleborg. Trelleborg will come out after losing a game and adapt their strategy to then win the next one. Lindner's has been to abandon their strategy that's working.
And it looks like Beatmaster was like leaving the Anderson to go back and get their Horsch. So they're going to counter this grain delivery as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they use all 3 players.
They have a half full bale stacker as a result.
Yeah, exactly. They used all 3 players to do something while Lindner was just sitting around there wasting time for like a minute. Yeah, they don't seem to be too happy.
The stunners have become the stunned in this case.
But I like how they, when they saw that they lost with their tactic, I like how they just took it. They looked over to Trelleborg and were like, well done, guys, you got us.
Right.
So, absolutely fair play here.
I do wish we could have seen like what would have happened if Lindner would have been able to save this strategy for Trelleborg. Trelleborg coming in not knowing anything about it.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
It was more important, I think, for Lindner to get to this stage of the competition and make sure they advance to the semifinal than it was to try to risk getting knocked out of the quarterfinal and not even making it here and not even getting the chance to play Trelleborg.
Yeah,
it would
but
have,
I'm not
had,
sure
had they been able to do it on here, though, it would have been a stunning upset.
It really would have, yeah.
I mean, it would be interesting if they would just go with, okay, if we go out in quarterfinals, we go out in quarterfinals, but we keep that for Trelleborg, because we shouldn't forget that there's Lord Baylor. We shouldn't forget that this is not the last tournament, and Lindner is pretty much locked in for World Championships already. Of course, they try to improve their placement as much as possible, and I totally see why you would not just lose and go like, oh no, we keep this a secret, but let's lose. But I
Right.
think they could have won against DJK maybe with a normal tactic as well, because they did very well during the first game, then they just messed it up in
Right.
the end. I don't know. I mean, they've done what they've done. They impressed us. They blew our minds, which is awesome, and I love it. But yeah,
And they
Trelleborg
got
is
50
just not having
points,
anything.
so they're going, above a couple of teams or one team, right? Or no? Because they scored points too, so that doesn't work out.
No.
Because
But
all
they
three of the
get a
teams in
bigger
fourth
share,
got
of course, of the prize pool today, right?
right.
So that is good. So Lindner will end up with, if they lose now, they will end up with 50 points, which brings them technically above my Insanity, Krone, and Herman. But all of them got points.
Yeah, they
So-
got 30,
sorry,
so they're
30.
all on 270, so they're still
Yeah.
20 points behind them. But they've
Yeah.
closed the gap by 20 points.
They did. Except for Herman, though, because they're already in the finals.
Ah, yes. Yeah, Herman, maybe arguably the biggest winner today.
Yeah, definitely.
Regardless of what happens in the final, because they're closing the
If-
gap to Vultra and Cortiva, and they'll stand alone in fourth place too.
Yeah, if you ignore, the prizes you get for that tournament, Herman is the biggest winner here, followed by the two wildcard teams, quite frankly, because
Right. Yep.
with the way they played and the points they got, they are pretty much locked in for World Championships.
And it's
that is
back-to-back
something.
months. We've seen them make it to Sunday as well.
Yeah, also
so,
that, and we shouldn't forget that World Championships is 100 grand, and every team gets a share of it. So, that's money.
So, because I've never experienced one of these before, can you explain to us how the World Championship's going to work? So, the top 16 teams qualify, right? You've already mentioned
Top
some of how it works.
Yeah, top 16 teams qualify. It starts with a group phase. You have 4 groups, and the first seed, so Trelleborg, will be in Group 1. Second seed will be in Group 2. Third seed in Group 3, and fourth seed in Group 4.
Right.
And then the last one, like number 16, will
Plays
join
Trelleborg.
number 1.
Right.
And so on. 15, number 2. And then the other 8 are divided into groups by 4. So it's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12. And they get randomly drawn into these groups. So
Okay.
if you are number 1, you end up with number 16, and then either 5, 6, 7, or 8, and one of 9, 10, 11, and 12. And then you
Okay.
have these groups, double elimination, and the top 2 teams make it out of groups. Right? And if you are top of your group in number 1, so first group and second, the top of the first group and the second group can only play against each other in the finals.
Right.
Because they are placed in the very top on the upper bracket and the very bottom of the lower bracket. So you want to finish second or first in the regular tournament, and then win your group so that you can avoid playing the other favorite until the finals.
So do the overall standings, like the circuit points, did they just pretty much disappear at that point? Are they only
Yes.
important for the seeding? So it's probably unlikely to happen, but technically the 16th place team could have a huge upset,
Oh, yeah,
some
absolutely.
crazy tactic, and
So-
pull it off and go win the whole thing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about winning, Trelleborg just won
that's right.
and made it to the finals. But yeah,
Well-
no, that's exactly that. Once the groups are set, circuit points don't mean anything anymore. If you are
Right.
first or second, you make it out of groups, and then you reach quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, and you
Yeah.
can win it all.
Lindner won't win the 8th tournament, but they
I
won a lot from the viewers at home.
I really hope that Lindner walk away from this and they don't completely abandon that tactic. I think that there's a lot of legs still in that. and they
Right,
just
well-
need to work out a way to hide what they're doing from their opponents.
Yeah, well, many teams as well have come up with a tactic and then come up against Trelleborg, and it just is a completely different battle you're fighting at that point. And Trelleborg, yet again, have shown why they're top of the overall season standing so far. They just know how to adapt. I mean, you know, I was sitting there like, I think we were surprised and like, wow, Lindner is going to have a good chance of winning this whole thing now. How is anyone going to counter that? And then Trelleborg are like, you know, well, we got this. Just watch. We're going to pull it off. I mean, I thought it would be a lot closer than it was, but as soon as that first round just went poorly for Lindner, like it completely backfired against Trelleborg. They abandoned their tactic. I was kind of surprised to see them not go for it again because they pretty much just conceded defeat at that point, I think. And like it was like, well, this is over now.
I really wish they'd had a try and see what else they could do with it.
Guys, hate to interrupt, but we are going on a break, and then we're gonna have the finals. Stay tuned.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment counts, baby, I don't wanna miss a thing. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, or hang out in hotel bars, driving somewhere in your car. We can sleep under the stars, we can sleep under the stars, under the stars. Take my hand, and we don't need to do the things we don't want to do. Baby, while we're young,
back. There we are.
Back. We are back. I'm never sure whether I should talk first. Welcome back, everybody. We got some replays coming up of the Trelleborg versus Lindner match that we just watched. Amazing counter of Littner's new tactic in the first game, and then a little bit more of a regular game in the second, as Lindner unfortunately abandoned their new tactic.
Yeah, that was a bit tame in the second round.
It was.
Yeah, I mean, it
so-
was good that they tried, right? But they should not have stopped after the first.
Yeah, I'm with you guys. Alex said the same thing before the break. Like, if you're gonna lose to Trelleborg, why not just try to do it again and see if you can execute it better? Because
Especially
problem
if
was
the
that Trelleborg
alternative is
countered
to
it.
just use the Trelleborg tactic against them. That's not gonna work.
right,
But
I
it
expected
was-
them to do what Trelleborg did to counter it in the first round. I thought they were gonna deliver grain.
You
and
see
then-
it doing really well, and just because it didn't work, and the other thing is their other stacker wasn't in place.
Yeah,
Had that
Zerzer
gone in
is-
at the same time?
And he didn't execute too well either. You can see
No.
that half of the bales went in and then they countered and then the other half went in. Like
It was
it came down to execution. I feel like
did.
trying it again would have been the better way.
Here we go. Zerzer is taking out the Lindner again. He might hear about that one from his team sponsors.
from his company.
and then missing with the drive-by. at the end.
I think like, it was interesting because Lindner completely shocked DJK Ehrenfeld in the quarterfinal, but then I feel like it was the reverse, and Trelleborg just absolutely stunned them, and Lindner just didn't know how to respond or what to do.
It was sad because it almost felt like Lindner got defeated with it, and then gave up. And it feels wrong. you know? It feels that you
Right.
shouldn't just walk away from that and then go and use a tactic you know isn't going to work.
Right.
That's the thing that stuns me about it.
And I wonder what Herman is doing now, because here we are, Herman, back in the finals. They should have won last tournament. They decided not to win it, basically.
Yeah, they made like 5 errors in a row in the final, like 2.5, 3 minutes. And like, if they would have just not had one of those errors and got an extra bail in, they would have swept it over Vultra. But they made the mistakes, and Vultra won in the third round, came from behind. So yeah, you don't want to do that against Trelleborg. Like, you don't want to have mistakes, because we just saw Lindner make some mistakes with their new strategy, and it cost them.
It definitely cost them. So yeah, they tried to beat the Titans again. It was Valtra last time. It will be these guys, Trelleborg this time. Either way, we just mentioned it already. Whatever happens, Herman will move to sole possession of 4th place, which, as I explained before, is exactly where you want to be. At least 3rd would be better, because that means that you can't meet Trelleborg in the semifinals,
Right.
because you would be in the bracket with the 2nd seed. So yeah, it is good for them. They are fighting to get the best position they can, and with Valtra and Corteva getting kicked out, they are at least closing that gap a little bit.
Right. Yeah, Herman have to be proud no matter what happens of their showings the last 2 tournaments. Of course, they could have won,
Absolutely.
so I'm sure they weren't happy with that last month. But now they have another chance, and I'm interested to see what they're going to go with to try to dethrone Trelleborg here today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they win it, they are on even points with Valtra. They would still be 4th place, because Valtra has won 2 tournaments, and that is the better results, basically.
Right.
Because the way that works is, if you have the same points, it depends on how easy you got them.
Right. It goes
How
to the
many
medals
tournaments you
then,
won,
right?
basically. The less tournaments you needed to reach that point, the better you are. So winning 2 tournaments is 180 points. If you get 180 points without winning 2 tournaments, These guys only needed 2 tournaments, and they are first. So anyway, doesn't matter. For Herman, if they win it, they are on even points with Valtra. If not, they are 20 points behind, which isn't too bad.
Cool. Spartan has asked, will Trelleborg switch up their tactics again? This is what I think. Trelleborg don't have to switch up their tactics unless a team does something like Lindner does. Lindner just brought a complete new tactic into the tournament we have never seen before today. So yeah, Trelleborg had to adapt in that first round, and they did it really well. But now we don't know what Herman's going to do. We assume it'll be something more standard. So Trelleborg are probably just going to stick with what they know here. And it's going to be up to Herman really to switch up their tactics to try to beat Trelleborg. Yeah, this is
absolutely.
the final Yossing. This is the best of 3. Winner takes all in the 8th tournament. This is the final. The end of the 8th tournament will conclude when one of these teams wins 2 matches.
So yeah, it will be over in about an hour, give or take, depending on what happens. But we still have an hour in that tournament, and I hope it will be an interesting one.
Yeah, I
It's
really want to
interesting
see what
that-
Herman can do.
It's interesting that Trelleborg haven't used all of their ban slots.
Oh, yeah, what? Weird.
So
Yeah, maybe
they're saving the
missed-
points, I think, doing that, aren't they?
Well, it doesn't cost anything to ban
doesn't cost
most of the
anything.
equipment.
Unless,
ban, no.
unless you ban something special like a harvester or a baler.
Ah.
Right, which, I mean, Herman did that, so they spent a point banning the ideal, which we know that Trelleborg loves their ideal.
Yeah. But
And we
still,
did say
no fear.
earlier that they need to, that would be a great way for them to disrupt Trelleborg. Make them use a different harvester.
Right. Is it enough, though? I'm not so convinced.
I think
We'll
as something to use in conjunction with other disruption could be really strong. But we're going to see.
So
And
it
looks
seems
like
Herman is a little bit faster, right? No, they are slower. It looked like they are
No.
faster, but they didn't go for the New Holland. It wasn't really what they wanted. At least the faster one. The slower one, yeah, totally tried to get it.
just fractionally slower.
Yeah, this is
So-
the second month in a row that Herman's been in the final.
Yeah.
Saw the comment in chat.
They're actually
So-
doing very well right now.
Yeah, they are.
And there we go, JK getting ready with the John Deere press. I wonder if he tries drive-by baling or not, because the John Deere usually is his favorite to do it.
Neo Prince is already on the way with the first bale, looks like.
Yeah, but we have seen him failing to, drive under that conveyor belt over and over again and hit a wall. So, yes, he's faster, but will he hit a wall this time? Oh, maybe he hits a bridge this time,
Ashley in chat says if Herman wins, I hope they do their picture poses. Me too. Ooh, JK.
Oh, some
Oh,
air from
no.
JK.
Oh, that's some air indeed. And
Oh,
look at
no.
the face. This
Looks
could
like-
be a good moment for Herman. I mean, he's going to have a teammate come get him unstuck here. There's no other solution.
Oh, no, that's horrible.
That is not good news.
No,
Or
and his
Trelleborg.
face was like, the hell just happened? And
So-
Neo Prince again didn't manage to get that first
So if-
bail in.
Oh, and this is first bail.
Yeah, and
This
it's going to
is
be a
not good.
huge, even though Herman messed up, it's going to be a huge advantage for them because Trelleborg messed up even more so. I mean, almost beyond repair.
Just tries to launch.
How
and
many
just-
times have you seen like teams go into the air like that and it turn out all right, but then you've got the heavier tractor and so the nose almost dips too early. Meanwhile-
Trelleborg. Oh
No,
no,
that
This
is
is
Herman,
Herman.
actually.
This is Herman getting their bailers
it's
stuck.
Herman actually. Yeah.
Yeah, Neo Prince coming back from. So it's just, and we're in the final, and this is the first time we're seeing all these errors today, and that's going to end up in the moat if gravity
Or
has
it's
anything
gonna
to do with it
fly
when it starts
off
to come back down.
somewhere.
Yeah. So we've got to the final, and we see like our two biggest mistakes of the day, as that replay was kind of
Yeah,
frozen
that was
there.
a nice
Oh,
screenshot.
look at
of,
whoa, what? Look how it's come back
Oh,
down.
the baler got stuck in the ground.
I don't
Oh
know.
no,
if-
the baler's.
And now it's going up again, probably. It's just
So
going up and
he
down on that
got
bridge.
stuck
somewhere.
at that point and just
Oh, I
released it and
see.
ran. But its back has got stuck in the ground, and it's just causing that bridge
Now-
to go up and down constantly.
If I were not that Trelleborg knows this, but if Trelleborg were to drive over that bridge, get it to it's going to come down in any second now. At some point, it'll come down.
Yeah, well, it will take a while
but
because now it's
what's going to happen
Here
now?
it comes.
If it hits it,
just as we flick away from it.
what is going to happen?
Bridges.
And probably going up again because it hits the bridge trigger. Does it?
They're just going to have to get another Baylor at this point, which is what I assume they've done
I
already.
think that's what he's gone and done.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Maybe a new tactic coming in where you just put Baylors on the bridge, drop it there to make sure that bridge is constantly up and down, and just
There you go.
piss off your opponent. I just invented a new tactic, guys. See it at the 9th tournament.
A way to keep bridges raised.
Take notes, Lindner. Take notes. We're counting on you to bring the chaos again.
Did I tell you those bridges are brutal this weekend? Neil Prince not quite putting the trailer in the right place.
And there's
Amazingly.
JK, still super confused about what he just did to his tractor. Like,
Oh,
So
man.
yeah, it's an hilarious game so
What it-
far because both people are just
I
doing
guess
the weirdest.
Did JK just go get like one of his teammates' tractors? Yeah, I guess that's what he
Yeah.
had to do.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the star player. Get out of this. But what
You guys
shall I
harvest.
drive? Well, there's a tractor lying over there. Good luck.
You can drive the harvester the whole time. Oh man. Not what you would expect when you get to the final, but I mean, it just goes to show that even if like the best teams, it can go wrong quickly.
Absolutely can. And for Trelleborg, that means 5 minutes into the game, still no first bail because
Right.
that tractor is still lying around somewhere.
It's not been a good start for them. Really.
No, it's not been a good start for either team. They're
Yeah,
great,
like-
you know?
But at least Hurman had delivered their first bail before they lost their
Yeah,
bailer.
true.
Yeah.
But
But
this
then they
game
lost their
so
Baylor
far is
and they lost time, so yeah, it kind of like evened out for Trelleborg's sake, didn't it?
yeah, but
Well,
still,
no,
this,
well, the thing
this game
is-
so far is an absolute clown fiesta. Let's face it. I mean, yeah, we'll
Harmon-
see.
Into their usual tactic. We're coming up to the 8-minute mark.
The
so
grain
no
chain.
grain multiplayer at 12 minutes. Or multiplier at 12 minutes.
And he
JK,
might just
bring
hit
in-
that tractor now with a lot of speed and
Ooh. Oh, we're gonna use the loader to try to flip it. Oh,
There it
and well,
goes.
nice.
There we
Now
go.
you gotta
The tractor
flip
is
that
back.
over. If you're even concerned about the Baylor at this point.
But this is again wasted time flipping tractors and balers over. There, you could be loading bales or creating bales or just doing anything else on the field.
yeah, well, you for sure can't create bales with that baler.
Well,
now
true.
you can again.
But
And
there
they do
should
have
be
a lot
another
of straw
baler
out
there,
there.
unless the other team has got a baler streak or something like that.
Team players from Herman and Trelleborg kind of looked over at the same time and locked eyes, and there's a little sly smile from Trelleborg.
Yeah, if they would be in the same like communication room, Trelleborg would probably go with, "Okay, guys, we just messed up," and Herman is like, "Well, so did we." So, you know, the other team might not know it, but both teams basically had huge mistakes in there. But Herman should realize at one point that there's something really wrong with Trelleborg's tactic because 8 minutes left and there is still 0 points on the clock for Trelleborg. That first bail is not scoring anything anymore.
Bale,
Bale.
multiplier, and herbicide.
So no grain multiplier there. Trelleborg looks disappointed. Probably, JK probably is disappointed because that's something that does not happen too often to these guys.
And
there
here
is-
come Harriman in with their harvesters.
Yeah.
And Trelleborg are already emptying.
Well, that shouldn't change much, though. Yes, Trelleborg is a little bit faster, but if the previous games are anything to go about, this is not changing a lot.
Trelleborg
Because-
have picked up the Bale multiplier, though. So as long as they start delivering Bales at this point, they will score more points.
Yes,
and they got
but they
that
need
in
to
the
start.
they got that in the semifinal, didn't they, as well? And that kind of helped them that first round. They were able to get it and score 3 on top of the 3-time multiplier. They're not going to have quite that normal multiplier advantage now, but could get a significant amount of points if they can get some Bales in.
Yeah, and they probably will at least get some Bales, and then they should, because as we said, first Bale is completely useless. But then again, half of that multiplier is already gone, and there are no Bales delivered so far.
Right. Well, the problem is they weren't bailing as early as they could have been since that accident
There is
happened.
the first Bale for 67 points. Well, congratulations. Better late than never.
It could have been a lot worse, to be fair. Like, Herman could have also scored more, and they messed up on the execution of getting it into the bottom of the barn.
Yeah, absolutely. They were lucky that Herman was not able to get a good first Bale in. Still, oh, that one is not good either.
Yeah, that's probably going to
that's
clip the
not-
door and
that-
fall off.
Yeah, that's already not going in. 2-0, 2-0. All good. The bonus is gone. Did not help Trelleborg too much. 148 to 67. 5 minutes left. So there is the super drop coming in. And as we all know, it might be something Herman is really trying to get. They usually are quite eager to get this one. We'll see.
Five minutes with some extra seconds on top of that to go. 148 to 87. The flow bringing in 3 Bales right now. Bridge is starting to go up, but well done. There is a giveaway going on around chat. The link was put in there moments ago. It's for a copy of Farming Simulator 22, which will release on November 22nd. No, you won't get early access to it if you win it, but you'll get it for free. So that's a good thing, right?
Absolutely is.
It'll unlock the day that Farming Simulator 22 releases.
Yeah, in addition. And we shouldn't
Cannot
forget
wait.
that...
There's the
Oh,
Baylor. It did
there's
end
the
up in the
Baylor.
boat after. I'm just thankful that something went into the water today during these finals, because nothing has up until that point. And that thing like seesawed back and forth for we don't know how many trips it took for that to finally fall in the water, because it was just hanging there precariously for a bit. Wooler there almost messing up. Luckily, it didn't go over the bridge, so it didn't start raising because he hadn't gone over it quite yet. So that's the right point to mess up. When you mess up when you're already driving over it, that's when it gets really bad. Super drop is Bale withering for 1 Bale. Not sure either team's going to waste the time for this.
Nah, probably not. There's no point, really.
Good morning, X-Man. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. A lot of the viewers in the U.S. are just waking up. I'm going to, just say it now. I wish these started a little bit later, not just because I'm being selfish, so I didn't have to wake up at midnight, but I wish we could get them to start a few hours later so we could get more viewers from this side of the pond involved. But
Yeah,
I did
it's
tell
kinda-
them,
it's
if you
kinda
wake
hard to
up
do.
kind of early, you can at least catch the end, right? I mean, it's 10 o'clock
Absolutely.
on the East Coast right now, so people are starting to wake up on a Saturday and they can at least catch the finals. But it would be nice to get more of the tournaments in a better time zone over here. Just tough with the distance.
So there are several reasons why we decided to go for that time. One of the most important ones that we need to keep in mind is these teams, the players are still, they are not pro players making a living out of it. So they have to go back to work tomorrow and they have to travel all the way. So a lot of them will leave right after the tournament and make sure that they are at home in a decent time so that they can go to work tomorrow. That's why we can't start too late. Also, as soon as the offline tournaments are on again, we have to finish by the time the event wherever we are, if it is Gamescom or Paris Games Week or whatever, we have to be finished by the time they close, because they are not keeping the entire event open just because we are still playing. So several reasons why we can't start too late, unfortunately, but it is what it is.
Just 2 hours, I feel like, would go a long way. But that's just
that
me.
would make it till 7:30-ish p.m. Here, which is not too bad, but it can interrupt with a lot of these events.
Understood.
That doesn't mean that we are not going to change anything, though, and there is a reason why we do have an American office now. As you can imagine, we really want to put a lot of emphasis on the United States. So who knows what's going to happen? But I'm just explaining a couple of reasons why it is the way it is. That doesn't mean it can't change.
Right, I understand it. And yeah, that's definitely like a long-term goal, not just for me, but for the company. And we're starting to see it grow, and we've moved the scrimmages on Fridays to suit the U.S. more. Nice catch by DeFlo there. Not sure it was intentional or not. But yeah, we're starting to see interest grow here in North America. You know, we get some viewers. We've been getting viewers for a long time already, but it's mainly like people like Felden who work night shift. So, you know, they're already up at this time, so it makes sense for them.
Yeah. So 1 minute left, and it is a very, very close game. Every now and then, Herman is up by 1 point, and then they're catching up again. And there are more bales out there for Herman. They just need to get them in. It's nice that they have 7 bales left, while there are only 2 more for Trelleborg. But where are they, right? You need to get these points in. So make sure you get these baits. Yeah, nice one, DeFlo. Wühler trying to get the last 2 on his belt. DeFlo, that one worked well. Nicely done. And this might be a 1 point difference. Right now, it is a 1 point difference with goodness. 9 seconds left, and there is nothing Trelleborg can do anymore.
Yeah, they don't have any bales.
It's a 1 point game.
It's a 1 point win 11 point game.
Wow.
No, it's an 11 point win.
11
they're
point
looking
win
at
in the end.
They're looking at Trelleborg like, what happened? We just beat, like, I can't believe that someone just beat Trelleborg with under 700 points scored. I mean, Trelleborg scored 1203 earlier to counter Lindner's tactic, and now we've gone to this almost half the amount of points.
And I feel like we've seen that before.
It's so almost same amount of bales. I would say that the disruption of the combine at the start was a difference. And the other thing was that first bale. That first bale absolutely cost them the match.
Yep. I would expect, I mean, it could happen again, but I would expect Trelleborg to not flip their tractor and baler completely over again.
We've said many times before, you cannot rely on Trelleborg.
I think that's what it's all about.
I'm wondering if that's what Herman were asking there, like, to Trelleborg, like, what the heck happened to your first bale points? Like, what happened there?
Yeah,
I'm sure that they were stunned.
As I said, I feel like we've seen that before. So, yeah. Herman going 1-0 up in the finals. I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say we've been here before. Last month they did the same thing to Vultra, and then we're like knocking on the door, winning the second round and winning the whole thing, and just kept error after error laid on. If they would have just got one more bail in, they would have won last month's tournament. So let's see if they can make sure that doesn't happen again and actually pull it off this month.
Yeah, will be great. We will know very soon because the teams, of course, are getting ready for the second match. Might be the last one for today. However, I expect 2 more games. I don't think Herman can do that again because I don't think Trelleborg will just throw away a tractor again like for the first 5 minutes of the game.
That kind of unforced error is not something Trelleborg makes on a regular basis.
To be fair, though, like if Herman hadn't made an error as well and lost their baler, they could have won that by an even bigger margin. So both teams with errors there, and it came down it was super close, wasn't it? One of the closest ones of the day so far. So saving the close fought contest here for the end, feels like. But yeah, Trelleborg not often making mistakes, especially like that. That's one of the most costly errors I've seen in a while.
Yeah, and end up on your roof like that. It's not something we see in farms in the FSL much at all.
Do you think? I feel like it was because it was a heavy tractor. I feel like that definitely played a part of it because it just went like it nosedived. Whereas like some of the other tractors seem to like the back end is what is further down. The front end stays up, so you're able to drive over the bridges like that and land perfectly fine. But that Deutsch just like went completely down quickly.
Here we go.
Round. The horrible personal pictures are just profile pictures, just wonderful.
Yeah, they are awesome.
Those.
And I love that they make it to the finals twice in a row now, so we had to have a look at these things.
Maximum of the exposure of their picture. Now we just need Trelleborg to win this so we see it one more time for the third rounds.
Here we go.
Steyer is banned. The case Puma 240. What's going to be next?
The ideal is banned. It is that just that little bit of disruption.
Yeah, but that's not what cost Trelleborg to lose that last round either, was it? So I'm not sure it matters as much as teams think, and they're wasting a point to do it. So.
And I'm quite sure you can't ban bridges, so they would need to.
Well, the thing about banning that
ban
ideal is
after that last round. That's for sure.
It's a two-pronged thing. It makes it harder for you to get the combines to the sell point. It also means that they're taking less to the sell point as well. And in fact, it's rather interesting that Trelleborg go for the New Holland combine because it has a slightly smaller grain tank, I think, if I remember correctly. Where's my combines? Harvesters. New Holland has a 100 liters more than the case. Case has a wider header though.
Right. Same weed impact. The case is 1 point less. Slower by 2 kilometers an hour in work speed.
So they're fairly evenly matched, those two harvesters, actually.
Yeah, they really are.
It's just it costs more to pick the New Holland.
I do like that this week we've seen a lot of transport company again. I mean, that's just to be expected. Other than who was it? Manitou came in with herbicide, but it didn't pay off for them. But we have seen less of the ideal today. Overall, we've seen some teams banning it. So we've seen a little bit more variety in the harvesters used as well.
Ban the bridge. There is a perk where you can have bridges raised.
Yeah, it's the team perk bottleneck, right? Yeah, and Cortiva used to use that a lot. But unfortunately, we've not been seeing them so much on the Sunday events.
We don't know if they still use it because,
they keep getting knocked out by Trelleborg on Saturdays, yeah.
John Deere Baylor gone to Trelleborg.
Yeah, same for the New Holland Harvester, and I'm quite sure they like that because they even bought one, so yes, they love it.
The John Deere Combine is really good too. The S790 has a 3.7 meter width. The problem with the John Deere versus the case is it gets 300 liters less in its tank. So as a result, you can't get quite as much grain to the silo at the end.
So whether it's after this round or if it goes to the best of 3, don't go anywhere after this is done, because now we're back to in-person events and we get to see the prizes handed over live in person as well. So don't go anywhere. You get to see all the celebrations and all the good stuff of that at the end of this. And there we go, 137. First time we've seen above 130 today, and the first time we've seen a drive-by bale.
Yeah.
Well done, Trelleborg.
And he just proves that he still can do it. If, he doesn't flip the tractor, it's all good.
That's an important part of it.
Yeah, it is very important. In general, it is a very important part of the FSL to not flip your tractor. In case you're trying...
There you go. There is a top tip for the FSL. Don't flip your tractor.
Yeah, well, and JK, it's interesting because JK went with a Carewheel tractor this time and not a heavy one. He had the Deutschfahrer last time, so... maybe it's better off just sticking with this.
What was that red boundary? Is a question I see in the chat. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Is that the red ring around the pods? That means that the other team claimed whatever was on that pod.
Yeah, that's probably what they meant. Good call, Lars. I would assume too from that.
And by the way, guys, if you want to try that game, fsl.giants-software.com, that's where you can download it. You, of course, need Farming Simulator 19 for it, but you can totally download it and play it as well. And if you find 2 friends and practice with them, you might even make it to the World Championships. Just sign up for tournaments. But because the last 2 tournaments are most likely offline tournaments, fingers crossed, because incidents are going up in Germany again. But let's just pretend for a second that we are not going to do another lockdown. You need to show up then, right? You need to come to these guys, basically, to Herman, because that's where the next tournament is. And I really hope that they are playing well there as well, because if you are playing, you know, in front of your co-workers, you really want to do it good.
Yeah, JK definitely redeemed himself. Spartan, you are correct. And I hope Herman does well as well, being the home team, if you will, for next month's tournament. They've done well the last 2 months, 2 finals in a row. Could they make it a third? Or will the pressure of playing and their own production hall get to them?
Yeah, but also, to be fair, I mean, I love Herman, and I think they're playing very well. But,
wait a minute. Who was that was dumping it? Was that Trelleborg or Herman?
That was Herman. That was Herman, because it was a red harvester, and Trelleborg has 2 yellow harvesters.
Don't you do that to us now, Herman? Don't you?
Listen,
have they?
I'm for it because here's the thing: they only won the last round arguably because Trelleborg had that mistake at the beginning. Like it came down to just minor margins in the first bail. So now that that's not happened, why not throw a curveball at them again?
I think it was a mistake rather than an actual tactic this time.
Yeah, it seems to be.
I think you're right. Linder have just ruined our whole concept of what dumping grain on the ground means.
Making a mistake is.
Oh boy.
So the studio.
Mistake is a tactic.
Where is Herman gonna be? But the studio for Giants is in Erlangen, in Bavaria. Yes. Where's Herman located in Germany?
It's quite close. It's an hour drive from here, so it's Bavaria as well. It's not too far away from Erlangen or Nuremberg. That is probably more useful than Erlangen if you want to try to find out where we are.
Gotcha.
If you are seeing Munich, you are already too far to the south.
I can't wait for the day I get to come over. Because I was talking to Martin the other day, and that's been one hard thing for me is I don't get the benefit of passing people in the hallway and saying, hey, I have this idea for that, and etc. Like everything has to be done online for me. So I look forward to it.
It's so useful if you sit in the same room as the developers.
Right, and I'm still trying to get to know like who's who. Like it's really hard as well not having like a face to put to a name. It's harder to remember that way. So
hopefully we'll get over at the same time.
Yeah, I'd love to meet you in person too, Alex. We've gotten to know each other decently well doing these for the past several months.
Yeah, well, there's Agritechnica coming, there's FarmCon. There are several occasions where I could see people coming over from everywhere.
And right now it's easier for me to get there than it is for, like, if you wanted to come here, for example, at least in my research. So hopefully one day soon.
As my passport expired yesterday.
Oh, well, that's...
I can't go anywhere right now.
That's a good point. I have no idea how long's left on mine at this point.
I just renewed mine last year, and like we did it well ahead of time because they're so far behind, and we were like, well, we can't go anywhere, and it needs renewed like next year. Why don't we just go ahead and do it now when we can't go anywhere anyways and don't need them? So
yeah, well, it was just luck for me to find out because I had it on my phone. Like I took a picture of it on my phone at one point because I needed it for something, and I want to delete these pictures, right? Because I don't want them to stay on the phone. So I picked up my phone, was like, okay, there is a picture of this. Wait, is that today? Yeah. So yeah, yesterday I figured out that it's run out. So I'm gonna fix that tomorrow.
Well, that's good.
Well, mine now has to have a ridiculous amount of extra time on it for me to go anywhere. So.
And there we go. Trelleborg is getting in position for the chain.
Is there going to be some extra grain multiplier this time, or is it going to leave it?
8 seconds until we find out. Because that is when the drop comes and the speed limit and bridge is lowered.
There's no advantage there at all.
So I would love to see Herman just doing Lindner now.
Like you have Spartan has brought up an interesting interesting point. Would a 3 combine strategy be beneficial? I don't know.
I don't think so. I mean,
no,
you wouldn't be pressing bales. You'd be so far behind in bales.
Yeah, you'd have to then have 2 people bailing. So it may be a great way to get some early, an early extra batch of grain, but you're still not going to save any time later because you have to have more people bailing.
Yeah,
exactly.
and also
I
the
remember
problem
there was
I
a
see
time
is,
when they did it.
Yeah, the problem I see is the horse only holds 30,000, and then so you'd have to drive one of the harvesters over, spend the time to do that, and then you're just not bailing anything for a while. But
No,
who
you
knows?
totally have to go with big holes to do that.
We also didn't think that it was a good strategy to wait to deliver all your bales until the final 30 seconds or so, and we were proved wrong by that today.
And dump all your grain.
Yeah, dump all your grain. We never thought that was a good idea either. So maybe you're onto something, Spartan.
Or ignore the belt for the entire game. There are so many things that we didn't expect to ever be a thing, but they all are a thing now. So, yeah, that's where we are. And yeah, Trelleborg is unloading and unloading and unloading, and Herman is just not. Well, are they? Are they even doing anything?
Trelleborg now taking advantage of the 3-time multiplier, as they should.
Absolutely, and yeah, you can tell Steven is asking the same questions. Like, where is Herman? Are they still playing?
They're still harvesting.
They have 60,000 grain. The hell? Guys, this is not working. Trelleborg is scoring like hundreds of points now. And yeah, this is not the push position either. They are just preparing the normal tactic. I don't get it. This is too late. They are just too slow right now. Because Trelleborg is getting a lot of points with the bales getting 30 points every time. This is I don't know.
This is an odd way to go from Herman. They're now just waiting for their. Oh, are they going to load up the belt while it isn't moving?
That's not a bad idea, to be honest, because it's easier to stack like a couple on top of each other when it's not moving, isn't it?
But it is a bad idea because the second you get like they do, the second you unload, that means that this bale is going in for like 11 points super quick.
Right, true.
You know, because the belt starts and it's like boom, it's in. It's like, well.
Interestingly, though, it has meant that Trelleborg are. I'll be quiet. I was about to say nowhere near delivering grain. I should have known better than that.
A 3 combine strategy with the big haul perk. That's not a bad shout, Spartan. Still got to make sure you're going to get enough bales, right? Because that's what scores the points. But
that was a strategy that people were using.
Absolutely.
And for a while worked really, really well. And then people worked out how to get Transport Company to score lots of points.
Yeah. So I'd say we're gonna see a game 3 here. I think it was a big mistake by Herman to let Trelleborg have 30 points for like 2 minutes. That is something you really don't want. And now Trelleborg is in the lead. Yes, there are 30 bales somewhere out there for Herman, but you have to do something with them. There is multiplayer switch. No one cares about that. And I just don't see how Herman is making up these 150 points with, you know, it's like 8 bales. They need to deliver more than Trelleborg.
And they only have 6.
8 bales more than Trelleborg sounds like something you really don't want to have to do.
Right, and they only have 6 currently, more than them, and that they still have to get them all in too. So.
Yeah. So yeah, guys, get ready for game 3. That's what I'm saying here.
I'd be okay with that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It does put Horman very much on the back foot, whereas they had the initiative, they had the momentum coming into this, and as we've seen so many times, you let Trelleborg back in, and you're making things so much harder for yourself.
Right. Oh, well, one going off there for Trelleborg, and that doesn't happen often. Wooler is pretty solid at stacking, but as we saw in the first round, even the top team in the FSL makes mistakes every once in a while.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes 40 left, and Trelleborg, look at how all these points lying around there. I mean, I don't know if these guys have something to surprise us, but I don't see it. And there are a lot of bales just lying around.
Yeah, there are not the bales there.
And it's even now in the bales, too. Well, Trelleborg just scored 2 more.
Yeah. Trelleborg is in the lead by like 100 points, and
it's going to have to be a mistake again by Trelleborg for Herman to be able to pull this
out. Yeah, they
out.
need to stop playing at this point.
Or flip their tractor completely upside down if they're bringing more bales in.
But it seems like they are not. 2 minutes left. 15 bales out there for Trelleborg. 14 out there for
That's
Herman.
7 sitting there, so they've got 8 more out on the field somewhere. I presume that it's currently being picked up on the Anderson loader.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can tell it would have been that one is not going in. It would have been a closer game if Trelleborg would not have the chance to score like 120 points with 4 bales, basically.
Right.
That is the thing. Trelleborg took advantage. We've been saying a lot. Trelleborg, teams need to take advantage when they have that 3 times multiplier, and this is why. You get that opportunity. You take advantage because it's very hard for another team to come back. The bales are there for Trelleborg. They are not there for Horman at the moment.
Oh, these? Yeah, they might go in though. Yeah, they do. 641, 676.
I think it's going to be closer than we think because they've brought these last set of bales in pretty late, but Wooler is pretty good at getting them on.
Yeah, he has 30 seconds left. That is not an issue for Wooler.
They also don't have
Wooler as well. His name is Wooler.
2, 4, 6. They only have 6.
Oh, this is really close.
It's not. Look at that.
Oh, no,
it looks very close now, but give it 10 seconds.
There comes 80 more points. 100.
Yeah.
You might even get these
120.
in. Yeah, no, he's
with those.
There we go.
There we are.
Yeah, so Trelleborg, nice and
smooth
smooth that round, no mistakes, and they cleaned it up, and they showed that they're really tough to beat when they don't make their own unforced errors.
So I still think the best approach for Herman to win is to wait until JK is driving over with the Anderson, then run over and unplug his screen. That should work.
Only one.
I'm not sure the referees wouldn't interfere.
This is the bonus thing. 1 bale difference in delivery, and 70 odd points.
Yeah, absolutely.
That is that 3 times multiplier.
It is the 3 times multiplier, and also the first bale, of course, being a little bit higher.
Yeah. But wow. Okay, so can Horman come back from that?
It all depends. Will JK flip his tractor again? Will Bridges be mean again? So many questions. Yeah. German cast is arguing about it as well. And like, well, what do they have to do to come back? And I feel the best approach ever would be for Herman now to do Lindner. Like, start the same.
I thought for sure that's what they were doing at one point, but it was just a mistake.
Yeah. But exactly that. Try exactly that deliver grain, for the first time at 12-minute mark, and then start harvesting again until your harvesters are full, and then just drop it and go with full Lintner.
I think that's a very, very viable tactic because it just gives Trelleborg no information about what's happening at all.
Yeah, and I don't think Trelleborg expect this to happen.
No.
So
and if Trelleborg then did a full 3 times multiplier, it makes sense for you not to be scoring points against it. When your multiplier is bad. So it the whole tactic just makes sense for you having a bad match. But you can only do it once. So the final game of the finals is when you do it.
Absolutely. This is your chance to, surprise everyone. But I don't think it's happening though. I personally think what we are going to see is the exact same tactic, and they hope to win it.
Yeah.
There's what's at stake for today.
Yep. These medals are nice. These gift cards are nice as well. And well, I think there's nothing wrong with getting a lot of money. And these chairs are so comfy. Yeah, well, they are really good. And
my server is Neutrino, and they are absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, they're good. And Noble chairs, I mean, these are, and Alex, you know what I'm talking about now. The ones they win are the caster chairs that we use.
Yep.
And they are awesome.
I was going to say, I'm sitting in a Noble chair right now. It's really nice. I love my Noble chair.
They are really good. So yeah, a lot of things that, I'm quite sure Trelleborg has enough chairs already. But yeah, one more is never an issue. And Herman really wants a chair, so...
Yeah.
Well, it's all come down to this. This will be, no matter what happens, the final.
Yeah, this is the chair or no chair game.
Chair or no chair game. A little bit of prize money involved too. I think teams would probably be excited for that.
It's not only about charity. Oof. Okay, I'll let myself out. Bye.
900 euros difference between first place and second place. So, yeah,
which
a little
is
bit at stake
per person. That's not too bad. That's almost a PlayStation. If you ever be able to order one.
Yeah.
If you buy one.
And yes, I'm still salty. I tried to get one. It's almost a year now.
Oh, I would just like a 3080 or a 3070 Ti. Either of those would be nice. But you can't get one of those for a decent price.
No, you can't. Funnily enough, in Germany, if you try to buy a 3070, they are pretty much the price of a tiny car. However, there are a couple of pre-built PCs for normal price that have one in. Like,
oh yeah, that is the best way to get one of those cards at the moment, is to buy a whole new PC, and it'll cost you the same amount of money.
Exactly.
I tried to convince my friend who doesn't want one of the new cards to let me get a pre-built for him, and then I was like, I'll just take the card and switch out my 1080 and charge you less the price of it. And he was like, that seems like a lot of work. I'm like, I'll do the work.
Give me the card.
Yeah,
I really want it with 22 coming out too. I mean, I have a good card still, but just for streaming and everything else.
I want to replace my laptop with a gaming machine. So it'll probably be a pre-built when I can get the money together.
Nice.
It's sad that it has to be, but then again, we'll see. I mean, as soon as the next generation is coming, the next graphic card generation, because from what I understood, they will change the way they work so that they can't use for crypto mining. Prices should go down, because that's what keeps the prices up.
Belden bringing the dad jokes into chat today for the first time. I've got a really good chair joke, but I'm going to sit on it for a bit first, though. I like that response, Alex.
Well, this is exactly the time to talk about the game and just, ignore the chat for a while.
Fun. Right, what's everybody going for? It looks like Trelleborg are going for the New Holland, which is no surprise.
No, absolutely is not. They love the New Holland. They always grab them. Same thing for Herman, though. They love their case, so they grab it. Both should be fine with it. JK getting the fend press. Nice. And he will most likely go for a very quick first bail again, because that worked very well last time.
Well.
Neoprince on his way as well. Needs to take a little detour because someone just parked the tractor in the middle of the road. And yeah. This will be a nice first bail for Trelleborg again, unless he's trying that flip stuff again. And oh nice, he's getting that bridge, but JK will be able to get over it. Yeah, easy.
Yeah, close enough behind.
Yeah, and now, oh no, JK is not unloading, so it will be slow. 124
first bail.
for Herman, and JK just dropped it somewhere. 118. Yeah.
Well, this is a good start for Herman compared to the last time.
Yeah, it is a good start for JK compared to the first time as well.
For the first round.
But
yeah.
Trelleborg making unforced errors is abnormal.
Yeah, it's insane how many unforced errors they make. And I wonder if a little bit of it comes down to being on that stage. Instead of sitting at home playing comfy, you are on that stage, there are a lot of people around you. Sometimes you've seen it, there are like 3 to 4 camera guys taking pictures all the time. I don't know, maybe they're a little bit nervous.
No
maybe
controller as well.
Yeah.
Because when I asked the
always
question,
go out and go like, oh, they will wheel on, I promise.
When I was doing the Scrim stream recently, there was confusion over it because people were telling me mixed information. Some said, yeah, you can use a controller. Others said no, mouse and keyboard only. So I asked in the Discord, was like, can someone clarify? And someone from Trelleborg, I think it was JK, responded and said, well, for the online tournaments, you can use whatever you want. Wink. So, and then Klaus came in and said, no, mouse and keyboard only.
Yeah, but, I mean,
that
of
was
course
the
they
answer
are
I
right.
needed.
The thing is, of course, not using mouse and keyboard is against the rules. So that would lead to disqualification. However, I mean, you know, I could try to talk around it, but it is so hard to enforce it doing online tournaments.
Right, but you're only really doing yourself a disservice if you're gonna try to do that on online tournaments, knowing that eventually offline tournaments would return and you wouldn't be able to get away with it anymore.
And there are a couple of ways for us to still figure it out.
Ooh, Great Multiplier has dropped, and Neoprince is not going for it.
No, not yet. Maybe later. Because the way these input commands work. And you are playing on our servers and we get all the input commands you use, there is a way for us to figure it out. It's not as easy, so I'm not saying they will catch you, but just because you are sitting at home doesn't mean we can't catch you either, right?
Yeah.
Right. There's been some interest as well. Like people are, here in North America wanting to get involved and play, but they take the approach of, well, I don't think I'm ever gonna want to be like a serious player and try to play like an official tournament. So yeah, just play however you want if you're just playing it for fun. But if you ever have any kind of ideas in your head, dreams of actually participating in real tournaments, definitely be practicing on mouse and keyboard so you can get as good as you possibly can.
Yeah, and you should, because there are two things to keep in mind here. We do have online tournaments all the time. Even if we switch back to an offline format, there will be at least a couple of online tournaments.
Right.
And if you're good in these things, you get some money. Also, if you score enough points, you still qualify for World Championships. If you can come over, it's a different story. But at least it's possible. And then, as we mentioned, there is a reason why we built an American office. You can never be sure that there won't be an American FSL tournament at least at one point. It might not be an entire league, but there might be a tournament at least. And
right.
If you keep practicing, you might win that one.
Yeah. There's actually some groups of streamers are trying to put together their own charity event based in North America to benefit Pediatric Brain Cancer Foundation. And that's taking place next month. So that's an unofficial thing. We're not involved with it, but there's still people out there already trying to, have some fun and have a tournament type format.
So yeah, keep practicing. And who
I
knows?
can,
what's going
on
to
the other hand, I can confirm both a G29 wheel and a Farmson side panel work with the FSL.
Wow. I'm so happy I have this casters here telling everyone how to cheat.
No, I mean, it's the same when you see me play, and I am using mouse and keyboard on the scrimmages. I'm just showing everyone what not to do in the FSL. So,
That's the
same
way.
sort of advice here.
But to be fair, as long as you don't play tournaments, you can play however you want, right? You can find a dance mat and just put it on the ground and dance yourself to victory. It totally is fine, but...
All right, 9 minutes to go. Still just the first bale points on the board. As we see both teams just working away at pressing bales.
Because that is the thing. If FSL comes available on consoles, there is no mouse and keyboard on a console. So
yeah, for now it's not available on console because you need a server for that, and as we all know, that's not how it works.
Doesn't exist at the moment.
Yeah, who knows what the future brings? We never know.
Exactly.
For now, the only future I'm interested in is 8 minutes and 16 seconds away. And it will tell us who is the champion of the 8th online. It's not an online anymore. 8th FSL tournament at the first offline tournament of the year, which is kind of sad given that it's already August. But yeah, what can you do? Bale drop and bridges lowered. Well, bridges lowered, very useful if your opponent uses the new Baler trick I just invented. Not sure anyone is doing it though. I actually think probably not. 7 minutes 30, and it seems that Trelleborg is on their way to deliver grain again and get that multiplayer. Nice.
Look at that timing, dude. Didn't have to slow down.
At least like Horman are going to counter it this time, thankfully.
Yeah, they should just not wait 2 minutes again and watch. Yeah, if you get a free bale, you get a free bale, I guess. So here we go. This is happening again. Where is Herman? There they are. Oh. All good this time. Yeah. If you get a free bale, you get a free bale. That's exactly what Herman thinks as well. There we go. That looks better.
Evening things up, and we'll
still
try
get a couple of extra
as many
points
as possible.
Yeah, they will still get some extra points in, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Oh, I don't know. It might be there was one at 2.2, and that is even things up.
All right.
Wait.
Interesting.
Some extra points, but not too many. So that was better from Herman. 6 minutes to go, and Trelleborg, I'd say with a slight advantage here. They have 5 bales less though, which is interesting.
Right. That's 100 points right there, so that would make up the difference.
It totally does. If Herman gets them all in, and we have seen them struggling with getting all the bales on the conveyor belt before.
Right.
They are not as mechanical good as other teams. So not sure how that turns out, but yeah, there is hope definitely for Herman. Way better than in the second match where Trelleborg would just run with the 3.0 multiplayer for like 2 minutes and score. Because this time it's just 20 points per bale, which might look a little bit bad now because they are, almost 100 points ahead once these bales are in. However, you know that you still have 21 bales out there, and there we go. These bales are coming in now, evening out the score. But yeah, you need to get nice. Well done. Well done, Mr. Flo.
Nice save.
Very nice catch.
And then they are in the lead again by 3 points, which is
and they have 3 bales extra. Interesting.
And we shouldn't forget that it wasn't for like 4-point lead after first bale or something. So interesting. There is a chance. That's what I'm saying here. There is a chance that we see a new winner.
Right. Well, last month, Herman won the first round and then lost the second and third. And it's kind of was shaping up to be the same again. They won the first round here against Trelleborg. Trelleborg bounced back. They do have a chance here, but last time what cost them from beating Vulture in the final was mistakes at this point of the game. So they got to make sure that's not happening again.
No, they need to play it clean. Because Trelleborg is most likely not making big mistakes. They might, but that's usually not
very
happening.
rare. Yeah.
So you can't count on that. You have to play it clean. And with
Super drop could make a difference too. It's coming up.
You have to play it clean, or you have to force Trelleborg to make mistakes.
And it's Bale Withering. It's not worth running over, I guess, for one Bale that you destroy.
Yeah.
Make sure that you get the Bales in. If you are Herman, make sure that you match the amount of Bales Trelleborg is getting in now, because then you are winning by 3 points.
Right.
And yeah, he's trying to do that. It's not as clean. You can see it. It still works though, and there's enough time.
Also has a lot of their bales already at the belt, where Herman are still bringing them in.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I mean, it's good to have a lot of bales, but you need to make sure they get into the barn. And I'm talking, conveyor belt.
There they are. They were hidden behind him as he was stacking. That's why we couldn't see the extras coming in.
Well, I think they switched. So they switched.
I mean, that's 16 right there, though. So there's still several missing out on the field with under 3 to go.
Daflo just went out and picked some up. So he needs his team to bring in all the bales now. And he needs to stack them nice. He needs to match Wheeler's stacking. And that is something that is really hard to do. But they technically can. Just don't make any mistakes. As long as you get all the bales in, if you are Herman, you're most likely going to win this. But you have to get all the bales.
This is just a little bit nerve-wracking at this point.
Imagine being Herman right now.
Yeah, and imagine being Herman for the second time, be able to win if you just don't mess up in the last 2 minutes, and you are only 14 seconds away from the last 2 minutes where you lost an entire game last time.
Right. And there's we're seeing Wooler now though, Trelleborg have 16 bales, but there's only 2 there at the moment. But Herman have the same problem right now. They're out on the field trying to bring more in.
Yeah, but Herman is behind now. Trelleborg is in the lead, and I don't know how that happened. I mean, they used to have more bales, and now they're at the same amount. And all of a sudden, it's advantage Trelleborg.
Yeah.
This is...
Now 3-point lead again. 3-point lead again.
But 15 bales out for Trelleborg now.
Oh, and here comes several of them in now. So, I mean, again, I think Trelleborg are going to pull this off as Wooler gets that one halfway up the belt. Oh, he gets spun around by JK.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, really. And these Anderson, look.
There's just way more bales have been brought in by Trelleborg. They gave themselves more time with the Anderson to bring more in. So it's going to come down to if they can get them all in or enough in before time runs out. And I mean, if anyone can do it, Wooler can.
Yeah, he most likely can. This is very clean. The flow is quite clean as well, but he does not have the amount of bales Wheeler has left. It's 7 for HR and 10
3 points
left. And yeah, it's a 4-point lead again. But I don't see this being enough for Herman, not gonna lie, just because there are so many bales.
I would have almost waited and you don't really have time, I guess, but maybe a counter would have helped.
Is that one going in though? Herman. Probably not going in. Don't bring them in down there. That doesn't help, dude. Yeah. You are not winning this by getting the bales in the lower thing. That's just not enough.
No,
they are going for the 10-point, and that is not enough, and they know it.
Wow.
They tried everything, but it is over.
Trelleborg again.
There we go.
This is their 4th tournament win, so they've won half of the tournaments so far this season. So GG Trelleborg.
They don't even, at this point, they don't even need to qualify for the finals.
Right.
No.
at the next tournament in order to be in the #1 spot.
Yeah, that's it. Trelleborg with that locked in #1. They
Oh, wow.
can't lose #1 anymore. Whatever happens, they are the first seed for World Championships.
Yeah, that's good news for them, and they've earned it. I mean, we thought for sure that Lindner was going to absolutely throw them for a loop in the semifinal, and I mean, they just adapted and reacted really well, didn't they? And stunned us, shocked us all, but we shouldn't have been surprised.
No, we shouldn't have been surprised. So, GG Trelleborg, congratulations on getting that fourth gold medal. So that means there is a chair for the first substitute player. I don't know how many chairs they get, to be honest with you. So I'm just making fun, but yeah, well, it was an intense tournament. It definitely was interesting.
We saw some similar things. We saw some really wild new things.
Yeah,
it was
absolutely.
a great tournament overall for sure.
It will, and these guys are now
crazy.
having a drink and discussing everything. Yeah, so many people. There is Klaas, our event manager, leader of the FSL right now. He is organizing the winning ceremony, the winners ceremony. That's what I'm going with. The winners ceremony.
There we go. That'll do. The award ceremony, maybe, because they're not all winners technically, are they?
They are all winners.
In our eyes, they are in a way, but Trelleborg is the main winner here today.
Yeah. But I'm quite sure that Herman is super happy with the way they performed the last two tournaments. They gave Trelleborg a run for their money. It wasn't just Trelleborg winning it and taking it away. It was them fighting for it. It was 3 games. It was close in the first one. It was close in the last one. It wasn't too close in the second one. Okay. But, well done by Herman and very well done by Trelleborg, especially for, wiping out Lindner after what they've done to DJK.
Yeah. I think that was my, Lindner's, a surprise tactic was a great moment. But the real moment that's sticking out to me is when they tried it against Trelleborg in that first round, and Trelleborg was like, you know what, we're just going to go score 1,203 points. And they just kind of did like a we're not worthy thing, over towards Trelleborg because they knew.
There we go.
The leaders there.
Yeah, now there in our studio, and there is that Yvonne? Yvonne is back. I haven't seen her in a while. Our medal girl, we haven't used her in a while because we need to. And now she is back handing over the medals to the team. And it's good to see her back. It's a little bit, it gives me a little bit of that sense of normal. And there she is again with, of course, these nice little paper cards. I'm happy they just don't hand them the chair. Like, hey, can you just hold this chair for a minute?
Having a box one of those. Oh my god, that would be, you'd have to wheel it in. And there we go, 3,350 euros.
And finally, they get one of these large checks again. I like them. They are awesome.
Yeah.
And the most hilarious thing is seeing them trying to transport them. Like, it might be easy this time because they are probably here by car, but you should see it if they are in Paris and they came by plane. And you're like, well, good luck transporting that back.
Right.
Oh boy. That was something. That was an interesting tournament, wasn't it?
That was, yeah. Interesting, I think, is the right word. To see a brand new tactic come in, stomp all over a team, and then get stomped all over is just incredible.
It was good to see something fresh come in. Like, we saw Manitou come in with Herbicide in the first quarterfinal, and it backfired. It didn't work out. Lindner then threw the whatever you want to call that tactic. The Lindner load up, is that a good thing to call it?
Oh, that's actually really good. The Lindner load up.
Oh, because it was so long, it could be the Lindner Lindworm.
So, I mean, it's good to see those new things, but still a whole lot of transport company. I think that's just going to be something we got to be used to the rest of the season until the new season comes along, because it is the meta right now, and it is the way to win. Most of the games. To win an overall tournament is probably the tactic you need to go with. We're having a look now at the first round. Of course, Herman surprising everyone and winning this one. And here comes the moment from the first round that really changed it.
Just
Whee!
Yeah, that's where the first round
bang.
went out of
Jeez.
control for Trelleborg because
Yeah.
I mean this tractor was there for like 2 minutes or something.
Yeah.
Right? It was not only that it flipped, but there
then
is this new tactic I invented.
Yeah, that baler
into
went for
action.
about like 5 or 6 rides up and down on the bridge before it finally. Look how was it holding on there just by a thread?
By it, and then it just clips
Oh my goodness.
through the... But it's far enough forward to activate it again. That's the crazy thing.
This was a good bit of like recovery here by JK though when he came back with the John Deere. So nice bit of flipping, not wasting too much time getting it back over at least.
No, that was quick. I mean, but look at it. It's minute 8, right? And he flipped it over at minute 13, so it was sitting like that for 5 minutes. That is a very long time. And yeah, probably the main reason why Herman won that first match.
And then just completely ignoring the baler for the rest of the time.
I was just glad to see something go into the water. That's for sure. Look at this catch by DeFlo. That was nice. It wasn't the only catch of this final that he had too.
And then they good. It's a good number of points. It was a good 20-point win, that one.
And there we go. We have not seen that very often from JK this tournament, but he's still able to do it, and it still looks very nice.
And the
yeah,
second
then
one,
Trelleborg just did Trelleborg things the second and third round, didn't they? They were just nice and smooth and no mistakes really.
Yeah, that was
There's
nice.
the second catch.
I still feel that, like, that third match, Herman would have had a chance if they would not panic and then put the bales in the lower barn. Because it was super close until it wasn't. And that was because they decided to go with the 10-point bale instead of the 20-point bale. Right? I feel like that was a mistake by Herman. That should not have happened.
This bit at the end where he had 3 bales, he had at least 2 bales in that baler at the end, and it wasn't even close on that last bit. It wouldn't have actually got them enough points if they'd put those at the top.
No, probably not. But yeah, congratulations Trelleborg. As we said, they locked in first place for forever, for the rest of that season at least, because they are now 210 points if I'm not mistaken, but we're going to see it very soon. 210 points ahead of Corteva, and yeah, exactly, 580 to 370. So even if Corteva wins both tournaments and Trelleborg is not playing anymore, that would bring them up to 550, right? And you can see Herman, number 4 now. And LSA Esports made top 10. There they are.
That's awesome. I mean, it's important to climb up the standings. Like even if you're going to be 16th, you don't want to be 16th at the end of going into the World Championships and having to face Trelleborg in their group.
Yeah, you want to at least be 12th because that means, or 13. 13 is okay, but 12 just is where you are out of this. Oh, you are automatically matched with one of the big guys. So yeah. Being
but
13
it's interesting. The other thing that seems to be happening at this point as well is the rankings are shaking out. We've got less who are on the same position.
Yeah,
so
but
it's time for us to wrap up.
It's our position to go home now.
Thank you, everyone that tuned in and
pleasure.
Participated. We appreciate you in chat. Yeah, it has, Lars. It's been nice. Having you on and your insight and your German history lessons and everything else, the language lessons too.
Thank you, Giants, for having me again.
We are out now, so have a great weekend, everyone. See you next time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.